said D'Artagnan, looking at her for the first time with some particular attention. "Alas, yes." "Well, instead of pitying me, then, you should be doing better by assisting me to take revenge upon your mistress." "And what kind of revenge would you seek?" "I would supplant my rival." "I will never assist you in that, sir," said Kitty quickly. "And why not?" inquired D'Artagnan. "For 2 reasons." "Which are?" "The first, that my mistress will never love you." "How can you know that?" "You have offended her too deeply." "In what can I have offended her? I, who, since I have been acquainted with her, have lived at her feet like a very slave. Speak, I beseech you." "I will never avow that, but to the man who can read to the depths of my soul." D'Artagnan looked at Kitty for the second time. There was about the young girl a freshness and a beauty which many a duchess would be glad to purchase with her coronet. "Kitty," said he, "I will read even the very depths of your soul. So let not that restrain you, my dear child. Do speak." "Oh, no," exclaimed Kitty. "You do not love me. It is my mistress whom you love. You have this moment told me so." "And does that prevent you making known your second reason?" "The second reason," said Kitty, encouraged by the expression of the young man's eyes, "is that in love we should all help ourselves." Then did D'Artagnan first recall the languishing glances, the smiles, and stifled sighs of Kitty, whenever he had chanced to meet her, whilst in his absorbing wish to please the titled lady he had neglected the Abigail. He who chases the eagle takes no heed of the sparrow. But our Gascon saw now, at a single glance, all the advantages which he might be able to derive from this passion which Kitty had so unaffectedly avowed, such as the interception of all letters to the Count de Ward, intelligence of everything that occurred, and an entrance at any hour to that chamber which was contiguous to her ladyship's room. In idea, at least, he was already sacrificing the poor young maiden to her noble mistress. Midnight at length sounded, and almost at the same instant a bell was heard from the adjoining chamber. "Good God!" exclaimed Kitty. "There is my mistress wanting me. Go now, go directly." D'Artagnan arose, and took his hat as though he intended to obey. Then, quickly opening the door of a large press, instead of that of the staircase, he squeezed himself within, amidst the robes and night-clothes of her ladyship. "Whatever are you about?" exclaimed Kitty. D'Artagnan, who had secured the key beforehand, fastened himself in his press without reply. "Well," exclaimed my lady, in a sharp voice, "are you asleep, then, that you do not answer the bell?" D'Artagnan heard the door of communication opened violently. "Here I am, my lady, here I am!" exclaimed Kitty, springing forward that she might meet her mistress. They returned together to the bedchamber, and, as the door continued open, D'Artagnan could hear her ladyship complaining for a while. At last, however, she became appeased, and as Kitty waited on her mistress, their conversation turned upon the listener. "Well," said my lady, "I have not seen our Gascon here this evening." "What, madam?" said Kitty. "Has he not been? Can he have proved fickle before he has been favoured?" "Oh, no. He must have been hindered, either by Monsieur de Treville or by Monsieur des Essarts. I have some experience, Kitty, and I hold that man securely." "What will your ladyship do with him?" "What will I do with him? Depend upon it, Kitty, there is a something between that man and me of which he little thinks. He very nearly destroyed my credit with his eminence. Oh, I will have vengeance." "I thought that your ladyship loved him." "Love him? I detest him. The ninny held Lord de Winter's life in his power, and did not kill him. And by that alone he made me lose an income of 300,000 francs. "It is true," said Kitty. "Your son is the sole heir of his uncle, and, till he came of age, you would have had the enjoyment of his fortune." D'Artagnan shuddered to the very marrow of his bones at hearing this sweet creature censuring him in that voice whose sharpness she had so much trouble to conceal in conversation, for not having slain a man on whom he had seen her heaping indications of affection. "Yes," continued her ladyship, "and I would have taken vengeance on him before now, if, for some reason or other that I know not, the cardinal had not insisted on forbearance." "Oh, yes. But your ladyship had no forbearance with that little woman whom he loved." "What? The mercer's wife of the Rue des Fossoyeurs? Why, has he not already forgotten her existence? A fine vengeance that was, truly. Cold drops trickled on the brow of D'Artagnan. This woman was a very monster. He set himself again to listen, but the toilet was unfortunately ended. "That will do," said her ladyship. "Go to your own room now, and try tomorrow to get me an answer at last to that letter which I have given you." "For Monsieur de Ward?" said Kitty. "Certainly, for Monsieur de Ward." "Ah," said Kitty, "he is one that seems to me of a very different sort from that poor Monsieur d'Artagnan." "Leave me, girl," exclaimed her ladyship. "I do not like remarks." D'Artagnan heard the noise of the closing door, and then of 2 bolts with which my lady secured herself within. Kitty, on her side, turned the key in the lock as gently as it was possible. D'Artagnan then pushed open the door of the press. "Oh, my God!" whispered Kitty. "What ails you? What makes you look so pale?" "The abominable wretch!" muttered D'Artagnan. "Silence! Silence! Go away!" said Kitty. "There is only a partition between my room and my lady's, and everything that is said in the one is heard in the other." "Fortunately so. But I will not leave till you have told me what has become of Madame Bonacieux." The poor girl swore to D'Artagnan upon the crucifix that she was completely ignorant about the matter, as her mistress never allowed her to know above half of any of her secrets. But she thought he might rely upon it that Madame Bonacieux was not dead. Nor did Kitty really know anything more about the circumstances which had nearly made her mistress lose her credit with the cardinal. But in this particular, D'Artagnan was better informed. As he had perceived her ladyship on shipboard, at the very moment that he was quitting England, he did not doubt but the circumstance had some reference to the diamond studs. But what was most manifest of the whole affair was the genuine, deep, inveterate hatred which her ladyship entertained against him for not having killed her brother-in-law. D'Artagnan returned to her ladyship's on the next day. He found her in a very ill humour, and he understood that it was the disappointment of an answer from De Ward which thus provoked her. Kitty entered, but my lady treated her harshly. A glance which the maid gave at D'Artagnan seemed to say, "See what I suffer upon your account." But as the evening wore on, the lovely lioness grew gentle. She listened with a smile to the tender compliments of D'Artagnan, and condescended even to give him her hand to kiss. D'Artagnan left her, scarcely knowing what to think. But as he was a Gascon, who was not easily to be deceived, he had in his mind contrived a little plan. He found Kitty at the door, and went, as on the evening before, to her room to collect information. Kitty had been sadly scolded and accused of negligence. Her ladyship could not comprehend the silence of the Count de Ward, and had commanded her maid to come to her for orders at 9 o'clock on the next morning. D'Artagnan made Kitty promise to come to him in the morning, to tell him what might be the nature of these new commands. The poor girl promised all that D'Artagnan desired. She was driven mad. At 11 o'clock he saw Kitty make her appearance. She held in her hand another note from her ladyship. On this occasion the poor girl did not even endeavour to withhold it from D'Artagnan. She let him do as he chose. In body and in soul she belonged to her handsome soldier. D'Artagnan opened this second note, which, like the other, bore neither signature nor address, and read as follows: "This is the 3rd time that I have written to tell you that I love you. Take care that I do not write a 4th time to tell you that I hate you." D'Artagnan's colour changed several times as he perused this note. "Oh, you love her still," said Kitty, whose eyes had never once been turned away from the young man's face. "No, Kitty, you deceive yourself. I no longer love her, but I want to avenge myself for her contempt." Kitty sighed. D'Artagnan took up a pen and wrote, "Madam, until now I have been in doubt whether your former notes could really have been meant for me. So unworthy did I feel myself of such an honour. But today I must at last believe in the excess of your kindness, since not only your letter, but your servant also, affirms that I have the happiness to be the object of your love. At 11 tonight I shall come to implore your forgiveness. To delay another day at present would be, in my opinion, to offer you a new affront. He whom you have rendered the happiest of mankind." This note was not precisely a forgery, as D'Artagnan did not sign it, but it was an indelicacy. It was, even according to the standard of our present manners, something like an act of infamy. But the people of those times were less scrupulous than we are now. Moreover, D'Artagnan knew from her ladyship's own avowal that she had been guilty of treacheries in the most important affairs, and his esteem for her was singularly small. He had, in a word, to revenge both her fickleness toward himself and her conduct toward Madame Bonacieux. D'Artagnan's plot was very simple. Through Kitty's chamber he would enter that of her mistress. He would confound the deceiver, threaten to expose her publicly, and perhaps obtain through her fears all the information which he desired concerning the fate of Constance. It might even happen that the liberation of the mercer's pretty wife might be a result of this interview. "There," said the young man, handing the sealed note to Kitty. "Give this letter to her ladyship. It is Monsieur de Ward's reply." Poor Kitty became as pale as death. She suspected what the note contained. "Listen, my dear child," said D'Artagnan. "You understand that all this must come to an end in one way or another. Your mistress may discover that you delivered the first note to my servant instead of to the Count's, and that it was I who unsealed the others, which should have been unsealed by Monsieur de Ward. Her ladyship will then dismiss you, and you know that she is not the kind of woman to be moderate in her revenge." "Alas," said Kitty, "why have I exposed myself to all that?" "For me, I know, my beauty," said the young man, "and very grateful I am for it, I swear." "But what does your note contain?" "Her ladyship will tell you." "Alas, you do not love me!" exclaimed Kitty, "and I am very wretched." Kitty wept much before she determined to deliver this letter to her mistress. But from devotedness to the young soldier, she did determine at last, and that was all that D'Artagnan desired. 34. Concerning the equipments of Aramis and Porthos. Whilst the four friends were all engaged in looking out for their equipment, there had no longer been any regular meetings between them. They dined without one another, wherever they chanced to be, and assembled when they could. Duty also, on its side, occupied a part of that precious time which was so rapidly passing away. But they had agreed to meet once a week, about 1 o'clock, at Athos's chambers, as it was known that he, according to his vow, would never cross the threshold of his door. The very day on which Kitty had visited D'Artagnan at his own home was one of their days of meeting, and scarcely had the waiting-maid quitted D'Artagnan before he proceeded to the Rue Férou. He found Athos and Aramis philosophizing. Aramis had still some secret inclination to return to the cassock, and Athos, according to his custom, neither dissuaded nor encouraged him. Athos liked everyone to exercise his own free will. He never gave his advice before it was demanded, and even then it must be demanded twice. "In general, people only ask for advice," he said, "that they may not follow it, or, if they should follow it, that they may have somebody to blame for having given it." Porthos arrived an instant after D'Artagnan, so the four friends were all assembled. Their four countenances had four different expressions: that of Porthos, tranquillity; of D'Artagnan, hope; of Aramis, anxiety; and that of Athos, perfect indifference. After a moment's conversation in which Porthos obscurely intimated that a lady high in rank had kindly taken upon herself to relieve him from his embarrassment, Mousqueton entered. He came to request Porthos to come to his lodging, where, so he said in a most melancholy tone, his presence was most urgently required. "Are my equipages come?" demanded Porthos. "Yes and no," replied Mousqueton. "But what do you mean, I ask you?" "Come and see, sir." Porthos arose, bowed to his friends, and followed Mousqueton. A moment afterwards, Bazin appeared upon the threshold of the door. "What do you want, my friend?" inquired Aramis, with that softness of tone which was always observable in him when his ideas inclined towards the church. "A man is waiting for you, sir, at your rooms," replied Bazin. "A man? What sort of a man?" "A beggar." "Give him something, Bazin, and tell him to pray for a poor sinner." "This beggar man insists on seeing you, and pretends to say that you will be very glad to see him." "Has he not anything particular for me?" "Yes. If Monsieur Aramis hesitates to come to me," said he, "tell him I have just arrived from Tours." "From Tours? I will go directly," exclaimed Aramis. "Gentlemen, 1,000 pardons, but undoubtedly this man brings me the intelligence that I expected." And getting up at once, he went off at a run. There now remained only Athos and D'Artagnan. "I verily believe that those fellows have settled their affairs," said Athos. "What think you about it, D'Artagnan? I knew that Porthos was in a fair way for it, and as for Aramis, to tell the truth, I was never very uneasy about him. But you, my dear Athos, who so generously gave away the English pistoles, which were your legitimate property, what will you do?" "I am very glad that I killed the rascal," said Athos, "seeing that he had the silly curiosity to know my real name. But if I had pocketed his pistols, they would have weighed me down with remorse." "Well, my dear Athos, you really have an inconceivable delicacy," said D'Artagnan. "Let it pass. But what was Monsieur de Tréville saying when he did me the honour to call and see me yesterday? That you frequent the house of these suspicious English people whom the cardinal protects? That is to say, that I frequent the house of an English woman, she of whom I spoke to you." "Ah, yes, the fair woman, about whom I gave you some advice, which, naturally enough, you took especial care not to follow. I gave you my reasons, but I am now certain that this woman had something to do with the disappearance of Madame Bonacieux. Yes, I comprehend. To find one woman you make love to another. It is the longest way, but by far the most amusing." We will now leave the two friends, who had nothing very important to say to one another, and follow Aramis. On entering his room, he found a little man with intelligent eyes, but covered with rags. "Is it you who wants me?" said the musketeer.
"I am in search of Monsieur Aramis. Is that the name by which you are called?"
"Yes. Have you anything for me?"
"Yes, if you can show me a certain embroidered handkerchief."
"Here it is," said Aramis, taking a key from his bosom, and opening a small ebony casket, inlaid with mother-of-pearl. "Here it is, look."
"That is right," said the beggar. "Now dismiss your servant."
For in fact Bazin, curious to know what the beggar wanted with his master, had kept pace with the latter, and arrived almost at the same time. But his speed was of little benefit to him. At the suggestion of the beggar, his master made a sign to him to withdraw, and he had no alternative but to obey. When Bazin was gone, the beggar glanced rapidly around, to be sure that nobody could either see or hear him, and then, opening his ragged vest, which was badly held together by a leathern belt, he began to unrip the top of his doublet, from which he drew a letter. Aramis uttered a cry of joy at sight of the seal, kissed the writing, and, with a respect almost religious, opened the letter, which contained the following: "My friend, fate wills that we be separated for a little longer time, but the bright days of youth are not for ever lost. Do your duty in the camp. I will do mine elsewhere. Take what the bearer will give you. Make the campaign like a good and graceful gentleman, and still remember me. Farewell, until we meet again." The beggar was yet engaged unripping. He drew from his dirty clothes, one by one, 150 double Spanish pistols, which he placed in a row upon the table. Then he opened the door, bowed, and was gone before the astonished young man had dared to address a word to him. Aramis now perused the letter again, and perceived that it had the following postscript: "P.S. You may welcome the bearer, who is a count and a grandee of Spain." "Golden dreams!" exclaimed Aramis. "Oh, heavenly life! Yes, we are still young. Yes, we shall still bask in brighter days. Oh, thou art my love, my lifeblood, my being. All in all art thou, my beautiful beloved." And he kissed the letter passionately, without even glancing at the gold which glittered on the table. Bazin was scratching at the door, and Aramis, as he had now no reason for keeping him away, permitted him to enter. Bazin was confounded at the sight of so much gold, and forgot that he ought to announce D'Artagnan, who, curious to know what this beggar-man was, had come on to Aramis's when he left Athos. But D'Artagnan never stood on ceremony with Aramis, and therefore, seeing that Bazin had forgotten to announce him, he announced himself. "Ah, the deuce, my dear Aramis!" said he on entering. "These are the plums they send you from Tours. You must forward my congratulations on them to the gardener who gathers them." "You are mistaken, my dear fellow," said the ever-discreet Aramis. "It is my publisher, who has just sent me the price of my poem, in verses of one syllable, which I began down in the country." "Ah, really?" said D'Artagnan. "Well, all I can say, my dear Aramis, is that your publisher is very generous."
"What, sir?" said Bazin. "Does a poem sell for such a sum? It is inconceivable. Oh, sir, you may do whatever you desire. You may become equal to Monsieur Voiture and Monsieur de Benserade. I like that now myself. A poet! It is almost an abbé. Ah, sir, establish yourself then as a poet, I beseech you."
"Bazin, my friend," said Aramis, "I think that you are interposing in the conversation." Bazin understood that he was wrong, bowed his head, and left the room. "Ah," said D'Artagnan with a smile, "you sell your productions for their weight in gold. You are fortunate, my friend. But take care, or you will lose that letter which is falling out of your coat, and which, without doubt, is also from your publisher." Aramis blushed to the very white of his eyes, replaced the letter, and buttoned up his doublet. "My dear D'Artagnan," said he, "we will, if you please, go to our friends, and, as I am now so rich, we will begin to dine together again, till you become, in turn, rich yourselves." "Faith, and with great pleasure," replied D'Artagnan. "It is a long time since we have had a proper dinner, and as I have myself rather a hazardous expedition this evening, I shall not be sorry, I confess, to have 2 or 3 bottles of old Burgundy mounting up into my head."
"Well, as for old Burgundy, I do not hate it myself either," said Aramis, out of whose head the sight of the gold had driven all thoughts of retirement. And, having put 3 or 4 double pistoles into his pocket for present use, he enclosed the remainder in the ebony casket, encrusted with pearl, which already contained the famous handkerchief that had served him as a talisman. The 2 friends went first to Athos, who, faithful to his vow not to go from home, undertook to have the dinner brought to his own rooms. As he was marvellously familiar with all gastronomical details, D'Artagnan and Aramis had no hesitation in confiding to him this important care. They then went to Porthos, but at the corner of the Rue du Bac they met Mousqueton, who, with a most piteous face, was driving a mule and a horse before him. D'Artagnan uttered an exclamation of surprise, not unmingled with joy. "Ah, my yellow horse!" cried he. "Aramis, look at this horse!" "Oh, what a frightful beast!" exclaimed Aramis. "Well, my dear boy, it is the horse on which I came to Paris." "What, sir? Do you know the horse?" inquired Mousqueton. "He certainly is of a most original colour," said Aramis. "I never saw one with a hide like this before." "I can well believe it," replied D'Artagnan, "and I sold him for 3 crowns, which must have been for the hide, for certainly the carcass is not worth 18 livres. But how do I find this horse in your hands, Mousqueton?" "Ah," said the valet, "do not say anything about it, sir. It is a horrible trick of our Duchess's husband." "How so?" "Yes, we are looked upon most favourably by a woman of quality, the Duchess of... But excuse me, my master has enjoined me to be discreet. She obliged us to accept a small souvenir, a magnificent Spanish charger, and an Andalusian mule, which were most marvellous to behold. But the husband found it out, kidnapped on their way the 2 magnificent animals, and substituted these frightful beasts for them." "And are you taking them back to him?" "Yes, exactly so, sir," replied Mousqueton. "You know it is impossible for us to accept such frights as these, instead of those which had been promised us." "No, egad, though I should have enjoyed seeing Porthos on my yellow horse. It would have given me some idea of what I was myself when I came to Paris. But do not let us detain you, Mousqueton. Go and execute your master's commission. Go. Is he at home?" "Yes, sir," said Mousqueton, "but in a very bad humour." He then continued on his way towards the quay of the Grand Augustin, whilst the 2 friends went to ring at the unfortunate Porthos's door. But the latter had seen them crossing the court, and was careful not to admit them, so their ringing was in vain. In the meantime, Mousqueton proceeded on, and, crossing the Pont Neuf, still driving the 2 sorry beasts before him, he reached the Rue aux Ours, where, in accordance with his master's orders, he fastened the horse and the mule to the knocker of the attorney's door, and then, without disturbing himself about their future fate, he returned to find Porthos and inform him that his commission had been exactly fulfilled. After some time, the two unhappy beasts, having eaten nothing since the morning, made so great a noise by lifting up and letting fall the knocker that the attorney ordered his stump in the gutter to inquire in the neighbourhood to whom this horse and mule belonged. Madame Coquenard recognized her present, and could not at first at all comprehend this restitution. But a visit from Porthos soon enlightened her. The rage which, in spite of the constraint that he imposed upon himself, sparkled in the musketeer's eyes, alarmed his susceptible admirer. In fact, Mousqueton had not concealed from his master that he had met D'Artagnan and Aramis, and that the former had recognized in the yellow horse the very Bernese nag on which he had arrived in Paris, and which he had sold for 3 crowns. Porthos left again, as soon as he had made an appointment to meet the attorney's wife in the cloister of Saint-Maloire. When her husband saw that Porthos was really leaving, he invited him to dinner, an invitation which the musketeer declined with an air of majestic dignity. Madame Coquenard trembled as she went towards the cloister of Saint-Maloire, for she anticipated the reproaches that awaited her there, but she was fascinated by the lofty manners of Porthos. All the imprecations and reproaches that a man whose vanity is wounded can pour upon a woman's head were poured by Athos on the humble head of the attorney's wife. "Alas," said she, "I did it all for the best. One of our clients is a horse-dealer. He owed us money and was manifestly reluctant to pay. So I took this mule and horse in discharge of his debt. But he had promised me 2 royal animals." "Well, madame," said Porthos, "if his debt was more than 5 crowns, your horse-dealer is a swindler." "It is not forbidden one to look out for a good bargain, Monsieur Porthos," said the attorney's wife, by way of excuse. "No, madame, but those who look out for good bargains ought to permit others to look out for more generous friends." And turning on his heel, Porthos made a step toward retiring. "Monsieur Porthos! Monsieur Porthos!" exclaimed the attorney's wife. "I confess that it was wrong. I ought not to have thought of bargaining about the equipment of a gentleman like you." Without replying, Porthos took a second step toward retiring. The attorney's wife fancied that she saw him in a glittering hemisphere, encompassed by duchesses and marchionesses who scattered bags of gold before his feet. "Stay, in heaven's name, stay, Monsieur Porthos!" exclaimed she. "Stay, and let us talk it over." "To talk with you brings me misfortune," said Porthos. "But tell me, what do you require?" "Nothing, for that amounts to the same thing as though I required something of you." The attorney's wife hung on Porthos's arm, and, in the violence of her grief, exclaimed, "Monsieur Porthos, I am completely ignorant about all these things. What can I know about a horse? What can I know about equipments?" "You should leave it to me, then, who do know about them, madame. But you wanted to get things cheap, that you might lend at usury." "It was wrong, Monsieur Porthos, and I will give you reparation on my word of honour." "And how so?" demanded the musketeer. "Listen. Monsieur Coquenard is going this evening to the Duc de Chaulnes, who has sent for him. It is to a consultation which will last at least 2 hours. Come, then. We shall be alone and can arrange the business." "Good. That is something." "And you will pardon me?" "We shall see," replied Porthos majestically. They parted from each other, both repeating, "Till this evening." "I'faith," thought Porthos as he went his way, "I seem now to be making some approaches towards Monsieur Coquenard's strong box." 35. All cats are alike, grey in the dark. The evening, so impatiently expected by D'Artagnan, at length arrived. At about 9 o'clock he went as usual to her ladyship's, and as he found her in a charming humour, he was received more graciously than ever. Our Gascon saw at the first glance that the pretended note of the Count de Ward had been delivered by Kitty to her mistress, and that it was producing its effect. Kitty came in with some confections. Her mistress looked at her kindly and smiled on her with her most gracious smile. But the poor girl was so concerned that she did not even notice the latter's goodwill. D'Artagnan looked by turns at these 2 women, and could not but confess that nature had committed a mistake in their formation. To the great lady she had given a venal and perfidious soul, and to the waiting-maid a loving and devoted heart. At 10 o'clock her ladyship began to appear uneasy, and D'Artagnan soon guessed the meaning of her trouble. She looked at the timepiece, got up, sat down again, and smiled at D'Artagnan, with a look which seemed to say, "You are very amiable, no doubt, but you would be charming if you would go." D'Artagnan arose and took his hat, and then her ladyship gave him her hand to kiss. The young man was sensible of a gentle pressure, which he attributed not to coquetry, but to gratitude on account of his departure. "She loves him madly," muttered he as he went out. On this occasion Kitty was not awaiting him, either in the antechamber, in the corridor, or at the gate, and D'Artagnan had to discover alone the staircase and the little chamber. Kitty was sitting with her face hid between her hands, crying. She heard D'Artagnan enter, but did not lift up her head. The young man went to her, and took her hands, and then she burst out crying. As D'Artagnan had suspected, her ladyship, on receiving the letter which she regarded as the Count de Ward's reply, had, in the delirium of her joy, made her waiting-maid acquainted with the whole, and then, as a recompense for the manner in which her mission had been executed, given her a purse of gold. Kitty, on returning to her own room, had thrown the purse into a corner, where it was lying open, disgorging 3 or 4 golden coins upon the carpet. When at last the poor girl, at D'Artagnan's entreaty, raised her head, he was struck with alarm at the expression of her face. She clasped her hands together with a supplicating air, but without venturing to speak a word. Little sensitive as was D'Artagnan's heart, he was yet affected by this silent grief. But he was too positive in all his projects, and especially in this one, to deviate at all from his ordained arrangement. He would not give to Kitty the least hope of hindering the rash enterprise on which he had resolved. But he represented it to her as what it really was, that is, as an act of simple vengeance against her ladyship's coquetry, and as the only means which he possessed of obtaining from her dread of the scandal of exposure the information that he wanted in respect to Madame Bonacieux. This plan, further, became the more easy in its execution, from her ladyship having, from some inexplicable motive, to which she appeared to attach extreme importance, commanded Kitty to extinguish all the lights in her apartment, as well as in the Abigail's own chamber. An instant afterwards, her ladyship was heard returning to her chamber. D'Artagnan immediately hurried into his press. Scarcely was he blockaded in it before the bell rang. Kitty went to her mistress, and did not leave the door open, but the partition was so thin that the conversation of the 2 women was almost wholly audible. Her ladyship seemed to be intoxicated with joy. She made Kitty repeat to her the most trifling details of her pretended interview with De Ward, and tell her how he had received her letter, and how he answered it, what was the expression of his face, and whether he seemed much enamoured. And to all these questions poor Kitty, who was compelled to keep a good countenance, answered in a stifled voice, of which her mistress, so egotistical is Felicity, did not even observe the disconsolate tone. As the hour of her interview with the Count approached, her ladyship had all the lights in her own room actually extinguished, and commanded Kitty to return to her chamber and to introduce De Ward as soon as he arrived. Kitty had not long to wait. Hardly had D'Artagnan seen through the keyhole of his press that the whole apartment was in darkness before he sprang from his dungeon at the very moment that Kitty closed the communicating door. "What is that noise?" inquired my lady.
"It is I," whispered D'Artagnan. "I, the Count de Ward."
"Oh, my God," groaned Kitty. "He could not even wait for the hour he himself had fixed." "Well," said the lady in a trembling voice, "why does he not come in? Count, she added, "you know that I am waiting for you." At this appeal, D'Artagnan put Kitty gently aside, and sprang into her ladyship's chamber. If rage and grief can ever torture the soul, it must be those of the lover who receives, under a name that is not his own, protestations of affections which are addressed to his favoured rival. D'Artagnan was in a situation of which he had not calculated the suffering. Jealousy was gnawing at his heart, and he had to endure almost as much as poor Kitty, who was at the same time weeping in the adjoining chamber. "Yes, Count," said her ladyship, in her sweetest tones, as she tenderly pressed one of his hands between her own. "Yes, I am happy in the love which your glances and words have expressed whenever we have met. And I, too, return your love. Ah, tomorrow you must let me have some souvenir which will prove you think of me, and, as you might forget me, Count, keep this." And she slipped a ring from her own finger on that of D'Artagnan. It was a magnificent sapphire, encircled by diamonds. The first emotion of D'Artagnan prompted him to return it, but her ladyship added, "No, no, keep this ring for love of me. Besides," added she, in a voice of much emotion, "you really do me a far greater service by accepting it than you can possibly imagine." "This woman is full of mystery," thought D'Artagnan. He felt himself at this moment ready to confess everything. He had, in fact, already opened his mouth to tell her ladyship who he was, and with what desire of vengeance he had come, when she added, "Poor angel, whom that monster of a Gascon just missed killing." That monster was he himself. "Oh," continued her ladyship, "do you still suffer from your wounds?" "Yes, greatly," answered D'Artagnan, who was somewhat at a loss what to say. "Depend upon it," muttered her ladyship, in a tone which gave but little comfort to her hearer, "that I will take a cruel vengeance on him for your sufferings." "Egad," said D'Artagnan to himself, "the time for my confession is scarcely come yet." It required some little time for D'Artagnan to recover himself from this little dialogue. All the ideas of vengeance which he had brought with him had completely vanished. This woman exercised an inconceivable power over him. He hated and adored her at one and the same time. Never had he believed that two sentiments so inconsistent could exist together in the same heart, or create, by commingling, such a strange and, in some respects, diabolical love. But the clock had struck 1, and it was time for them to separate. At the moment of quitting her ladyship, D'Artagnan was only sensible of a deep regret at having parted from her, and in the passionate adieu which they reciprocally addressed to one another, a new meeting was agreed upon in the ensuing week. Poor Kitty hoped to have an opportunity of saying a few words to D'Artagnan as he passed through her chamber, but her mistress led him out herself in the darkness, and only left him when they reached the staircase. In the morning of the next day, D'Artagnan hastened to Athos, for being engaged in such a singular adventure, he wished for his advice. He told him everything, and Athos's brow was often knitted during the narration. "Your lady," said he, "appears to me to be an infamous creature. But you are not, on that account, the less wrong in thus deceiving her. You may now be sure that, in one way or another, you will have a bitter enemy with whom to deal." Whilst still speaking, Athos looked earnestly at the sapphire, encircled with diamonds, which D'Artagnan now wore in the place of the Queen's ring, which was carefully deposited in a case. "You are looking at this ring?" said the Gascon, proud of displaying before his friends such a splendid gift. "Yes," replied Athos. "It reminds me of a family jewel." "It is beautiful, is it not?" said D'Artagnan. "Magnificent," rejoined Athos. "I did not believe that there were two sapphires existent of so fine a water. Did you exchange your diamond for it?" "No," replied D'Artagnan. "It is a present from my beautiful Englishwoman, or rather, my beautiful Frenchwoman, for although I have not asked her, I am sure she was born in France." "And this ring was given to you by her ladyship," said Athos, in a voice in which it was easy to perceive extreme emotion. "Yes, by herself. She gave it to me last night." "Let me look at it," said Athos. "Here it is," said D'Artagnan, drawing it from his finger. Athos examined it, and became very pale. He then tried it on the ring finger of his left hand, and it fitted as if it had been made for him. A shade of anger and revenge passed across the generally calm forehead of the gentleman. "It is impossible that it can be the same," said he. "How could this ring come into the hands of that lady? And yet it is very strange that two jewels should be so singularly alike." "Do you know that ring?" asked D'Artagnan. "I thought I recognized it," said Athos. "But I dare say I am deceived." He then returned the ring to D'Artagnan, without, however, ceasing to fix his gaze upon it. "Let me entreat you," said he, an instant afterwards, "either to take that ring from your finger, or to turn the stone inside. It summons up to me such painful remembrances that I should not be collected enough for any conversation. Did you not come to ask my advice? Did you not say that you were in a difficulty as to what to do? But stop. Let me look at that sapphire again. The one I mentioned had one of its surfaces scratched by an accident." D'Artagnan again drew off the ring and handed it to Athos. Athos trembled. "Look," said he. "Look. Is it not strange?" And he pointed out to D'Artagnan the scratch that he remembered should be there. "But whence came this sapphire, Athos?" "It was my mother's, who had received it from her mother. As I told you, it is an ancient jewel which ought never to have gone out of the family." "And you sold it?" demanded D'Artagnan, with some hesitation. "No," replied Athos, with a singular smile. "I gave it away during a moment of love, even as it was given to you." D'Artagnan grew pensive in his turn. He thought that he could discern in her ladyship's life abysses which were black and terrible in their depths. He put the ring, not on his finger, but into his pocket. "Listen," said Athos, taking the young man's hand. "You know how much I love you, D'Artagnan. Had I a son, I could not love him more dearly. Well, take my advice. Renounce this woman. I do not know her, but a kind of intuition tells me that she is a lost creature, and that there is something fatal in her." "You are right," said D'Artagnan, "and I will renounce her. I will confess that this woman frightens even me." "And will you have the resolution?" asked Athos. "Yes, and at once, too," replied D'Artagnan. "You are quite right, my dear D'Artagnan," said Athos, pressing his hand with an affection almost paternal. "And God grant that this woman, who has scarcely been a part of your existence, may leave no pestilential trace upon it." And Athos bowed his head, like a man who would rather be left to his own thoughts. On reaching home, D'Artagnan found Kitty awaiting him. A month of fever would not have made a greater change in the poor girl than had been produced by an hour of jealousy and grief. She had been sent by her mistress to the Count de Wardes. Her mistress was mad with love, intoxicated with joy. She wanted to know when the Count would accord her a second interview. The pale and trembling Kitty waited there for D'Artagnan's reply. Athos had considerable influence over the young man. The counsels of his friend, cooperating with the sentiments of D'Artagnan's own heart, and with the memory of Madame Bonacieux, which was but rarely absent from him, had made him resolve, now that his pride was saved, to see her ladyship no more. As his only answer, he took a pen and wrote the following letter, which he sent, as he had done the preceding one, unsigned. "Do not reckon any more on me, madame. Now that I am becoming convalescent, I have so many interviews of the same kind to grant that I must put them into some regular order. When your turn comes round, I shall have the honour to inform you. I kiss your hands." Not a word was said about the sapphire. The Gascon wished to keep it for the present as a weapon against her ladyship. It would be wrong to judge of the actions of one age by the habits of another. The conduct, which would now be regarded as a disgrace to a man of honour, was, at that time, quite simple and natural. D'Artagnan handed the open letter to Kitty, who read it at first without understanding it, and who very nearly went mad when she read it a second time. Kitty scarcely could believe in such happiness, and D'Artagnan was obliged to repeat to her verbally the assurance which the letter gave in writing. Whatever might be the danger which, on account of the passionate character of her mistress, the poor girl incurred in delivering such a note to her ladyship, she none the less ran back as fast as her legs could carry her to the Place Royale. The heart of the kindest woman is pitiless towards a rival's pains. Her ladyship opened the letter with an eagerness equal to that with which the Abigail had brought it, but at the first words that she read, she became actually livid. Then she crushed the letter in her hand, and turned with lightning in her eyes to Kitty. "What is this letter?" said she. "It is the answer to your ladyship's," said the trembling Kitty. "Impossible!" exclaimed the lady. "Impossible that a gentleman should have written such a letter to a lady!" Then suddenly she cried, "My God! Could he know—" She checked herself, shuddering. She ground her teeth. Her face was of an ashy colour. She endeavoured to take a step towards the window for air, but she could only stretch out her arms. Her strength failed her, and she sank back into an easy-chair. Kitty, thinking she was fainting, rushed forward to open her corset, but raising herself up suddenly, she exclaimed, "What do you want? Why do you touch me?" "I thought your ladyship was ill, and I wished to assist you," replied the poor damsel, frightened at the terrible expression which the countenance of her mistress had assumed. "I unwell? Do you take me for a weak woman? When I am insulted, I do not feel unwell. I avenge myself. Do you hear?" And she motioned to leave the room. 36. The Dream of Vengeance. In the evening, her ladyship gave orders that Monsieur d'Artagnan should be admitted as usual, as soon as he should come. But he came not. On the next morning, Kitty went again to see D'Artagnan, and told him all that had occurred on the previous day. D'Artagnan smiled. This jealous anger of her ladyship was his revenge. The patience of the indignant lady had increased by night. She renewed her orders relative to the young Gascon, but as on the preceding evening, her hopes were in vain. On the next morning, Kitty visited D'Artagnan. She was, however, no longer joyous and alert, as on the previous days, but on the contrary, overcome with grief. D'Artagnan inquired of the poor girl what ailed her, but the latter, as her sole reply, drew from her pocket a letter, which she handed to him. This letter was in her ladyship's handwriting, only on this occasion it was really meant for D'Artagnan, and not for Monsieur de Wardes. He opened it, and read as follows. "Dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, it is wrong thus to neglect your friends, especially when about to part for so long a time. I and my brother looked for you in vain, both yesterday and the day before. Will it be the same this evening? Your very grateful, Lady de Winter." "This is all very plain," said D'Artagnan, "and I expected this letter. My credit rises as that of the Count de Wardes falls." "And will you go?" asked Kitty.
"Listen, my dear child," replied the Gascon, who sought to excuse himself in his own eyes for failing in his promise to Athos. "You must see that it would be imprudent to refuse so imperative an invitation. Her ladyship, on seeing that I kept away, would wonder at the cessation of my visits, and might perhaps suspect something. And who can tell the limits of such a woman's vengeance?"
"Oh, mon Dieu!" exclaimed Kitty. "You know how to represent things in such a way that you're always right. But you will go and pay your court to her again, and if you should happen to please her now, with your own face and under your true name, it will be far worse than before."
The poor girl guessed, by instinct, something of what was about to occur. D'Artagnan comforted her as well as he was able, and promised her that he would remain insensible to her ladyship's seductions. He sent word, by way of answer, that he was as grateful as man could be for her ladyship's kindness, and that he would not fail to wait upon her as she commanded. But he did not venture to write to her, lest, to her experienced eyes, he should be unable to disguise his handwriting sufficiently. At 9 o'clock, D'Artagnan was at the Place Royale. It was obvious that the servants, who were waiting in the antechamber, had already received their orders, for as soon as he had appeared, before he had even inquired if her ladyship was to be seen, one of them hastened to announce him. "Show him in," said my lady, in a voice so piercing that he heard it in the antechamber. He was at once admitted. "Not at home to anybody," said her ladyship. "Do you hear? Not to anybody." D'Artagnan observed the lady with great curiosity. She was pale, and her eyes were heavy, either from weeping or from want of sleep. The customary lights in the room had been designedly diminished in number, and yet the young woman could not conceal the traces of the fever which had been consuming her for 2 days. D'Artagnan approached her with his usual gallantry, and she made a mighty effort to receive him, but never did a more agitated face contradict a more enchanting smile. To D'Artagnan's questions respecting her health, she replied, "Bad, very bad." "Then," said D'Artagnan, "I am indiscreet in coming. You are unquestionably in want of a little peace, and I will immediately retire." "No,"
said her ladyship. "Remain, Monsieur d'Artagnan. Your pleasing company will, on the contrary, give me great relief." "She has never been so charming before," thought D'Artagnan. "Let me keep upon my guard." Her ladyship assumed the most affectionate air possible, and gave the utmost charm to her conversation. At the same time, that fever, which had for a moment left her, returned, to restore the lustre to her eyes, the roses to her cheeks, and the carmine to her lips. D'Artagnan again saw the Circe who had already encompassed him with her enchantments. Her ladyship smiled, and he felt that he would dare perdition for that smile. There was a moment during which he experienced something like remorse for what he had contrived against her. Her ladyship became, by degrees, more communicative. She asked D'Artagnan whether his heart were occupied by any love. "Alas," said he, assuming the most sentimental manner that he could, "how can you be so cruel as to ask me such a question? Me, who ever since I first saw you have only breathed and lived by you and for you." The lady smiled most strangely. "And so you love me?" said she. "Need I tell you so now? And have you never perceived it?" "Yes, I have. But you know, the prouder hearts are, the more difficult they are to win." "Ah, no difficulties can ever daunt me," replied D'Artagnan. "My only fear is of impossibilities." "Nothing is impossible," said the lady, "to one who truly loves." "Nothing, madame?" "Nothing," she replied. "I'faith," thought D'Artagnan, "the time is changed. Will the capricious creature chance to fall in love with me, and will she be disposed to give me another sapphire, equal to that she gave me for De Ward?" "Come," resumed her ladyship, "let me hear what you would do to prove the love that you profess." "Everything that you can ask. Command, and I am ready to obey." "Everything?" "Yes, everything!" exclaimed D'Artagnan, who knew beforehand that he did not risk much by such an engagement. "Well, then, let us talk a little about it," said she, drawing her chair nearer D'Artagnan. "I am all attention, madame," said the latter. The lady paused for a moment, thoughtful and undecided. Then, appearing to form her resolution, she said, "I have an enemy." "You, madame?" cried D'Artagnan, feigning surprise. "Mon Dieu! Beautiful and good as you are? Is it possible?" "A mortal enemy." "Indeed?" "An enemy who has so cruelly insulted me that there is war to the death between us. Can I reckon upon you as an ally?" D'Artagnan instantly perceived at what the vindictive creature was aiming. "You can, madame," said he emphatically. "My arm and my life belong to you, as well as my love." "Well, then," said her ladyship, "since you are as generous as you are enamored—" She hesitated. "Well?" demanded D'Artagnan. "Well," resumed her ladyship, after a moment's silence, "cease from this day to speak of impossibilities." "Do not overwhelm me with my happiness!" exclaimed D'Artagnan, throwing himself on his knees and covering with kisses the hands which she abandoned to him. "Yes," thought the lady, "avenge me on that wretch De Ward, and I shall easily get rid of you afterwards. Double fool, living sword blade." "Yes," thought D'Artagnan also on his side. "Tell me that you love me, after having so audaciously deceived me, and then, dangerous and hypocritical woman, I will laugh at you, in concert with him whom you wish to punish by my hand." Raising his head, D'Artagnan said, "I am ready." "You understand me, then, dear D'Artagnan?" said her ladyship. "I can read your every look." "Then you will, for me, employ that arm which has already gained such great renown?" "Yes, instantly." "And how," said her ladyship, "shall I ever repay a service so important?" "Your love is the only recompense that I desire, the only one that would be worthy either of you or me," replied D'Artagnan. "Infatuated creature," said she, smiling. "Ah, exclaimed D'Artagnan, carried away for an instant by the passion which this woman had the power of exciting in his heart. "Ah, your love appears to me improbable, and, fearful of seeing it vanish like a dream, I am impatient to receive from your own lips the assurance of its reality." "Do you already merit such an avowal?" "I am at your command," replied D'Artagnan. "Are you quite determined?" said she, with a lingering doubt. "Name the wretch who has drawn tears from your beautiful eyes." "And who has told you that there have been tears?" exclaimed she. "I imagine so." "Women of my character never weep," replied her ladyship. "So much the better. But tell me his name." "Remember that his name is all my secret." "Yes, I must know it." "Yes, you must. See what confidence I place in you." "You overpower me with joy. What is his name?" "You know it." "Indeed?" "Yes." "It is not one of my friends," said he, feigning hesitation as an evidence of his ignorance. "And if it were one of your friends, would you hesitate?" said her ladyship, whilst a threatening flash was sparkling in her eyes. "Not if it were my brother!" exclaimed D'Artagnan, as though carried away by enthusiasm. Our Gascon advanced without danger, for he knew where he was going. "I love your devotedness," said the lady. "Alas! Do you love only that in me?" said D'Artagnan. "I will tell you that another time," replied she, taking his hand. And this pressure made D'Artagnan tremble, as though the fever which her ladyship endured had also infected him. "You will love me some day, you?" exclaimed he. "Oh, if that should come to pass, the bliss will deprive me of reason." D'Artagnan was, in fact, intoxicated with joy, and in his temporary delirium he almost believed in the tenderness of her ladyship and in the crime of De Ward. If the latter had been at that moment near him, he would have slain him. The lady seized the opportunity. "He is called—" she uttered in her turn. "De Ward, I know it!" interrupted D'Artagnan. "And how do you know it?" asked she, seizing his two hands and looking into his eyes, as if striving to read his very soul. D'Artagnan felt that he had allowed himself to be led into a fault. Tell me, then," she exclaimed. "How do you know it?" "How do I know it?" repeated D'Artagnan. "Yes! I know it because yesterday, in a drawing-room where I was, De Ward displayed a ring, which he said you gave him." "The wretch!" exclaimed her ladyship. It will be easily understood that this epithet resounded in the very depths of D'Artagnan's heart. "Well?" continued she. "Well, I will avenge you on this wretch," said D'Artagnan, giving himself the airs of Don Japhet of Armenia. "Thanks, my brave friend," exclaimed the lady. "And when shall I be avenged?" "Tomorrow, immediately, whenever you command." Her ladyship was about to exclaim, "Immediately," but she reflected that such precipitation would be but little complimentary to D'Artagnan. She had, moreover, 1,000 precautions to take, and 1,000 counsels to impress on her defender, that he should avoid all explanations with the Count in the presence of witnesses. "Tomorrow," resumed D'Artagnan, "you shall be revenged, or I shall no more exist." "No," said she, "you will revenge me, and you will not die. I know something in reference to that." "What do you know?" "Why, it seems to me that, in your former contest with him, you had no reason to complain of fortune." "Fortune is a fickle jade. Today favourable, she may betray me tomorrow." "Does this mean that you now hesitate?" "No, I do not hesitate, God forbid, but—" "Silence!" she interrupted. "I hear my brother. It is inexpedient that he should find you here." She rang the bell, and Kitty entered. "Go through this door," said she to D'Artagnan, as she opened a small secret door, "and return at 11 o'clock, when we can end this conversation. Kitty will conduct you to me." As the poor girl heard these few words, she felt as if she would sink into the earth. "Well, what are you about, mademoiselle, that you stand there as motionless as a statue? Come, show this gentleman out." Remember, at 11 tonight." "It appears that all your appointments are for 11 o'clock," thought D'Artagnan. "It is a confirmed habit." The lady gave him her hand, which he kissed with tenderness. "Well," thought he, as he went away, scarcely replying to the reproaches of Kitty, "well, I must not make a fool of myself. Unquestionably, this woman is an abominable wretch. I must be on my guard." 37. The Lady's Secret. D'Artagnan had gone out of the hotel, instead of at once ascending to Kitty's room, there to wait for the hour of his appointment with her ladyship. He had two reasons for adopting this course. The first was, that by this means he avoided the recriminations and entreaties of the girl. And the second was, that he wished coolly to reflect on the secret thought of the lady, and, if possible, to penetrate it. What seemed to him most certain was that he was exposing himself to love her ladyship like a madman, whilst she, on the other hand, did not love him the least in the world, and never would. At one time he considered that the best thing to do would be to return home, and write a long letter to her ladyship, in which he would confess that, as far as he was concerned, he and De Ward were the same individual, and, consequently, that it was only by suicide he could kill the De Ward by whom she thought herself injured. But, with the conviction that she would still detest him, and would regard him only as a vile instrument of vengeance that she could break when it had served her turn, the yearning to avenge himself returned to his heart. He longed to rule over the woman who had trifled with and insulted him, and wounded him also, in his sincere and pure love, by becoming an accomplice in the abduction of Madame Bonacieux. He went 5 or 6 times round the Place Royale, agitated by all these conflicting emotions, and returning every 10 paces to regard the light which was still visible through the blinds of her ladyship's apartment. It was manifest that she was not, on this occasion, in such eager haste to return into her chamber. At length it struck 11. This sound drove all irresolution from D'Artagnan's heart. He recalled each detail of the interview which he had just had with her ladyship, and, by one of those revulsions so common in similar cases, he entered the house with his heart palpitating and his head on fire, and rushed into Kitty's room. The poor girl, pale as death and trembling in every limb, would have kept D'Artagnan back, but her mistress, with her ear on the watch, had heard the noise he had made in entering, and opened the door. "Come," said she. D'Artagnan was no longer sane. He felt himself entangled in one of those fantastic intrigues which are ours in dreams. He advanced towards her ladyship, attracted by the magnetic power which the lodestone exercises over the steel. The door was closed behind them. Kitty, in her turn, rushed forwards to the door. Jealousy and fury and offended pride, all the passions, in a word, which rule the heart of an enamoured woman, impelled her to a confession. But she would be herself ruined if she confessed her participation in such a machination, and, above all, D'Artagnan would be for ever lost to her. This last thought of love still urged her to the crowning sacrifice. D'Artagnan, upon his side, had surrendered himself entirely to the inspiration of vanity. It was not now a rival who was loved in his person. It was himself, apparently, to whom the love was given. A secret voice from the depths of his own heart truly told him that he was only a weapon, which was caressed until it had inflicted death. But pride and self-love and folly silenced this voice and stifled this murmur. And besides, our Gascon, with the degree of confidence which we know him to possess, compared himself with De Ward, and inquired why, taking one consideration with another, he should not be loved for himself alone. Thanks to the influence of these thoughts, her ladyship ceased to be a woman of wicked dispositions, who had for a moment terrified him. She became a charming being, who promised to experience herself the love that she excited. Nevertheless, the lady, who had not the same motives as D'Artagnan for forgetfulness, quickly drew him from his contemplations, and recalled him to the reality of their interview. She inquired whether the measures which were to bring about a meeting with De Ward on the next day were all definitely determined on beforehand in his own mind. But D'Artagnan, whose ideas had taken quite another course, forgot himself like a fool, and gallantly answered that it was not in her presence, when he was occupied with nothing but the happiness of seeing and of hearing her, that he could think of duels with the sword. This coldness on the only subject which interested her alarmed her ladyship, and her questions became more pressing. Then D'Artagnan, who had never seriously thought of this impossible duel, endeavoured to turn the conversation, but found himself unable. Her ladyship kept the conference within the limits that she had herself traced beforehand, with her irresistible spirit and her iron will. D'Artagnan then thought himself very clever in endeavouring to persuade her to renounce, by forgiving De Ward, the furious projects she had formed. But at the first words that he uttered, her countenance assumed a most repulsive expression. "Are you afraid, dear Monsieur d'Artagnan?" cried she, in a sharp and mocking voice that sounded strangely in the young man's ears. "You cannot think so, my adored," replied D'Artagnan. "But what if this poor Count de Ward was less culpable than you imagine?" "In any case," said her ladyship seriously, "he has deceived me, and from that moment has deserved death." "Then he shall die, since you condemn him," said D'Artagnan, in a tone so firm that it appeared to her ladyship the expression of an unconquerable devotion. She smiled upon him once more. "Yes, I am prepared," continued D'Artagnan, with an involuntary excitement. "But first, there is one thing of which I would fain be sure." "What?" inquired the lady. "That you love me." "Your presence here is a proof of that, I think," replied she, feigning some embarrassment. "Yes, and I am yours, body and soul. Dispose of my arm." "Thanks, my brave defender. And even as I prove my love by admitting you here, you will in your turn prove yours, will you not?" "Certainly. But if you love me, as you say," resumed D'Artagnan, "do you not fear anything on my account?" "What can I fear?" "I might be dangerously wounded, killed even." "Impossible," said the lady. "You are so valiant a man, and so expert a swordsman." "Then you would not prefer," resumed D'Artagnan, "a method which would equally well revenge you, yet render the combat unnecessary?" The lady looked at the young man in silence. Her clear eyes had an expression singularly malevolent. "Really," said she, "I verily believe that you are now faltering again." "No, I have no hesitation, but this poor De Ward awakens my compassion, now that you no longer love him. And it appears to me that a man must be sufficiently punished by the loss of your love without meriting further chastisement." "And who has told you that I ever loved him?" asked her ladyship. "At least I may believe without any great folly that you love another," replied the young man gallantly. "And I repeat that I am interested in the Count." "You?" demanded the lady. "And why?" "Because I alone know—" "What?" "That he has been far less culpable towards you than you think." "Really?" said the lady, with an uneasy look. "Explain yourself, for upon my word I cannot understand what you mean." And she looked at D'Artagnan with eyes which were gradually lighted up by a more baleful flame. "Yes, I am a man of honour," said D'Artagnan, determined now to finish what he had begun. "And since you have confessed your love for me, since I am quite sure of possessing it, for I possess it, do I not?" "Entirely, but proceed." "Well then, I find myself quite transformed, and a confession forces itself from me." "A confession?" "If I doubted your love, I would not venture on it. But you do love me, do you not?" "Undoubtedly." "Then, if through excess of love to you I had committed a fault, you would forgive me?" "Perhaps so. But this confession," said she, becoming pale, "what is this confession?" "You had an interview with De Ward last Thursday in this very chamber, had you not?" "I? No, it is not true," said the lady, in a tone so firm and with a countenance so impassive that, had D'Artagnan not possessed such perfect certainty, he must have doubted. "Do not lie, my beauteous angel," said D'Artagnan, endeavouring to smile. "It is quite useless." "What do you mean? Speak now, for you kill me." "Oh, be at ease. You are not culpable towards me, and I have already forgiven you." "What next? What next?" "De Ward has nothing to boast of." "How? You told me yourself that that ring, I myself have. The De Ward of Thursday and the D'Artagnan of today
are the same person." The imprudent young man expected a surprise, mixed with bashfulness, a little storm which would dissolve in tears. But he strangely deceived himself, and his error was quickly apparent. Pale and terrible, her ladyship raised herself up, and pushing away D'Artagnan, who was near her, by a violent blow on the chest, sought to hasten from him. D'Artagnan restrained her by her robe in order to implore her pardon, but with a powerful and resolute effort she endeavored to escape. In this effort her robe gave way near the corset, and then, one of her beautiful shoulders being uncovered, D'Artagnan, with inexpressible horror, perceived upon it the fleur-de-lis, that indelible mark impressed by the degrading hand of the executioner. "Great God!" exclaimed he, letting fall the robe, and he remained mute, motionless, and rooted to his place. But the lady felt herself denounced, even by D'Artagnan's horror. Doubtless he had seen everything. The young man now knew her secret, that terrible secret of which the whole world was ignorant except him. She turned, no longer like a mere furious woman, but like a wounded panther. "Ah, wretch!" said she, "you have betrayed me like a coward, and, moreover, you have learned my secret. You must die!" And she ran to an inlaid cabinet on her toilet table, opened it with a feverish, trembling hand, drew from it a small dagger with a golden hilt and a sharp and slender blade, and returned with one bound to the side of D'Artagnan, her vesture in pieces.
This is the end of disc number 12. Please insert disc number 13. This is disc number 13.
She ran to an inlaid cabinet on her toilet table, opened it with a feverish, trembling hand, drew from it a small dagger with a golden hilt and a sharp and slender blade, and returned with one bound to the side of D'Artagnan, her vesture in pieces. Although the young man was, as we know, brave, he was frightened at that convulsed countenance, at those horrible dilated pupils, at those pale cheeks and bleeding lips. He arose and recoiled, as from the approach of a serpent that had crawled towards him, and instinctively putting his perspiring hand to his sword, he drew it from the sheath. But without being at all dismayed at the sight of the sword, her ladyship still advanced towards him to strike him, and only stopped when she felt the sharp point upon her bosom. Then she attempted to seize the sword in her hands, but D'Artagnan always withheld it from her grasp, by pointing it, without touching her, sometimes at her eyes and sometimes at her breast, whilst he still retreated, endeavouring to find the door which opened into Kitty's room. During all this time her ladyship was rushing at him in horrible transports of rage, and howling in a fearful manner. Nevertheless, as this was ending in a strong resemblance to a duel, D'Artagnan gradually recovered his coolness. "Well done, beautiful lady, well done," said he. "But for God's sake be calm, or I will draw a second fleur-de-lis on the other shoulder." "Wretch! Wretch!" vociferated her ladyship. But D'Artagnan, still seeking the door, maintained himself on the defensive. At the noise that they made by overturning the furniture, she to get at him and he to get behind it out of the way, Kitty opened the door. D'Artagnan, who had never ceased manoeuvring to get near this door, was only 3 paces from it. With one bound, therefore, he sprang out of the lady's chamber into that of her maid, and, as quick as lightning, closed the door again, and leaned against it with his whole weight, whilst Kitty fastened the bolts. Her ladyship then endeavoured, with a force far beyond the strength of an ordinary woman, to break down the barriers which confined her in her own room. But finding this impossible, she stabbed the door with her dagger, sometimes penetrating the entire thickness of the panels. Each blow was accompanied by some horrible imprecation. "Quick, quick, Kitty," said D'Artagnan in a whisper, when the bolts were fastened. "Make haste to let me out of the hotel, or she will have me killed by the lackeys. Let us be quick, do you hear? For it is a matter of life and death." Kitty too well understood him. She drew him down the stairs in the darkness, and it was time. Her ladyship had already rung, and aroused the whole of her establishment.
The porter drew the cord at Kitty's call at the very instant that his mistress screamed from the window, "Do not open!" The young man fled, whilst she still menaced him with an impotent gesture. At the same moment that she lost sight of him, she fell senseless in her chamber. 38. How, without disturbing himself, Athos obtained his equipment. D'Artagnan was so completely confounded that, without considering what would become of Kitty, he ran through half of Paris, and did not stop till he found himself at Athos's door. The confusion of his mind, the terror which spurred him on, the shouts of some of the watch who had pursued him, only made him the more expeditious in his progress. He traversed the court, mounted the 2 flights of stairs, and knocked as if he would break down the door. Grimaud opened it, with his eyes swollen by sleep, and D'Artagnan rushed into the antechamber with such violence as almost to overthrow him as he passed. This time, at any rate, in spite of his habitual taciturnity, Grimaud found his tongue. "Hullo!" he cried. "What do you want, hussy?" D'Artagnan then rid himself of the woman's hood and cloak given him to escape in by Kitty. At the sight of D'Artagnan's naked sword, the poor fellow saw that he had to deal with a man, with some assassin perhaps. "Help! Help! Murder!" exclaimed he. "Be silent, you unlucky dog," said the young man. "I am D'Artagnan. Do you not know me? Where is your master?" "You, Monsieur D'Artagnan!" exclaimed the panic-stricken Grimaud. "Impossible!" "Grimaud," said Athos, as he quietly emerged from his chamber in his dressing-gown. "Grimaud, I believe that you are permitting yourself to speak." "Ah, sir, it is because—" "Silence!" Grimaud then contented himself with pointing to D'Artagnan with his finger. Athos, phlegmatic as he was, burst out into a fit of laughter, which was occasioned by D'Artagnan's wild appearance, hood askew, skirt falling, sleeves tucked up, moustache bristling. "Do not laugh, my friend," exclaimed D'Artagnan. "In the name of heaven, do not laugh, for upon my soul I assure you that there is nothing to laugh at." He uttered these words with so much solemnity, and with such undissembled horror, that Athos immediately seized his hand, saying, "Are you wounded, my friend? You're very pale." "No, but something very terrible has just happened to me." "Are you alone, Athos?" "Sans Dieu! Who would you expect to be with me at this time of night?" "Good, good." And D'Artagnan hurried into Athos's chamber. "Well, speak now," said the latter, bolting the door. "Is the king dead? Have you killed the cardinal? You're altogether upset. Come, speak, for I'm dying with anxiety." "Athos," replied D'Artagnan, "prepare to hear something perfectly incredible, unparalleled." "Speak, then, speak," said Athos. "Well, then," continued D'Artagnan, bending towards Athos's ear and whispering, "her ladyship is branded with a fleur-de-lis upon her shoulder." "Ah!" exclaimed the musketeer, as if he had received a bullet in his heart. "But are you quite sure," continued D'Artagnan, "that the other is really dead?" "The other," murmured Athos in a voice so faint as scarcely to be audible. "Yes, she of whom you told me one day at Amiens." Athos groaned, and his head fell upon his hands. "This one," said D'Artagnan, "is a woman of from 26 to 28 years of age." "Blonde?" said Athos. "Yes, with clear blue eyes of an uncommon brightness, and with black eyelashes and eyebrows." "Yes." "Tall and well made?" "Has she also lost a tooth near the eye-tooth on the left side?" "Yes." "The fleur-de-lis is small, of a red colour, and as if somewhat effaced by layers of paste applied to it?" "Yes." "And yet you say that this woman is English?" "She is called my lady, but she may yet be a Frenchwoman. Lord de Winter is only her brother-in-law." "I must see her, D'Artagnan." "Take care, Athos, take care. You wish to kill her. She is a woman who would willingly pay you back, and is not likely to fail." "She dare not say a word. It will be denouncing herself." "She is equal to anything. Did you ever see her furious?" "No," said Athos. "A tigress, a panther. Ah, my dear Athos, I fear that I have drawn down upon us both a terrible vengeance." D'Artagnan then recounted everything, the lady's maddened rage and her menaces of death. "You are quite right, and upon my soul I would sell my life for a hare," said Athos. "Happily, however, we leave Paris the day after tomorrow, and shall probably go to La Rochelle. Once off, she will pursue you to the end of the world, Athos, should she recognize you. Let her then vent her hatred on me alone. Ah, my friend, what does it signify that she should kill me?" said Athos. "Do you for an instant suppose that I am at all anxious to live? There is some horrible mystery under all this, Athos. I am certain that this woman is one of the cardinal's spies. In that case, take care of yourself. If the cardinal does not greatly admire you for that London affair, he hates you thoroughly. But as he has, all being considered, nothing to bring forward openly against you, and yet must gratify his revenge, take care of yourself. If you go out, do not go alone. If you eat, use every precaution. Distrust everything, even your own shadow." "Happily," said D'Artagnan, "we only need to manage till tomorrow evening without accident. For when once with the army, I hope that we shall only have men to fear." "In the meantime," said Athos, "I renounce my plan of seclusion, and shall go everywhere with you. You must return to the Rue des Fossoyeurs, and I will accompany you." "Be it so, my dear Athos. But first, let me return to you this ring which I received from that woman. This sapphire is yours. Did you not tell me that it was a family jewel?" "Yes. My father gave 2,000 crowns for it, as he formerly told me. It was a part of the marriage present that he made my mother. It is magnificent. My mother gave it to me, and instead of guarding it as a sacred relic, madman that I was, I gave it to that wretch. Well, take back your ring, for I understand that you must prize it. I take it, after it has passed through that wretch's hands? Never. The ring is polluted, D'Artagnan. Then sell it or pledge it. You can borrow 1,000 crowns on it. With that sum you will be well off, and then with the first money you obtain you can redeem it, cleansed of its ancient stains, since it will have passed through the hands of usurers." Athos smiled. "You are a charming companion, my dear D'Artagnan," said he. "Your eternal gaiety revives the souls of the afflicted. Well, then, let us pledge this ring of mine, but on one condition." "And what is that?" "That you will have 500 crowns, and I shall have 500. "But think a moment, Athos. I shall not want a quarter of that sum. I, who am only in the Guards, and by selling my saddles I can easily procure it. What do I really want? A horse for Planchet, nothing more. Besides, you forget that I have a ring also, which you value even more than I do mine. At least I think that I have so observed. Yes, for in extremities it might relieve us, not only from great embarrassment, but even from great danger. It is not only a simple diamond, it is also an enchanted talisman. I do not understand you, yet I believe what you say. But to return to my ring, or rather ours, you shall take half the sum it may produce, or I will throw it into the Seine, and I much doubt whether, as in the case of Polycrates, a fish would be so obliging as to restore it to us." "Well then, I agree to it," said D'Artagnan. At this moment Grimaud came in, accompanied by Planchet, who was uneasy about his master, and anxious to know what had happened to him. Athos dressed himself, and, when he was ready to go out, made the gesture of a man taking aim to Grimaud. The latter immediately took down his carbine and prepared to follow his master. D'Artagnan and Athos, attended by their servants, reached the Rue des Fossoyeurs in safety. Monsieur Bonacieux was at his door, and looked at D'Artagnan with a bantering air. "Hullo, my dear lodger," said he. "Make haste. There is a pretty young girl waiting for you, and the women, you know, do not like to be kept waiting." "It is Kitty," exclaimed D'Artagnan to himself, as he rushed towards the stairs. In fact, on the landing-place before his apartment, and crouching against his door, he found the poor trembling girl. As soon as she saw him, she exclaimed, "You promised me your protection. You promised to save me from her anger. Remember, it is you who have ruined me." "Yes, certainly," said D'Artagnan. "Make yourself easy about that, Kitty. But what happened after I was gone?" "I can scarcely tell," replied Kitty. "At the outcries that she made, the lackeys ran to her. She was furious with passion.
Whatever can be uttered in the way of imprecation she vomited forth against you. Then I thought you would remember that it was through my room that you had entered hers, and would take me for your accomplice. So I collected the little money that I had, and my most precious clothes, and ran hither for safety."
"Poor child! But what am I to do with you? I'm going off the day after tomorrow."
"Anything you like, sir. Send me away from Paris. Send me out of France."
"But I cannot take you with me to the siege of La Rochelle," said D'Artagnan.
"No, but you might place me in the service of some lady of your acquaintance, in your own province, for instance."
"Ah, my child, in my own province the ladies have no waiting maids. But wait, I know what I will do. Planchet, go to Aramis and ask him to come here directly. We have matters of great importance to discuss with him." "I understand," said Athos. "But why not Porthos? It appears to me that his marchioness—"
"Porthos's marchioness! Sooner than keep a lady's maid would have her clothes put on her by her husband's clerks," said D'Artagnan, laughing. "Besides, Kitty would rather not live in the Rue aux Ours, would you, Kitty?" "I will live where you please," said Kitty, "provided I am concealed and that nobody knows where I am."
"But, Kitty, now that we are going to be separated, and that you are therefore no longer jealous of me—"
"Sir," interrupted Kitty, "far or near, I shall never cease to love you."
"Where the plague does constancy repair to nestle?" muttered Athos. "And I also," said D'Artagnan. "I also shall always love you, you may be sure. But now answer me. This question is one of great importance. Did you never hear anything said about a young woman who was abducted one night?"
"Wait a minute. Oh, mon Dieu, sir, do you still love that woman?"
"No, it is one of my friends who loves her. Yes, it is Athos there." "I?" exclaimed Athos, in a tone pretty much like that of the man who sees himself about to tread upon an adder. "Yes, to be sure, you," said D'Artagnan, pressing Athos's hand. "You know the interest that we all take in that poor little Madame Bonacieux. Besides, Kitty will not tell, will you, Kitty? You understand, my child," exclaimed D'Artagnan, "that she is the wife of that ugly ape whom you saw upon the doorstep as you came in."
"Oh, my God!" exclaimed Kitty. "You remind me how frightened I was lest he should have recognized me."
"How? Recognized? Then you have seen this man before?"
"Yes, he came twice to my lady's."
"As might be expected. About what time?"
"About a fortnight ago."
"Just about the time."
"And yesterday evening he came again."
"Yesterday evening?"
"Yes, a minute before you came yourself."
"My dear Athos, we are enveloped in a web of spies. And do you believe that he recognized you, Kitty?"
"I drew down my hood when I saw him, but perhaps it was too late."
"Go down, Athos. He suspects you less than me, and see whether he is still at the door." Athos went down and returned immediately. "He is gone," said he, "and the house is closed. He is gone to make his report, and to say that all the pigeons are at this moment in the dovecot." "Well, then, let us be off," said Athos, "leaving only Planchet here to bring us intelligence." "Wait one instant. And what about Aramis, whom we have sent for?" "True," said Athos. "Let us wait for Aramis." An instant afterwards Aramis entered. They explained the affair to him, and told him how urgent it was for him to find, amongst some of his high connections, a situation for Kitty. "And will this really be a service to you, D'Artagnan?" "I will be grateful for it forever." "Well, then, Madame de Bois Tracy has requested me to find a trustworthy waiting-maid for one of her friends, who lives in the provinces. And if you, my dear D'Artagnan, can answer for the young woman—"
"Oh, sir!" exclaimed Kitty, "I shall be entirely devoted, be assured, to the lady who will give me the means of leaving Paris."
"Then," said Aramis, "nothing can be better." He sat himself down at the table and wrote a short note, which he sealed with a ring and gave to Kitty. "And now, my child," said D'Artagnan, "you know that this place is no safer for us than for you, so let us separate. We shall meet again in happier days."
"And at whatever time or place we may meet again, sir," said Kitty, "you will find me loving you still more than now."
"A gamester's vow," said Athos, whilst D'Artagnan was accompanying Kitty down the stairs. A few minutes afterwards, the three friends separated, after making an appointment for 4 o'clock at Athos's chambers, and leaving Planchet to mind the house. Aramis returned home, and Athos and D'Artagnan busied themselves about pledging the sapphire. As our Gascon had foreseen, they easily procured 300 pistoles on the ring, and the Jew moreover declared that if they chose to sell it, as it would make a splendid drop for earrings, he would give as much as 500 pistoles for it. Athos and D'Artagnan, with the activity of 2 soldiers and the science of 2 connoisseurs, scarcely spent 3 hours in purchasing the equipment of the musketeer. Besides, Athos had the character and manners of a nobleman, even to his fingers' ends. Directly anything suited him, he paid for it at once, without haggling to reduce the price. D'Artagnan wished to make some objections to this, but Athos laid his hand on his shoulder, smiling, and D'Artagnan understood that it was very well for a little Gascon gentleman like him to bargain, but not for a man who had the deportment of a prince. The musketeer saw a superb Andalusian horse, as black as jet, with fiery nostrils and fine and elegant legs, rising 6 years. He examined it and found it faultless. He got it for 1,000 francs. Perhaps he might have had it for less, but while D'Artagnan was discussing the price with the dealer, Athos counted down the 100 pistoles on the table. Grimaud had a cob from Picardy, which cost 300 francs. But when the saddle of this latter horse and Grimaud's arms were bought, Athos had not 1 sou remaining of the 150 pistoles. D'Artagnan therefore begged his friend to bite a mouthful out of his share, which he could restore to him afterwards if he chose. But Athos only answered by shrugging his shoulders. "How much did the Jew say he would give for the sapphire to buy it out and out?" asked he at last. 500 pistoles. "That is 200 pistoles more, 100 for each of us. Why, that is quite a fortune. Let us go to the Jew again, my friend." "But would you really do this?" "Yes. This ring would unquestionably recall memories too melancholy. Besides, we shall never have 300 pistoles to redeem it with. Therefore we should actually lose 200 by the bargain. Go and tell him that the ring is his, D'Artagnan, and come back with the 200 pistoles." "Reflect, Athos. Ready money is scarce in these times, and we should learn to make sacrifices. Go, D'Artagnan, go. Grimaud shall bear you company with his carbine." Half an hour afterwards, D'Artagnan returned with the 2,000 livres, no accident having befallen him on the way. It was thus that Athos found, without giving himself any trouble, resources which he did not expect. 39. A charming vision. At the appointed hour, the 4 friends were reunited at the house of Athos. Their anxiety about equipment had entirely disappeared, and their faces no longer bore the marks of any but their own secret care. For behind all present happiness there lurks some fear about the future. Suddenly Planchet entered, bearing 2 letters addressed to D'Artagnan. One was a little note, delicately folded lengthwise, with a pretty seal of green wax, on which was depicted a dove bearing a green bough. The other was a large square envelope, glittering with the terrible arms of his Eminence, the Cardinal Duke. At sight of the little letter, D'Artagnan's heart bounded, for he believed that he recognized the writing, and though he had only seen that writing once, the memory of it was engraven in his heart's core. So he took the note and unsealed it hastily. "Walk out," it said, "about 6 or 7 o'clock on Wednesday evening next, on the Chaillot road, and look carefully into the carriages as they pass. But as you value your own life, or that of someone who loves you, do not speak, do not make one motion which may show that you have recognized her who exposes herself to every ill, only to see you for an instant." There was no signature. "It is a snare," said Athos. "Do not go, D'Artagnan." "And yet," said D'Artagnan, "I think that I know the writing well." "But it may be feigned," said Athos. "At 6 or 7 o'clock, at this season, you would be as solitary on the Chaillot road as if you went to walk in the forest of Bondy." "But what if we should all go?" said D'Artagnan. "Surely they could not eat us all 4, besides the 4 servants, the horses, and our arms. The act would certainly bring on a fit of indigestion." "Besides, it will be a fine opportunity to display our equipments," said Porthos. "But if it is a woman who writes," said Aramis, "and this woman does not wish to be seen, consider that you compromise her, D'Artagnan, which is not becoming in a gentleman." We will remain behind, said Porthos, and he can advance alone. Yes, but a pistol shot is easily fired from a carriage going at full speed. Ah, said D'Artagnan, it would miss me, and we would then overtake the carriage and exterminate whoever might be in it. It would be still so many enemies the fewer. He is right, said Porthos. Let us give battle. Besides, we needs must try our arms. Faith, let us give ourselves this treat, said Aramis, in his soft and careless way. Just as you please, said Athos. Gentlemen, said D'Artagnan, it is now 4:30, and we have but just time to get to the Chaillot road by 6. Besides, if we go out too late, no one will see us, said Porthos, and that would be a sad pity. Let us get ready, gentlemen. But this second letter, said Athos, you forget that. And yet I fancy the seal indicates that it is worth opening. As for me, I confess, my dear D'Artagnan, that I think much more of it than of that little gewgaw which you so gently bestowed just now over your heart. D'Artagnan grew crimson. Well, said the young man, let us now see what his Eminence wants with me. D'Artagnan opened the letter and read, Monsieur D'Artagnan of the King's Guards, of Monsieur des Essarts' company, is expected at the Cardinal's palace at 8 o'clock this evening. La Houdinière, captain of the guards. The devil, said Athos. Here is an appointment, not a whit less disquieting in other respects than the first. I will go to the second on returning from the first, said D'Artagnan. One is at 7, the other at 8. There will be time enough for both. I would not go, said Aramis. A gallant gentleman cannot decline an appointment made by a lady, but a prudent gentleman may excuse himself from waiting on his Eminence, particularly when he has some reason to believe that he is not sent for to listen to compliments. I am of Aramis's opinion, said Porthos. Gentlemen, replied D'Artagnan, I have already received a similar invitation from his Eminence through Monsieur de Cavois. I neglected it, and the next day a great misfortune happened to me. Constance disappeared. Whatever may be the result, I will go. If you are determined, said Athos, do it. But the Bastille, said Aramis. Ah, you will get me out again, rejoined D'Artagnan. Certainly, replied Aramis and Porthos with the greatest coolness, as if it had been the simplest thing in the world. Certainly we will pull you out again, but as we must be off the day after tomorrow, you would do better not to run the risk of getting in. Let us do better, said Athos. Let us not leave him throughout the evening. Let each of us, accompanied by 3 musketeers, wait at a gate of the palace. If we see any closed carriage that looks suspicious coming out, we will fall upon it. It is a long time since we have had a crow to pluck with the Cardinal's guards, and Monsieur de Tréville must think us dead. Decidedly, Athos, said Aramis, you were cut out for the general of an army. What do you say to the plan, gentlemen? Splendid, cried the young men in chorus. I have got no horse, said D'Artagnan, but I can go and take one of Monsieur de Tréville's. That is unnecessary, remarked Aramis. You can have one of mine. How many have you, then? Inquired D'Artagnan. 3, replied Aramis, smiling. My dear fellow, said Athos, you are certainly the best paid poet in France. Or in Navarre, added D'Artagnan. But listen, my dear Aramis, said Athos. You will not know what to do with 3 horses, will you? I do not understand, indeed, why you have bought 3. Nor did I, in fact, buy more than 2, replied Aramis. Did the 3rd come from the clouds, then? No, the 3rd was brought to me this morning by a servant without livery, who would not tell me from whom he came, and who merely said that he had been ordered by his master, or his mistress, interposed D'Artagnan. That makes no difference, said Aramis, colouring, and who merely said that he had been ordered by his master, or his mistress, to put this horse in my stable without telling me from whom it came. It is only to poets that such things happen, gravely remarked Athos. Well, then, in that case we can do better, said D'Artagnan. Which of the 2 horses will you ride, Aramis? That which you bought, or that which was given to you? That which was given to me, without doubt.
You understand, D'Artagnan, that I could not so affront the mysterious donor, added D'Artagnan. Or the mysterious donatrix, said Athos. Then that which you bought becomes of no use to you. Almost so. You chose it yourself? And with the greatest care. The safety of the horseman, you know, depends almost always on his horse. Well, then, let me have him at the price you gave. I was going to offer you this trifle, my dear D'Artagnan, giving you your own time to repay me. And how much did he cost you? 800 francs. Here are 40 double pistoles, my dear friend, said D'Artagnan, taking that sum from his pocket. I know that it is the same piece in which you are paid for your poems. You are in cash, then? Rich, rolling in wealth, said D'Artagnan, rattling the rest of his pistoles in his pocket. Send your saddle, then, to the Hotel of the Musketeers, and your horse shall be brought here with ours. Very well, but it is almost 5 o'clock. Let us make haste. In about a quarter of an hour afterwards, Porthos appeared at the end of the Rue Férou on a magnificent Spanish horse. Mousqueton was following him on a small but strong horse from Auvergne. Porthos was radiant with joy and pride. At the same time, Aramis was seen at the other end of the street, mounted on a superb English steed. Bazin followed on a roan horse, leading a vigorous Mecklenburgian horse, which now belonged to D'Artagnan. The two musketeers met at the door. Athos and D'Artagnan were looking at them from the window. "By my faith," said Aramis, "you have a grand horse there, my friend." "Yes," replied Porthos. "It is the one that was to have been sent at first. A foolish joke of the husband substituted the other, but the husband has been well punished since, and I have obtained reparation." Grimaud appeared in his turn, leading his master's horse. D'Artagnan and Athos came down, got into their saddles by the side of their companions, and they all four proceeded towards the quay. Athos on the horse for which he was indebted to his wife, Aramis on the horse for which he was indebted to his mistress, Porthos on the horse for which he was indebted to the attorney's wife, and D'Artagnan on the horse for which he was indebted only to his own good fortune, which is the best of all mistresses. The valets followed them. As Porthos had expected, the cavalcade produced a fine effect, and if Madame Coquenard had been in Porthos's path, and could have seen how well he looked upon his fine Spanish steed, she would hardly have regretted the bleeding operation that she had performed upon her husband's strongbox. Near the Louvre, the four friends met Monsieur de Tréville returning from Saint-Germain's. He stopped them to compliment them on their equipment, which drew around them in an instant a few hundred loafers. D'Artagnan took advantage of this circumstance to speak to Monsieur de Tréville about the great letter, with the great red seal and ducal arms. It will be imagined that, of the other letter, he did not breathe a syllable. Monsieur de Tréville approved of the resolution they had formed, and assured him that if he should not be seen again on the next day, he would manage to find him out, wherever he might be. At that moment, the clock of the Samaritan struck 6. The four friends excused themselves on account of an engagement and set off. A short gallop took them to the Chaillot road. The day was beginning to decline. Carriages were passing backwards and forward. D'Artagnan, supported by his friends at a little distance, looked eagerly into every carriage, but saw no face he knew. At length, after about a quarter of an hour's expectation, and as the twilight thickened around, a carriage, advancing at the utmost speed of the horses, was seen upon the Sèvres road. A presentiment announced to D'Artagnan that this carriage contained the individual who had made the appointment with him. The young man was himself astonished at the violent beating of his heart. Almost at the same instant, a woman's head was visible at the window, with 2 fingers on the lips, as if to enjoin silence or to send a kiss. D'Artagnan uttered a faint cry of joy. This woman, or rather this apparition, for the carriage passed away with the rapidity of a vision, was Madame Bonacieux. By an involuntary movement, and in spite of the caution he had received, D'Artagnan set his horse to a gallop, and in a few bounds was beside the carriage. But the window was hermetically closed. The vision was no longer there. D'Artagnan then remembered the warning. If you value your own life, and that of those who love you, remain motionless, as if you had seen nothing. He stopped, therefore, trembling not for himself,
but for the poor woman, who had evidently exposed herself to no trifling peril by the appointment she had made. The carriage proceeded on its way, and, still advancing rapidly, soon entered Paris and disappeared. D'Artagnan had remained speechless on the same spot, knowing not what to think. If it were really Madame Bonancieux, and if she were returning to Paris, why this fugitive meeting? Why this passing interchange of glances? Why this kiss committed to the winds? If, on the other hand, it were not really she, which was in fact very possible, for the insufficiency of light made error easy, might not this be the beginning of an attack prepared by the attraction of a woman for whom his love was known? The three companions gathered around him. They had all distinctly seen a woman's head at the window, but neither of them, except Athos, knew Madame Bonancieux by sight. Athos believed that it was really that lady whom they had seen, but having been less engrossed than D'Artagnan by that pretty face, he thought that he had seen a second head, and a manly one, at the back of the carriage. "If that is the case," said D'Artagnan, "they are undoubtedly conveying her from one prison to another. But what can they want to do with the poor creature, and how shall I ever rejoin her?" "My friend," said Athos gravely, "remember that the dead are the only ones whom we can never encounter again on earth. You know a story to that effect as well as I do you not? Now, if your mistress is not really dead, if it was actually her whom we saw just now, at one time or another you will meet with her again. And perhaps," added he, in those tones of misanthropy which were habitual to him, "perhaps more quickly even than you might have wished." It now struck 7:30. The carriage had been 20 minutes beyond the appointed time. His friends reminded D'Artagnan that there was another visit to pay, which, however, it was yet possible for him to decline. But D'Artagnan was, at the same time, both obstinate and curious. He had, in his own mind, determined to go to the cardinal's palace, and to know what his Eminence had to say to him. Nothing could make him change his resolution. They reached the Rue Saint-Honoré and the Place du Palais Cardinal, where they found the 12 musketeers walking about, whilst they awaited their companions. Then, for the first time, was the business they had met for communicated to these brave allies. D'Artagnan was well known to the honourable company of King's musketeers, amongst whom, it was further understood, he would one day take his place. He was therefore regarded as a comrade by anticipation. It resulted from this that everyone willingly engaged in the affair to which he had been invited, and they had, moreover, the probability of doing an ill turn to the cardinal or his people, and for such expeditions these worthy gentlemen were always well prepared. Athos divided them into 3 parties. Of one he took the command himself, the second he gave to Aramis, and the third to Porthos, and then each party placed itself in ambush opposite an entrance of the palace. D'Artagnan, on his part, boldly entered by the principal gate. Although he felt himself strongly supported, the young man did not ascend the grand staircase without uneasiness. His conduct towards her ladyship had some slight resemblance to a treachery, and he suspected that there were political relations between this woman and the cardinal. Moreover, De Wardes, whom he had handled so roughly, was a faithful follower of his Eminence, and D'Artagnan well knew that, while the cardinal was a terror to his enemies, he was also constant in his attachment to his friends. "If De Wardes has related all our interview to his Eminence, of which there can be no doubt, and if he has recognized me, which is probable, I may consider myself almost a condemned man," thought D'Artagnan, shaking his head. "But why should he have waited till today? It is clear enough her ladyship has made complaints against me, with all that hypocritical sorrow which renders her so interesting, and this last crime has made the vase run over. Fortunately," added he, "my good friends are below, and they will not let me be carried off without a conflict. And yet Monsieur de Tréville's company of musketeers alone cannot carry on a war against the cardinal, who disposes of the forces of all France, and before whom the queen has no power and the king no will. D'Artagnan, my friend, thou art brave, thou art prudent, thou hast excellent qualities, but women will destroy thee." He had come to this sad conclusion just as he entered the antechamber. He gave his letter to the officer on duty, who showed him into the waiting-room, and himself proceeded into the interior of the palace. In this room were 5 or 6 of his Excellency's guards, who, recognizing D'Artagnan, and knowing that it was he who had wounded Jussac, looked at him with a singular smile. This smile seemed to D'Artagnan a bad omen. But as our Gascon was not easily intimidated, or rather, thanks to the abundant pride natural to men of his province, did not easily betray what was passing in his mind, when what was passing there resembled fears, he stood boldly before the gentleman of the guards, and waited with his hand upon his hip in an attitude not ungraceful. The officer returned, and made a sign to D'Artagnan to follow him. It seemed to the young man that, as he left the room, the guards began to whisper to each other. He went along a corridor, passed through a large saloon, entered a library, and found himself before a man who was seated at a desk, writing. The officer introduced him and retired without uttering a word. D'Artagnan remained standing and examined this man. At first D'Artagnan thought that he was in the presence of a judge who was examining his papers, but he soon saw that the man at the desk was writing, or rather correcting, lines of an unequal length, and was scanning the words upon his fingers. D'Artagnan found that he was in the presence of a poet. At the expiration of a minute, the poet closed his manuscript, on the back of which was written Mirame, a tragedy in 5 acts. He raised his head, and D'Artagnan recognized the cardinal. 40. A terrible vision. Richelieu rested his elbow on his manuscript, and his cheek on his hand, and looked at D'Artagnan for an instant. No one had an eye more profoundly penetrating than the cardinal, and the young man felt his gaze running through his veins like a fever. Nevertheless, he kept a good countenance, holding his hat in his hand, and waiting his Eminence's pleasure, without too much pride, but at the same time without too much humility. "Sir," said the cardinal, "are you one D'Artagnan of Berne?" "Yes, my lord." "There are several branches of the D'Artagnans in Tarbes, and in its neighborhood. To which of them do you belong?" "I am the son of him who fought in the religious wars with the great King Henry, the father of his gracious majesty." "That is it. It is you who set out from your native place about 7 or 8 months ago, to come and seek your fortune in the capital?" "Yes, my lord." "You came by Meung, where something happened to you. I do not exactly know what, but something?" "My lord," said D'Artagnan, "this is what happened." "Unnecessary. Quite unnecessary," interrupted the cardinal, with a smile which indicated that he knew the story quite as well as he who wished to narrate it. "You were recommended to Monsieur de Tréville, were you not?" "Yes, my lord, but in that unlucky affair at Meung, the letter of introduction was lost," resumed his Eminence. "Yes, I know that. But Monsieur de Tréville is a skilful physiognomist who knows men at the first sight, and he has placed you in the company of his brother-in-law, Monsieur des Essarts, leaving you to hope that some day or other you will be enrolled in the musketeers." "Your lordship is perfectly correct." "Since that time, many things have happened to you. You walked behind the Chartreux one day when you had much better have been elsewhere. Then you made a journey to the waters of Forges with your friends. They stopped upon the road, but you continued your journey. That was natural enough. You had business in England." "My lord," said D'Artagnan, quite confounded, "I went to hunt at Windsor, or somewhere else. That is no business of anybody's. I know it, because it is my duty to know everything. On your return, you were received by an august person, and I see with pleasure that you have kept the souvenir which she gave you." D'Artagnan put his hand on the diamond which the queen had given him, and quickly turned the stone inwards, but it was too late. "On the next day, you were waited upon by Cavois," continued the cardinal. "He came to beg you to come to the palace, but you did not return that visit, and in that you were wrong." "My lord, because I feared that I had incurred your Eminence's displeasure." "And why so, sir? Because you had performed the orders of your superiors with more intelligence and courage than another could have done? Incur my displeasure when you merited praise?
It is those who do not obey that I punish, and not those who, like you, obey too well. And to prove it, recall the date of the day on which I sent for you to come to see me, and seek in your memory what happened on that very night." It was the evening on which Madame Bonancieux was carried off. D'Artagnan shuddered, and he remembered that half an hour before this present moment the poor woman had passed before him, no doubt again borne away by the same power which had directed that abduction. "At last," continued the cardinal, "as I had heard nothing of you for some time, I wished to know what you were doing. Besides, you certainly owe me some thanks. You have yourself remarked what consideration has been always shown towards you." D'Artagnan bowed respectfully. "That," continued the cardinal, "proceeded not only from a sentiment of natural justice, but also from a plan that I had traced respecting you." D'Artagnan was more and more astonished. "It was my desire," continued the cardinal, "to explain this plan to you on the day that you received my first invitation, but you did not come. Fortunately, nothing has been lost by the delay, and today you shall hear the explanation. Sit down, then, before me, Monsieur d'Artagnan. You are gentleman enough not to be kept standing whilst you listen." The cardinal pointed out a chair to the young man, who was so astonished at what was taking place that he waited, before he obeyed, for a second intimation from his interlocutor. "You are brave, Monsieur d'Artagnan," resumed his Eminence, "and you are prudent, which is far better. I love men of head and heart. Do not be alarmed," he added, smiling. "By men of heart I mean courageous men. But young as you are, and only on the threshold of the world, your enemies are very powerful. If you do not take care, they will destroy you." "Alas, my lord," replied the young man, "they will undoubtedly accomplish it very easily, for they are strong and well supported, whilst I stand alone." "Yes, that is true. But alone as you are, you have already done much, and will, I doubt not, do still more. Yet you have, I believe, need of a guide in the adventurous career you have undertaken, since, if I am not deceived, you have come to Paris with the ambitious intention of making a fortune." "I am at the age of foolish hopes, my lord," said D'Artagnan. "No hopes are foolish, except for blockheads, sir, and you are a man of ability. Come, what would you say to an ensigncy in my guards, and a company at the end of the campaign?" "Ah, my lord!" "You accept it, do you not?" "My lord," replied D'Artagnan with an embarrassed air. "What? Do you decline it?" exclaimed the cardinal, with a look of astonishment. "I am in his Majesty's guards, my lord, and I have no cause to be discontented." "But it seems to me," said his Eminence, "that my guards are also his Majesty's guards, and that whosoever serves in a French regiment serves the king." "My lord, your Eminence has misunderstood my words." "You want a pretext, do you not? I understand. Very well. This pretext, here it is. Promotion, the opening of a campaign, the opportunity which I offer you, these will be sufficient for the world. For yourself, the necessity of sure protection. For it is as well for you to know, Monsieur d'Artagnan, that I have received serious complaints against you. You do not consecrate your nights and days exclusively to the service of the king." D'Artagnan blushed. "Moreover," added the cardinal, laying his hand on a roll of papers, "I have here a whole bundle of particulars about you. But before reading them, I wish to talk with you. I know that you are a man of resolution, and your services, if well directed, instead of leading you to evil, might benefit you greatly. Come, reflect and make up your mind." "Your goodness confounds me, my lord," replied D'Artagnan, "and I discover in your Eminence a greatness of soul which makes me insignificant as the crawling worm. But in fact, since your Eminence permits me to speak frankly—" D'Artagnan stopped. "Yes," Speak. Well, then, I must inform your eminence that all my friends are amongst the musketeers and the king's guards, and that all my enemies, by some inconceivable fatality, are in the service of your eminence. On this account I should be unwelcome here and despised there, if I accepted what your eminence is good enough to offer. And can you already have the proud idea that I do not offer you as much as you deserve, sir? Inquired the cardinal with a smile of scorn. My lord, your eminence is 100 times too good to me, and on the contrary, I do not think that I have yet done enough to merit your kindness. The siege of La Rochelle is about to commence, my lord. I shall serve under your eminence's own eyes, and if I shall have the good fortune to conduct myself in such a manner at the siege as to merit your approbation, it will be well. After that, I shall at least have to my credit some action of sufficient brilliancy to justify the protection with which your eminence may condescend to honour me. Everything should be effected at an appropriate time. Perhaps hereafter I may have the right to give myself away. At present, I should be supposed to sell myself. That is to say, you refuse to serve me, sir, said the cardinal in a tone of anger, through which, however, might be traced a sentiment of esteem. Remain in freedom, then, and still preserve your hatreds and your sympathies. My lord, well, continued the cardinal, I am not offended with you, but you must understand, it is quite enough to protect and recompense one's friends. One owes nothing to one's enemies. And yet I will give you one piece of advice. Take care of yourself, Monsieur d'Artagnan, for from the moment that I shall have withdrawn my hand from you, I would not give 1 farthing for your life. I will do my best, my lord, replied the Gascon, with modest confidence. And hereafter, at the moment that any misfortune has befallen you, remember, said Richelieu with some feeling, that it is I who have sought you, and that I have done what I could to avert from you that misfortune. Let what may happen, said D'Artagnan, bowing, with his hand upon his breast, I shall retain a sentiment of eternal gratitude to your eminence for what you are doing for me at the present time. Well, then, Monsieur d'Artagnan, as you say, we shall see each other again after the campaign. I shall keep my eyes upon you, for I shall be there, continued the cardinal, pointing to a magnificent suit of armour which he was to wear. And on our return we will decide on our arrangement. Ah, my lord, exclaimed D'Artagnan, spare me the weight of your displeasure. Remain neutral, my lord, if you find that I behave gallantly. Young man, said Richelieu, if I can once more say to you what I have said today, I promise you that I will say it. This last expression of Richelieu involved a terrible doubt. It alarmed D'Artagnan more than a threat would have done, for it was a warning. It implied that the cardinal was endeavouring to shield him from some impending evil. He opened his lips to answer, but with a haughty gesture the cardinal dismissed him. D'Artagnan left the room, but at the door his heart almost failed him, and he was strongly tempted to return. Yet the serious and severe countenance of Athos arose before his mind. If he agreed to what the cardinal proposed, Athos would no longer offer him his hand. Athos would disown him. It was this fear that determined him. So powerful is the influence of a truly noble character over all that approaches it. D'Artagnan went down by the same staircase that he had ascended, and found, before the door, Athos and the 4 musketeers who were awaiting him, and were beginning to be anxious about him. With one word he reassured them, and Planchet ran to the other posts to announce that any further guard was unnecessary, as his master had returned, safe and sound, out of the cardinal's palace. When they were housed at Athos's, Aramis and Porthos inquired about the object of this singular interview. But D'Artagnan merely told them that Richelieu had sent for him to offer him an ensign's commission in the Guards, and that he had refused it. "And you were right," exclaimed Aramis and Porthos with one voice. Athos fell into a profound reverie, and said nothing. But when he was alone with D'Artagnan, he said, "You have done as you ought, although perhaps you were imprudent." D'Artagnan sighed,
for this voice responded to a secret whisper of his own soul, which announced that great misfortunes were preparing for him. The next day was occupied in preparations for departure. D'Artagnan went to take leave of Monsieur de Tréville. At this time it was still believed that the separation of the guards and musketeers would be but momentary, the king holding his parliament that very day, and proposing to set out on the next. Monsieur de Tréville therefore only asked D'Artagnan whether he wanted anything of him, but D'Artagnan replied that he had all he should need. In the evening, all the comrades of Monsieur de Tréville's and Monsieur des Essarts' companies, who had become attached to one another, met together. They were about to part, to meet again, when and if it should please God to let them. The night was, therefore, as may be supposed, a very boisterous one, for on such occasions nothing but extreme pleasure can drive away extreme care. The next day, at the first sound of the trumpets, the friends separated. The musketeers hastened to Monsieur de Tréville's hotel, and the guards to that of Monsieur des Essarts. Each captain then led his company to the Louvre, where the king reviewed them. His Majesty was sad, and seemed in ill health, which detracted somewhat from his usual dignified appearance. In fact, the evening before, a fever had attracted him, even whilst he was holding a court of judicature amidst the Parliament. But he was not the less determined to set out in the evening, and in spite of all their presentations which had been made to him, he would hold this review, hoping, by the first vigorous opposition, to overpower the malady that had assailed him. The review being ended, the guards alone began their march, the musketeers being to set out only with the king, a delay which gave Porthos an opportunity of displaying his superb equipage in the Rue aux Ours. The attorney's wife saw him passing by, in his new uniform and on his splendid horse. But she loved Porthos too well to let him leave her thus, so she beckoned to him to dismount and enter. Porthos was magnificent. His spurs rattled, his cuirass beamed, and his sword smote dashingly against his legs. The clerks had no disposition to laugh this time. The musketeer looked too much like one who would soon slit their ears. The visitor was introduced to Maître Coquenard, whose little grey eyes glistened with rage when he beheld his pretended cousin so showily adorned. Nevertheless, he had one source of inward consolation. It was everywhere reported that the campaign would be a rough one, and he gently hoped, at the bottom of his heart, that Porthos might be one of the slain. Porthos presented his compliments to Maître Coquenard, and took his leave. The attorney wished him all sorts of prosperity. As to Madame Coquenard, she was unable to restrain her tears, but no evil thoughts could be suggested by her grief. She was known to be strongly attached to her relations, on whose account she had always had the bitterest contentions with her husband. Whilst the attorney's wife was able to follow her handsome cousin with her eyes, she waved a handkerchief and leaned from the window as though she was about to precipitate herself into the street. Porthos received all these indications of tenderness like a man hardened to such demonstrations, but as he turned the corner of the street, he raised his hat and waved it in token of adieu. Aramis, on his part, wrote a long letter. To whom? None knew. In the next room, Kitty, who was to set off that very evening for Tours, was waiting for this mysterious epistle. Athos drank, sip by sip, the last bottle of his Spanish wine. In the meantime, D'Artagnan was marching with his company. In passing through the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, he turned and looked gaily at the Bastille, which he had at least as yet escaped. As he looked only at the Bastille, he did not see my lady, who, mounted on a dun horse, pointed him out with her finger to two ill-looking men, who immediately approached the ranks to reconnoitre him. To an interrogation which they addressed to the lady by a look, she answered by a sign that it was really he. Then, certain that there could be no mistake in the execution of her orders, she spurred her horse and disappeared. The two men followed the company, and at the end of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine they mounted two horses, which a servant out of livery was holding in readiness for them. 41. The Siege of La Rochelle. The Siege of La Rochelle was one of the greatest events of the reign of Louis XIII. The political views of the cardinal, when he undertook the siege, were extensive. Of the important cities which had been given by Henry IV to the Huguenots as places of safety, La Rochelle alone remained. The cardinal wished to destroy this last bulwark of Calvinism. La Rochelle, which had derived additional importance from the ruin of the other Calvinistic towns, was, besides, the last port which remained open to the English in the kingdom of France, and, by closing it to England, our eternal enemy, the cardinal would end the work of Joan of Arc and of the Duke of Guise. Thus it was that Bassompierre, who was at the same time both Protestant and Catholic, Protestant from conviction and Catholic as commander of the Order of Saint-Esprit, Bassompierre, who was a German by birth and a Frenchman at heart, Bassompierre, who had a particular command at the siege of La Rochelle, said, on charging at the head of many other Protestant noblemen like himself, "You will see, gentlemen, that we shall be fools enough to take La Rochelle." And Bassompierre was right. The cannonades of the Isle of Ré were a prelude to the dragonnades of the Cevennes. The taking of La Rochelle was the preface to the Edict of Nantes. But by the side of these general views of the levelling and simplifying minister, which belong to history, the chronicler is obliged to dwell upon the petty objects of the lover and the jealous rival. Richelieu, as everyone knows, had been enamoured of the Queen. Had this love a purely political aim, or was it one of those profound passions with which Anne of Austria inspired those who were around her? This is what we cannot satisfactorily decide. Yet, at all events, it has been seen, by the circumstances which have been detailed in this history, that Buckingham had gained a superiority over him in 2 or 3 points, and that, especially in the affair of the diamond studs, thanks to the devotion of the 3 musketeers and the courage of D'Artagnan, he had most cruelly befooled him. It was Richelieu's object, therefore, not merely to rid France of an enemy, but to revenge himself on a rival. The revenge ought, too, to be great and signal, and completely worthy of the man who held in his hand, as a weapon, the forces of a whole realm. Richelieu knew that in fighting against England he was fighting against Buckingham, that in triumphing over England he should triumph over Buckingham, and lastly, that in humiliating England in the eyes of Europe he should humiliate Buckingham in the eyes of the Queen. On his part, Buckingham, whilst he was putting the honour of England prominently forward as his motive, was impelled by interests absolutely similar to those of the cardinal. Buckingham also pursued a private revenge. Under no pretext had Buckingham been able to enter France as an ambassador, and he wished therefore to enter it as a conqueror. It follows from this that the true stake in this game which 2 powerful kingdoms were playing for the pleasure of 2 amorous men was nothing more than a glance from the eye of Anne of Austria. The Duke of Buckingham had gained the first advantage. Arriving unexpectedly before the Isle of Ré, with 90 vessels and 20,000 men, he had surprised the Count de Toiras, who was the king's commander in that isle, and, after a bloody contest, had accomplished a disembarkation. Let us record, by the way, that the Baron de Chantal fell in this combat, leaving an orphan daughter, a little girl, 18 months old. This little girl was afterwards Madame de Sévigné. The Count de Toiras retreated into the citadel of Saint-Martin with his garrison, and threw 100 men into a small fort which was called the Port of La Prée. This event had hastened the decision of the cardinal, and until he and the king could go and take the command of the siege of La Rochelle, which was resolved on, he had sent his Majesty's brother forward to direct the first operations, and had made all the troops of which he could dispose march towards the theatre of war. It was to this detachment of the army, which was sent forward as a vanguard, that our friend D'Artagnan belonged. The king, as we have said, was to follow when his court of justice had been held. On rising from this sitting, on the 28th of June, he had found himself seized with fever. He had, nonetheless, persisted in setting out, but getting worse, he had been obliged to stop at Villeroy. Now, where the king had stopped, there also stopped the musketeers. Hence it followed that D'Artagnan, who was only in the guards, found himself separated, for a time at least, from his good friends Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. This separation, which was only annoying to him, would certainly have become a source of serious anxiety had he been able to discern by what unsuspected dangers he was surrounded. Nevertheless, he arrived without mishap at the camp before La Rochelle. Everything was at present in the same state. The Duke of Buckingham and the English, in possession of the Isle of Ré, continued to besiege, but without success, the fort of La Prée and the citadel of Saint-Martin. and the hostilities with La Rochelle had commenced 2 or 3 days before about a battery which the Duc d'Angoulême had just constructed near the city. The guards under Monsieur des Essarts were stationed at the Minimes. But we know that D'Artagnan, engrossed by the ambition of becoming a musketeer, had formed but few intimacies with his comrades, and found himself therefore isolated and abandoned to his own reflections. And these reflections were not cheerful. During the year that he had been in Paris, he had engaged himself in public affairs, and consequently his own private affairs, either of love or fortune, had made no great advances. As to love, the only woman for whom he had a sincere affection was Madame Bonacieux, and Madame Bonacieux had disappeared, nor could he yet discover what had become of her. As to fortune, he, a mere insect, had made an enemy of the cardinal, that is to say, of a man before whom the nobles of the kingdom trembled, and even the king himself. That man had power to crush him, and yet he had abstained. To a mind as clear-sighted as that of D'Artagnan, this forbearance was a dawn which gave promise of a happier futurity. Then he had made himself another enemy, less to be dreaded, as he thought, but one whom he felt instinctively was not to be despised. That enemy was her ladyship. In exchange for all this, he had the protection and goodwill of the Queen, but Her Majesty's goodwill was, in the circumstances of the times, only an additional course of persecution, and her protection, it is known, protected very badly, witness Chalais and Madame Bonacieux. So that what he had most manifestly gained in all this was the diamond, worth 5,000 or 6,000 francs, which he wore upon his finger, and even this diamond, supposing that he must preserve it, to remind the Queen at some future day of her gratitude, had not, in the meantime, since he could not dispose of it, any greater value than the pebbles that he trampled beneath his feet. We say the pebbles that he trampled beneath his feet, for D'Artagnan made these reflections whilst he was walking alone in a pretty little path which led from the camp to an adjoining village. But these reflections had led him further than he intended, and the day was beginning to decline, when, by the last ray of the setting sun, he seemed to perceive the barrel of a musket glittering behind a hedge. D'Artagnan had a quick eye and a ready wit. He comprehended that the musket had not come there of itself, and that he who held it was not concealed behind a hedge with any very amicable intentions. He determined, therefore, to gain the open country, but on the other side of the road, behind a rock, he perceived the muzzle of a second musket. It was evidently an ambuscade. The young man gave a glance at the first musket, and beheld with some anxiety that it was aiming in his direction. But as soon as he saw the orifice of the barrel motionless, he threw himself upon his face. At that instant the shot was fired, and he heard the whistling of a ball as it passed above his head. There was no time to lose. D'Artagnan raised himself up with a bound, and at the same moment the bullet of the second musket scattered the stones in the very part of the path where he had thrown himself down. D'Artagnan was not one of those foolishly brave men who seek a ridiculous death in order to have it said of them that they never retreated a step. Besides, courage could do nothing here. He had fallen into an ambuscade. "If there is a third shot," said he to himself, "I am a dead man." He immediately scampered towards the camp, with all the swiftness of his countrymen who are so famous for their activity. But, fast as was his course, the one who had fired first, having had time to reload his gun, made another shot at him, so well directed this time that the ball passed through his hat and drove it 10 paces before him. As D'Artagnan had no other hat, he picked it up as he ran, and reaching his lodging, pale and out of breath, he sat down without speaking to anyone, and began to reflect. This event might have 3 causes. The first and most natural was that it might be an ambuscade from La Rochelle, whose citizens would not have been sorry to kill one of His Majesty's guards, as it would make one enemy the less, and that enemy might have a well-filled purse in his pocket. D'Artagnan took his hat, examined the hole that the ball had made, and shook his head. The bullet did not belong to a musket, but to an arquebus. The precision of the aim had already made him think that it was fired by a civilian weapon, so it was not a military ambuscade, since the ball was not of that caliber. It might be a kind memorial of the cardinal. It may be remembered that, at the very moment when, thanks to the blessed beam of sunshine, he had perceived the gun-barrel, he was marvelling at the leniency his Eminence had shown towards him. But D'Artagnan shook his head with an air of doubt. The cardinal seldom had recourse to such means, towards people whom a movement of his hand might crush. It might be her ladyship's revenge. This conjecture was more reasonable. He tried in vain to recall either the features or the dress of the assassins, but he had hurried away too rapidly to have leisure to remark them. "Ah, my poor friends," muttered D'Artagnan, "where are you? Alas, how much I miss you!" D'Artagnan passed a very bad night. 3 or 4 times he awoke with a start, fancying that a man approached his bed to stab him. Yet the day dawned without any accident having occurred during the darkness. But D'Artagnan suspected that what is deferred is not therefore lost. He remained in his quarters throughout the whole day, and gave, as an excuse to himself, the dullness of the weather. At 9 o'clock on the next morning they beat to arms. The Duke of Orleans was visiting the pickets. The guards mustered, and D'Artagnan took his place amidst his comrades. His Royal Highness passed in front of the line, and then all the superior officers approached to pay their respects to him. Monsieur des Essarts, the captain of the guards, went with the others. After a short time, D'Artagnan thought he perceived Monsieur des Essarts making a sign to him to draw near. He waited for another gesture, fearing that he might have been mistaken, but on its being repeated, he left the ranks and advanced to receive the order.
His Royal Highness is about to ask for volunteers for a dangerous expedition, which will be honourable to those who perform it, and I made you a sign that you might hold yourself in readiness.
"Thank you, Captain," replied D'Artagnan, who required nothing better than to distinguish himself before the eyes of the Lieutenant General. The Rochellois had, in fact, made a sortie during the night, and recaptured a bastion which the royal army had invested 2 days before. The idea was to push a forlorn hope so forward as to be able to discover in what manner the enemy guarded this bastion. After a few minutes, His Royal Highness raised his voice and said, "I want 3 or 4 volunteers for this expedition, led by a man who can be depended upon."
"As for your trustworthy man, here he is,"
said Monsieur des Essarts, pointing to D'Artagnan.
"And as for the 4 or 5 volunteers, your Royal Highness has only to make your wishes known, and the men will not be wanting."
"4 men who will volunteer to come and be killed with me!" cried D'Artagnan, raising his sword. 2 of his companions in the guards rushed towards him instantaneously, and 2 other soldiers having joined them, the number was complete. D'Artagnan therefore rejected all others, to avoid injustice to those who had the prior claim. It was not known whether the Rochellois, after having taken the bastion, had evacuated it, or placed a garrison in it. It was therefore necessary to examine the spot from a point sufficiently near to ascertain this point. D'Artagnan went off with his 4 companions in the line of the trench. The 2 guards marched by his side, and the 2 soldiers in the rear. Sheltering themselves in this manner by the rampart, they arrived within 100 paces of the bastion, and on turning round at that moment, D'Artagnan perceived that the 2 soldiers had disappeared. Believing them to have remained behind from fear, he continued to advance. At the turn of the counterscarp, they found themselves about 60 yards from the bastion, but they saw no one, and the bastion seemed evacuated. The 3 volunteers deliberated whether they should advance farther, when suddenly a circle of smoke appeared, and a dozen balls whistled around D'Artagnan and his companions. They knew now what they had come to learn. The bastion was guarded. A longer delay, therefore, in so dangerous a place would have been only an unnecessary imprudence. So D'Artagnan and the 2 guards turned their backs and began a rapid retreat. On reaching the angle of the trench, which would serve as a rampart to them, one of the guards fell with a ball through his chest, whilst the other, who was safe and sound, made the best of his way to the camp. D'Artagnan would not thus abandon a companion, and leaned over him to lift him up and aid him to regain the lines. But at that very moment 2 shots were fired. One ball shattered the head of the man who was already wounded, and the other was flattened against a rock after having passed within 2 inches of D'Artagnan's body. The young man turned very quickly, for this attack could not come from the bastion, which was hidden by the angle of the trench. The remembrance of the 2 soldiers who had abandoned him occurred to his mind, and suggested to him his assassins of the previous evening. He resolved on this occasion to find out what it meant, and fell therefore upon the body of his comrade, as though he had been dead. He immediately saw that 2 heads were raised above an abandoned breastwork, which was about 30 yards from him. They were those of the 2 soldiers.
D'Artagnan was not mistaken. These men had remained behind solely for the purpose of assassinating him, hoping that the death of the young man would be imputed to the attack of the enemy.
This is the end of disc number 13. Please insert disc number 14. This is disc number 14.
D'Artagnan was not mistaken. These men had remained behind solely for the purpose of assassinating him, hoping that the death of the young man would be imputed to the attack of the enemy. But as he might be only wounded, and might denounce their crime, they drew near to complete their work. Happily, deceived by the sight of D'Artagnan's position, they neglected to reload their muskets. When they were about 3 paces from him, D'Artagnan, who had taken especial care, in falling, not to relinquish his sword, suddenly arose and sprang upon them. The assassins were well aware that if they fled towards the camp without having killed their man, they should be accused by him, and therefore their first impulse was to pass over to the enemy. One of them took his gun by the barrel and made use of it as a club. He dealt a terrible blow at D'Artagnan, who avoided it by jumping aside. By this movement, however, D'Artagnan opened a passage to the bandit, who immediately sprang forth towards the bastion. But as the Rochelois who guarded it were ignorant of his intentions in advancing, they fired upon him, and he fell, with his shoulder broken by a ball. In the meantime, D'Artagnan threw himself on the second soldier with his sword. The struggle was not long. This wretch had only his discharged fusee to defend himself with. The sword of the guardsman glided along the barrel of this useless weapon and passed through the assassin's thigh. As soon as he had fallen, D'Artagnan applied the point of his weapon to his throat.
"Oh, do not kill me!" exclaimed the bandit. "Pardon, sir, and I will confess everything."
"Is it worth my while to grant you your life for your secret?" demanded the young man.
"Yes, if you consider life of any value to a man of 22 years of age, who, being as handsome and as brave as you are, may accomplish anything."
"Wretch!" cried D'Artagnan. "Come, speak quickly. Who engaged you to assassinate me?"
"A woman whom I do not know, but who was called my lady."
"But if you do not know this woman, how came you to know her name?"
"My comrade knew her, and called her so. It was with him that she arranged the affair, not with me. He has a letter from this person now in his pocket, which would be of great importance to you, according to what I heard him say."
"But how came you to be his partner in this ambuscade?"
"He proposed to me to join him in it, and I agreed."
"And how much has she paid you for this pretty expedition?"
100 louis.
"Well, upon my word," said the young man, laughing, "she thinks me of some value. 100 louis! It is quite a fortune for 2 wretches like you. I can well understand that you would accept it, and so I pardon you, but on one condition."
"What is that?"
said the soldier, uneasy at discovering that all was not yet ended. "That you go and get me the letter out of your companion's pocket."
"But,"
exclaimed the bandit,
"that is only another way of killing me. How can you ask me to go for the letter under the very fire of the bastion?"
"But you must make up your mind to go for it, or I swear that you shall directly die by my hand."
"Mercy, sir, mercy! In the name of that young lady whom you love, and whom perhaps you imagine dead, but who is not so!"
screamed the bandit, throwing himself upon his knees and supporting himself on his hand, for he was beginning to lose his strength along with his blood. "And how do you know that there is a young lady whom I love, and that I have believed her to be dead?" demanded D'Artagnan.
"By that letter in my comrade's pocket."
"You see, then, that I must have that letter," said D'Artagnan. "So let us have no longer delay, no more hesitation, or whatever may be my repugnance to bathe my sword a second time in the blood of such a wretch as you are, I swear to you, on the word of an honourable man—" At these words, D'Artagnan made such a threatening gesture that the wounded man arose.
"Stop! Stop!"
exclaimed he, recovering courage through the very force of fear.
"I will go! I will go!"
D'Artagnan took the soldier's arquebus, made him walk before him, and urged him at the same time towards his companion by pricking him in the loins with the point of his sword.
It was a fearful spectacle to witness this unhappy being leaving a long track of blood upon the path he took, growing pale from the approach of death, and yet striving to drag himself, without being seen, to the body of his accomplice, which was stretched out at a distance of 20 paces. Terror was so depicted on his countenance, which was covered with an icy sweat, that D'Artagnan both pitied and despised him. "Come," said he, "I will show you the difference between a man of courage and a coward like you. Wait where you are, I will go." And with an active step, and his eye upon the bastion, observing the proceedings of the enemy, and availing himself of every inequality of ground, he managed to advance as far as the second soldier. There were 2 methods of accomplishing his purpose, either to search him where he was, or to carry him away, making a buckler of his body, and then to search him at leisure in the trench. D'Artagnan preferred the second plan, and had thrown the body of the assassin on his shoulders just at the very moment that the enemy fired. A slight tremor, a final cry, a shudder of agony, proved to D'Artagnan that he who had sought to assassinate him had now saved his life. D'Artagnan reached the trench, and threw the body by the side of the wounded man, who was quite as pale as the dead one. He then began to take an inventory. There was a leather pocket-book, a purse which evidently contained a part of the sum which the banditti had received, and a dice-box and dice, and these composed the inheritance of the dead man. He left the dice-box and dice where they had fallen, threw the purse to the wounded man, and eagerly opened the pocket-book. Amongst several unimportant papers, he found the following letter. It was that for which he had gone to search at the hazard of his life. "Since you have lost the track of that woman, and she is now in safety at the convent, which you never ought to have allowed her to reach, take care at any rate not to miss the man. Otherwise you know that I have a long arm, and you shall pay dearly for the 100 louis which you have had of mine." There was no signature. Nevertheless, it was evident that the letter was from her ladyship. He kept it, therefore, as a testimony against her, and finding himself in safety behind the angle of the trench, he began to question the wounded man. The latter confessed that he had been engaged with his comrade, the same who had now been killed, to carry off a young woman who was to leave Paris by the barrier of La Villette, but that, having stopped drinking at a wine shop, they had been 10 minutes too late for the carriage. "But what were you to have done with this woman?" demanded D'Artagnan, in an agony of doubt.
"We were to have taken her to an hotel in the Place Royale,"
said the wounded man. Yes, muttered D'Artagnan. "That is it. To her ladyship herself." The young man shuddered as he comprehended with how terrible a thirst for vengeance this woman was impelled to destroy him and those who loved him, and how well she was acquainted with the secrets of the court, since she had detected even this. For this exact information she was indebted to the cardinal. But, as some degree of compensation, he ascertained with unfeigned joy that the queen had at last discovered the prison to which Madame Bonacieux had been sent to expiate her devotion, and had already rescued her from it. Thus the letter which he had received from the young woman, and her appearance in the carriage on the Chaillot road, were explained to him. Thenceforth, as Athos had predicted, it was possible to find Madame Bonacieux again, and a convent was not impregnable. This idea disposed his heart to clemency. He turned towards the wounded man, who watched all the changes of his countenance with anxiety, and stretching out his arm to him, "Come," said he, "I will not leave you here. Rest on me, and let us return to the camp."
"Yes,"
said the wounded man, who could hardly credit so much magnanimity.
"But is it not to have me hanged?"
"You have my word," replied he. "For the second time, I grant you your life." The wounded man fell on his knees and kissed the feet of his preserver. But D'Artagnan, who had no longer any motive for remaining so near the enemy himself, cut short these displays of gratitude. The guard, who had returned at the first discharge from the bastion, had announced the death of his 4 companions. There was, therefore, both great astonishment and great joy in the regiment when they saw the young man returning safe and sound. D'Artagnan explained the sword wound of his companion by a sortie which he invented. He recounted the death of the other soldier and the perils they had run. This account was the occasion of a veritable triumph to him. For one day the whole army spoke of this expedition, and His Royal Highness himself sent to compliment him on his conduct. And lastly, as every good action brings its recompense with it, that of D'Artagnan had the happy result of restoring to him the tranquillity that he had lost. In fact, the the young man thought that he might cease to be disturbed, since of his two enemies one was killed and the other devoted to his interests. This tranquillity, however, proved one thing, that D'Artagnan did not yet thoroughly estimate her ladyship. 42. The Wine of Anjou. After almost hopeless accounts of the king, the report of his recovery began to spread through the camp, and as he was in great haste to be at the siege in person, it was said that he would set out as soon as he could mount his horse. In the meantime, his Royal Highness, who knew that he should soon be superseded, either by the Duc d'Angoulême, or by Bassompierre, or by Schomberg, who were already disputing with one another for the command, did but little, lost his time in petty attacks, and dared not hazard any great enterprise to drive the English from the Isle of Ré, where they besieged the citadel of Saint-Martin and the fort of La Prée, whilst the French, on their side, were besieging La Rochelle. D'Artagnan, as we have said, had become now easy in his mind, as always happens after a past danger, and when peril seems to have entirely vanished. Yet one anxiety still remained to him, which was that he received no tidings of his friends. But one morning he received an explanation in the following letter addressed from Villeroy. Monsieur d'Artagnan, Messrs. Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, after having had a capital dinner party at my house, and enjoyed themselves very much, made so great a noise that the provost of the castle, who is a strict disciplinarian, put them in confinement for a few days. I must nevertheless execute the orders that they gave me, to send you a dozen bottles of my Anjou wine, which they greatly admired. They hope that you will drink to their healths in their own favourite wine. I have done this, and am, sir, with great respect, your most obedient, humble servant, Godeau, the host of Messieurs the Musketeers.
Good,
exclaimed D'Artagnan.
They think of me amidst their pleasures, as I have thought of them in my weariness. Certainly I will drink to them, and with all my heart, too, but not alone.
And D'Artagnan hastened to the quarters of two guards, with whom he had become more intimate than with any of the others, to invite them to come and drink some of the delicious wine of Anjou, which had just arrived from Villeroy. One of the two guards was to be on duty in the evening, and the other on the morrow, so the appointment was made for the day after. D'Artagnan sent his 12 bottles of wine to the mess-room of the guards, desiring to have it kept with care, and on the day of the entertainment, as the dinner was fixed for 12 o'clock, he sent Planchet at 9 to get everything prepared. Planchet, elated at this exaltation to the dignity of butler, determined to perform his duties like an intelligent man. To effect this, he called in the aid of the valet, named Fourneau, of one of his master's guests, and also that of the pretended soldier who had sought to slay our hero, and who, belonging to no regiment, had, since the Gascon spared his life, entered into D'Artagnan's service, or rather, into Planchet's. The appointed dinner hour being come, the two guests arrived and took their places, and the dishes were arranged upon the table. Planchet waited with a napkin on his arm. Fourneau uncorked the bottles, and Brisemont, for that was the invalid's name, decanted the wine, which seemed to have been somewhat disturbed by the shaking of the journey. The first bottle being a little thick towards the bottom, Brisemont poured the lees into a wine-glass, and D'Artagnan permitted him to drink it, for the poor wretch was still very weak. The guests, having finished their soup, were just conveying the first glass of wine to their lips, when suddenly the cannon sounded from Fort Louis and Pont-Neuf. The guards, thinking that there was some unexpected attack, either from the garrison or from the English, immediately seized their swords. D'Artagnan did the same, and the three hastened out towards their posts. But scarcely were they out of the mess-room before they found the reason of this great noise. Cries of, "Long live the king! Long live the cardinal!" re-echoed on every side, and drums were beat in all directions. In fact, the king, in his impatience, had made such forced marches that he had at that moment arrived with a reinforcement of 10,000 men. His musketeers preceded and followed him. D'Artagnan, placed in line with his company, with an expressive gesture saluted his friends and Monsieur de Treville, whom he at once recognized. The ceremony of reception being ended, the four friends were soon united.
"Egad!" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "You could not have arrived in better time. The dinner will not have had even time to get cold. Is it not so, gentlemen?" added the young man, turning to the two guards, whom he presented to his friends. "Ah! Ah!" said Porthos. "It appears that you were feasting."
"I hope," said Aramis, that there are no ladies at your dinner. Is there any wine that is drinkable in this paltry place? Said Athos. Why, sang Dieu, there is your own, my dear friend, answered D'Artagnan. Our wine? Said Athos in astonishment. Yes, that which you sent me. Wine that we sent you? Yes, you know very well, that wine from the hills of Anjou. Yes, I know what wine you are talking of, your favourite wine. Aye, when I have neither champagne nor chambertin. Well, in the absence of champagne and chambertin, you must be contented with this. And so we, gluttons as we are, have sent you some wine, have we? Said Porthos. No, but it is the wine which was sent by your orders. By our orders? Echoed the musketeers. Did you send the wine, Aramis? Inquired Athos. No. Did you, Porthos? No. Did you, Athos? No. If it was not you, said D'Artagnan, then it was your host. Our host? Yes, your host, Godeau at Villeroy. Faith, let it come from whom it may, no matter, said Porthos. Let us taste it, and if good, let us drink it. No, said Athos. Let us not drink any wine without knowing whence it comes. You are right, Athos, said D'Artagnan. Did none of you direct the host, Godeau, to send me the wine? No. And yet he sent you some in our names? Here is the letter, said D'Artagnan, and he presented the letter to his companions. It is not his writing, said Athos. I know his hand, for it was I who, before we left, settled our joint account. A false letter, said Porthos indignantly. We have not been imprisoned. D'Artagnan, said Aramis in a tone of reproach, how could you believe that we had become noisy? D'Artagnan grew suddenly pale, and a convulsive trembling shook his limbs. You frighten me, said Athos. What can have occurred? Let us run, my friends, let us run, said D'Artagnan. A horrible suspicion crosses my mind. Can this, too, be another of that woman's acts of vengeance? It was now Athos who, in his turn, grew pale. D'Artagnan sprang towards the mess-room, followed by the 3 musketeers and the 2 guards. The first object which struck D'Artagnan's sight on entering the room was Brisemont, extended on the floor, writhing in most horrible convulsions. Planchet and Fourneau, looking as pale as corpses, were endeavouring to assist him, but it was evident that all aid was useless. The features of the dying man were contracted with agony.
Ah!
cried he, when he perceived D'Artagnan.
You pretended to forgive me, and you poisoned me.
I, wretch? I? Exclaimed the young man. What can you mean?
I say that it is you who gave me the wine, and it is you who told me to drink it. You wanted to take your revenge. Oh, it is dreadful.
Do not think so, Brisemont, said D'Artagnan, for I swear—
Oh, but God is there. God will punish you. My God, may you one day suffer what I suffer now.
Upon the gospel, cried D'Artagnan, rushing towards the dying man. I swear that I knew not that this wine was poisoned, and also that I was about to drink it as well as yourself.
I do not believe you,
exclaimed the soldier, and he expired in exaggerated tortures. Horrible, horrible, muttered Athos, whilst Porthos broke the bottles, and Aramis, rather late it must be confessed, sent off for a confessor. Oh, my friends, said D'Artagnan, you have now again saved my life, and not mine only, but the lives of these gentlemen also. Gentlemen, continued he, addressing the guards, may I request your silence concerning this catastrophe? Persons of high condition may be implicated in what you have now seen, and the misery of it all would fall upon us. Oh, sir, stammered out Planchet, more dead than alive. Oh, sir, what a narrow escape I have had! What, you rascal! cried D'Artagnan. Were you going to drink my wine? To the king's health, sir! I was going to drink one little glass, if Fourneau had not said that someone called me. Alas, said Fourneau, whose teeth were chattering with fright, I wanted to get rid of him that I might drink some myself. Gentlemen, said D'Artagnan, addressing the guards, you must be aware that our entertainment would be but a melancholy affair after what has passed. I beseech you, therefore, to receive my excuses, and let us postpone it till some other day." The two guards courteously accepted these apologies, and understanding that the four friends wished to be alone, they took their departure. When the young guard and the three musketeers were without witnesses, they looked at one another for an instant, in a way which proved how well they understood the seriousness of their situation. "First," said Athos, "let us quit this room. A dead man is but sorry company." "Planchet," said D'Artagnan, "I recommend you to look to the body of this poor devil, and see that it is buried in consecrated ground. He had committed a crime, it is true, but he had repented of it." Having entrusted the funeral rites of Brisemont to Planchet and Fourneau, the four friends quitted the room. The host gave them another chamber, and furnished them with fresh eggs, whilst Athos himself fetched water for them from the well. Aramis and Porthos were, in a few words, informed of all that had occurred. "Well," said D'Artagnan to Athos, "you see, my dear friend, it is war to the death." Athos shook his head. "Yes, yes," said he, "I see it well enough. But are you sure that it is she?" "Perfectly. Nevertheless, I confess that I have still some doubts." "But that fleur-de-lis upon her shoulder! It is an English woman who has committed some crime in France and has been branded in consequence." "Athos, it is your wife, I tell you," repeated D'Artagnan. "Do you not remember how the two marks agree? And yet I should have thought that the other was dead. I had hanged her so thoroughly." It was D'Artagnan who shook his head this time. "But after all, what is to be done?" said the young man. "The fact is that it is impossible to remain in this manner, with a sword always suspended over one's head," replied Athos. "And you must get freed from such a situation." "But how?" "Listen. Try to find her, and to come to an understanding with her. Say to her, 'Peace or war. On the honor of a gentleman, I will never say one word or take one step to injure you. On your part, give me a solemn oath to remain neutral with respect to me. If not, I will go to the Chancellor, to the King, and to the executioner. I will excite the court against you, and will declare you branded. I will cause you to be tried, and if you are acquitted, well then, on the word of a gentleman, I will kill you myself as I would a mad dog." "I like this plan well enough," said D'Artagnan, "but how am I to find her?" "Time, my dear friend. Time brings opportunity. Opportunity is man's martingale. The more one has shipped, the more one gains when he knows how to wait." "Yes, but to wait surrounded by assassins and poisoners—" "Ah," said Athos, "God has preserved us hitherto, and God will preserve us still." "Yes. Besides, we are men, and, after all, it is our business to risk our lives." "But she," added D'Artagnan in a low voice. "And who is she?" asked Athos. "Constance. Madame Bonacieux?" "True, I had forgotten," said Athos. "Poor fellow, I forgot that you were in love." "Well," said Aramis, "but did you not see, by the very letter that you found on the wretch who was killed, that she was in a convent? One is quite safe in a convent, and as soon as the siege of La Rochelle is ended, I promise you, on my own part—" "Good," said Athos, "good. Yes, my dear Aramis, we know that your views all tend towards religion." "I am only a musketeer temporarily," said Aramis meekly. "It would seem that he has not heard from his mistress for a long while," said Athos in a whisper to D'Artagnan. "But do not make any remark. We know it." "Well," said Porthos, "it seems to me that there is a very simple means." "And what is that?" demanded D'Artagnan. "She is in a convent, you say?" continued Porthos. "Yes." "Well, as soon as the siege is raised, we will take her out of this convent. But first we must know what convent she is in." "Ah, that is true," said Porthos. "But do you not say, my dear D'Artagnan," said Athos, "that it is the queen who has chosen this convent for her?" "Yes, I believe so, at least." "Well, then, Porthos will help us in that case." "How so, pray?" asked Porthos. "Why, through your marchioness, or duchess, or princess. She ought to have a long arm." "Hush!" said Porthos, putting his finger on his lips. "I fancy she is a cardinalist, and she must know nothing about it." "Then," said Aramis, I undertake to get some news of Madame Bonacieux. You, Aramis? Exclaimed the three friends. You, and how so? Through the Queen's almoner, with whom I am very intimate, answered Aramis, blushing. On this assurance, the four friends, who had ended their simple repast, separated, with the promise of meeting again the same evening. D'Artagnan returned to the Minime, and the three musketeers went to the king's quarters, where they had to provide themselves with lodgings. 43. The Red Dovecote Tavern. Almost as soon as he had reached the camp, the king, who was in great haste to find himself before the enemy, and who participated in the cardinal's hatred of Buckingham, wished to complete the preparations, first for driving the English from the Isle of Ré, and then for forcing the siege of La Rochelle. But in spite of all his endeavours, he was retarded by the dissensions which broke out between de Bassompierre and Schomberg against the Duke of Angoulême. Schomberg and de Bassompierre were marshals of France, and insisted on their right to command the army under the superintendence of the king. But the cardinal, apprehensive that Bassompierre, who was a Huguenot at heart, might fight feebly against the English and the Rochellois, who were his co-religionists, supported the Duke of Angoulême, whom His Majesty had, at his instigation, already made lieutenant-general. The result was that with the alternative of seeing Schomberg and de Bassompierre desert the army, they were compelled to give each a separate command. Bassompierre took his station at the north of the city, from Lalande to Dompierre. The Duke of Angoulême took his to the east, from Dompierre to Périgny, and Schomberg to the south, from Périgny to Angoulême. His Royal Highness fixed his quarters at Dompierre. His Majesty was sometimes at Étré, and sometimes at Jarry, and the cardinal established himself at a simple house, without any entrenchment, at Pont de la Pierre, upon the Downs. Thus his Royal Highness overlooked Bassompierre, the king, the Duke of Angoulême, and the cardinal, Monsieur de Schomberg. As soon as this arrangement had been established, they had occupied themselves in driving the English from the Isle. The conjuncture was favourable. The English, who above all things required to be well fed in order to prove good soldiers, eating only salted provisions and bad biscuits, had many invalids in their camp, and, moreover, the sea, which was at that season of the year highly dangerous on all the western coasts, was every day disastrous to some small vessel or other, and the shore, from the point of l'Aiguillon to the trenches, was literally strewed at every tide with the wrecks of pinnaces, cutters, and feluccas. The result was that should the king's troops even keep within their camp, Buckingham, who remained in the Isle of Ré only from obstinacy, would sooner or later be obliged to raise the siege. But as Monsieur de Thoiras announced that everything was preparing in the enemy's camp for a new assault, the king concluded on adopting final measures, and issued the necessary orders for a decisive affair. Our intention being not to make a journal of the siege, but merely to record those events in it which bear upon the history we are relating, we shall be contented with stating that the enterprise succeeded to the great satisfaction of the king and the great glory of the cardinal. The English, beaten back foot by foot, conquered in every encounter, trodden down in their passage from the Isle, were compelled to re-embark, leaving on the field of battle 2,000 men, amongst whom were 5 colonels, 3 lieutenant colonels, 250 captains, and 20 gentlemen of quality, as well as 4 pieces of cannon and 60 flags, which last were conveyed to Paris by Claude de Saint-Simon, and suspended with great pomp to the arched roof of Notre-Dame. Te Deums were sung in the camp, and soon spread themselves thence throughout the whole of France. The cardinal was thus at liberty to carry on the siege, without having, at least for the time, any reason to be apprehensive of the English. But, as we have just said, the security was only momentary. An envoy of the Duke of Buckingham, one whose name was Montague, having been seized, they found upon him proofs of a league between the Empire, Spain, England, and Lorraine. This league was formed against France. And in the quarters of Buckingham, which he had been forced to abandon precipitately, there had been found papers confirming, as the cardinal declares in his memoirs, the existence of this league, and compromising greatly Madame de Chevreuse, and consequently the Queen. It was upon the cardinal that all the responsibility rested, for a man can never be an absolute minister without being responsible. On this account, all the resources of his vast genius were exerted by night and day, and occupied in listening to the last breath that stirred in any one of the great realms of Europe. The cardinal was well aware of the activity, and above all of the hatred of Buckingham. If the league which threatened France should triumph, all his influence would be lost. The policies of Spain and Austria would have each its representatives in the cabinet at the Louvre, where they had as yet only partisans. He, Richelieu, the French minister, the minister emphatically national, would be ruined. And the king, who, even whilst he was obeying him like a child, hated him as a child hates its masters, would abandon him to the combined vengeance of his Royal Highness and the Queen. He should be ruined himself, and perhaps France with him, and these were disasters that he was bound to prevent. On this account, couriers, becoming more numerous every instant, were seen succeeding each other by night and by day at that small house, at the Pont de la Pierre, in which the cardinal had fixed his home. There were monks who wore the monastic habit so ill that it was easy to recognize them as belonging to the church militant. Women, a little awkward in their pages' costumes, the looseness of whose dresses would not entirely conceal their rounded forms, and countrymen with blackened hands but fine limbs, who might be known for men of quality at a league's distance. Other visits, too, there were, more disagreeable, for it had been 2 or 3 times reported that the cardinal had narrowly escaped assassination. It is true that the enemies of his eminence declared that it was he himself who had employed these unskilful assassins, so that he might on occasion have the right of retaliation. But we should believe neither what ministers say nor what their enemies say. Yet this did not prevent the cardinal, whose most violent detractors never called in question his personal courage, from making many nocturnal expeditions, sometimes to communicate important orders to the Duke of Angoulême, sometimes to enter into council with the king, and sometimes to confer with some messenger whom he did not choose to have admitted to his own abode. The musketeers, on their side, not having much to occupy them in the siege, were not very strictly controlled, and led a merry life. This was the more easy to our 3 companions especially, as, being friends of Monsieur de Treville, they readily obtained from him special permissions to absent themselves, even after the hour at which the camp was closed. Now, one evening, when D'Artagnan, who was in the trenches, could not accompany them, Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, mounted on their chargers, enveloped in their service cloaks, and with their hands on the butt ends of their pistols, were returning together from a tavern, which Athos had discovered 2 days before on the La Jarrie road, and which was called the Red Dovecote. They were proceeding on the road toward the camp, keeping a good lookout for fear of an ambuscade, when, about 1/4 of a league from the village of Boineau, they thought they heard the sound of horses coming towards them. They all immediately halted, in close rank, and waited, keeping in the middle of the road. After a short time, and just as the moon emerged from behind a cloud, they saw, coming round the corner of the road, 2 horsemen, who, upon perceiving them, halted also, appearing to deliberate whether they should advance or retreat. This hesitation excited the suspicion of our 3 friends, and Athos, advancing a few paces, cried out in his firm voice, "Who goes there?" "Who goes there yourself?" replied one of the 2 horsemen. "That is no reply, that," said Athos. "Who goes there? Answer, or we charge." "Take care what you are about, gentlemen," said a sonorous voice, which appeared to be accustomed to command. "It is some officer of rank who is making his nightly rounds," said Athos, turning towards his companions. "What will you do, gentlemen?" "Who are you?" said the same voice, in the same commanding tone. "Reply, or you may find yourselves in some trouble for your disobedience." "King's musketeers," answered Athos, more than ever convinced that he who thus questioned him had the right to do so. "Of what company?" "Company of Treville." "Advance, and give an account of what you are doing here at this hour." The 3 companions advanced, with their ears a little drooping, for they were all now convinced that they had to deal with one more powerful than themselves. They left Athos to be their spokesman. One of the 2 horsemen, he who had spoken the second time, was about 10 paces before his companion. Athos made a sign to Porthos and Aramis to remain in the same manner in the rear, and advanced alone. "Excuse us, sir," said Athos, "but we did not know who you were, and you may see that we kept a good lookout." "Your name?" said the officer, who covered part of his face with his cloak. "But you yourself, sir," said Athos, who began to be indignant at this questioning, "give me, I beg, some proof that you have the right thus to question me." "Your name?" said the cavalier a second time, letting his cloak fall so that his countenance might be seen. "The cardinal! cried the astounded musketeer. "Your name," repeated his Eminence a third time. "Athos," said he. The cardinal made a sign to his equerry, who approached him. "These 3 musketeers will follow us," said he in a low voice. "I do not wish it to be known that I have left the camp, and by making them follow us we shall be certain that they will not tell anyone." "We are gentlemen, my lord," said Athos. "Ask us for our words, and do not be in doubt about us. Thank God we know how to keep a secret." The cardinal fixed his piercing eyes upon the daring speaker. "You have a fine ear, Monsieur Athos," said the cardinal. "But now listen to this. It is not through distrust that I request you to follow me. It is for my own security. Undoubtedly, your 2 companions are Messrs. Porthos and Aramis." "Yes, your Eminence," said Athos, whilst the 2 musketeers came forward, hat in hand. "I know you, gentlemen," said the cardinal. "I know you. I am aware that you are not entirely my friends, and I am sorry for it. But I know that you are brave and loyal gentlemen, and that you may safely be trusted. Monsieur Athos, do me the honor, therefore, to accompany me with your 2 friends, and then I shall have an escort which might excite the envy of his Majesty if we should meet him." The 3 musketeers bowed to the very necks of their horses. "Well, then, upon my honor," said Athos, "your Eminence is right to take us with you. We have met some sinister faces on the road, and we have even had a quarrel with 4 of them at the Red Dovecote." "A quarrel? And on what account, gentlemen?" said the cardinal. "I do not like rufflers, you know." "That is exactly why I've had the honor to warn your Eminence of what has just happened. For you might hear it from others, and, from a false report, be induced to believe that we had been at fault." "And what were the consequences of this quarrel?" demanded the cardinal, frowning. "Why, my friend Aramis there has received a slight wound in the arm, which, however, as your Eminence may see, will not hinder him from mounting to the assault tomorrow if your Eminence commands the attack." "But you are not the kind of men to take wounds in that way," said the cardinal. "Come, be frank, gentlemen. You certainly gave some in return. Confess yourselves. You know that I have the right to pronounce absolution." "I, my lord," said Athos, "did not even draw my sword. But I took him, with whom I was engaged, up in my arms and threw him out of the window. And," continued Athos, with some slight hesitation, "I fancy that in falling he broke his thigh." Ah, said the cardinal. "And you, Monsieur Porthos?" "I, my lord, knowing that sword-play is forbidden, seized a bench and gave one of these brigands a blow which, I think, broke his shoulder." "Very well," said the cardinal. "And you, Monsieur Aramis?" "I, my lord, as I am naturally very gentle, and am, besides, as your Eminence perhaps does not know, on the point of taking orders, I wanted to lead away my companions, when one of these wretches treacherously stabbed me through the left arm. My patience then failed me. I drew my sword in turn, and as he returned to the charge, I fancy that I felt, as he threw himself upon me, that the weapon passed through his body. I only know that he fell, and seemed to be carried away with his 2 companions." "The fiend, gentlemen," said the cardinal. 3 men disabled in a tavern quarrel. You have rather active hands. But by the way, what was the cause of the quarrel?" "These wretches were drunk," said Athos, "and knowing that a lady had arrived at the tavern that evening, they wanted to force her door." "And was this woman young and pretty?" demanded the cardinal with some anxiety. "We did not see her, my lord," replied Athos. "You did not see her? Ah, very good," briskly replied the cardinal. "You did right to defend the honor of a woman, and as I am myself going down to the Red Dovecote, I shall know whether you have told me the truth." "My lord," proudly replied Athos, "we are gentlemen, and would not tell a lie to save our lives." "Nor do I doubt what you have told me, Monsieur Athos. No, not for one moment. But," added he, to change the conversation, "was this lady alone?" "The lady had a cavalier closeted with her, but as he did not show himself, in spite of the noise, it is to be presumed that he is a coward." "Judge not rashly, says the gospel," replied the cardinal. Aramis bowed.
"And now, gentlemen," said the cardinal, "I know what I wanted to learn. Follow me." The 3 musketeers fell behind the cardinal, who again covered his face with his cloak, and went forward, keeping himself 8 or 10 paces before his 4 companions. They soon arrived at the silent, solitary tavern. The landlord was unquestionably aware what an illustrious visitor he was to expect, and had dismissed all troublesome persons. 10 paces before he reached the door, the cardinal made a sign to his equerry and to the 3 musketeers to halt. A ready saddled horse was fastened to the shutter. The cardinal knocked 3 times in a peculiar manner. A man, enveloped in a cloak, came out directly, and quickly exchanged a few words with the cardinal, after which he mounted the horse and went off towards Surgray, which was also the road to Paris. "Come forward, gentlemen," said the cardinal. "I find that you have told me the truth, gentlemen, and it will not be my fault if our meeting this evening should not turn out to your advantage. In the meantime, follow me." The cardinal dismounted, and the 3 musketeers did the same. The cardinal cast his bridle over the arm of his equerry, and the musketeers fastened theirs to the shutters. The landlord stood on the step of his door. To him, the cardinal was only an officer coming to visit a lady. "Have you any chamber on the ground floor where these gentlemen may wait for me by a good fire?" inquired the cardinal. The landlord opened the door of a large room, where a sorry, closed iron stove had lately been replaced by a large and excellent chimney. "I have this," replied he. "That will do excellently," said the cardinal. "Enter, gentlemen, and be pleased to wait for me here. I shall not be more than half an hour." And whilst the 3 musketeers entered the chamber on the ground floor, the cardinal, without requiring any direction, ascended the stairs, like a man who has no need to be told the way. 44. The utility of stove funnels. It was evident that, unconsciously, and moved solely by their chivalrous and adventurous character, our 3 friends had rendered a service to someone whom the cardinal honoured with his own especial protection. But who was that someone? This was the question which our 3 musketeers first asked themselves. Then, finding that none of the replies which their intelligence suggested were satisfactory, Porthos called the landlord and asked for some dice. Porthos and Aramis placed themselves at a table and began to play, whilst Athos walked up and down the room in deep thought. As he walked and meditated, he passed and repassed before the funnel of the former stove, which had been half broken off, and of which the other end went into the apartment above. Each time that he passed, he heard the murmur of speech, which at last attracted his notice. Athos approached, and distinguished some words, which certainly appeared to deserve so much attention, that he made signs to his 2 companions to be silent, and remained himself with his ear bent down to the level of the lower opening of the funnel. "Listen, my lady," said the cardinal. "The business is important. Sit down and let us talk about it."
"My lady,"
muttered Athos.
"I am listening to your eminence with the greatest attention,"
replied a voice which made him start. "A small vessel with an English crew, whose captain is devoted to me, awaits you at the mouth of the Charente, at the Fort de la Pointe. It will sail tomorrow morning."
"I must go there tonight, then?"
"Directly. That is to say, as soon as you have received my instructions. 2 men, whom you will find at the door when you go out, will escort you. You will let me depart first, and then, half an hour after, you will depart yourself."
"Yes, my lord. Now, let us return to the commission which you are pleased to charge me, and, as I am anxious to continue to merit your confidence, deign to explain it in clear and precise terms, so that I may not make any error."
There was a moment of profound silence between the 2 interlocutors. It was evident that the cardinal was weighing beforehand the expressions he was about to use, and that the lady was collecting all her intellectual faculties to understand what he was going to say, and to engrave it on her memory when it was said. Athos took advantage of this moment to tell his 2 companions to fasten the door inside, and to beckon them to come and listen with him. The 2 musketeers, who loved their ease, brought a chair for each of themselves, and one for Athos. They all 3 seated themselves, with their heads close together, and their ears wide open. "You are going to London," resumed the cardinal. "On arriving there, you will seek out Buckingham."
I would observe to your eminence, said her ladyship, that since the affair of the diamond studs, in which the Duke has always suspected me, his Grace mistrusts me.
But you have no occasion this time, said the cardinal, to gain his confidence. You are to present yourself frankly and loyally as an ambassadress.
Frankly and loyally? Repeated the lady, with an indescribable accent of duplicity.
Yes, frankly and loyally, replied the cardinal, in the same tone. All this business must be transacted openly.
I will follow your eminence's instructions to the very letter, and I wait for you to give them.
You will go to Buckingham from me, and you will tell him that I am aware of all the preparations he is making, but that I do not much disturb myself about them, seeing that, at the first step on which he ventures, I will destroy the Queen.
Will he believe that your eminence is in a condition to execute your threats?
Yes, for I am in possession of proofs.
It will be necessary for me to be able to submit these proofs to his examination.
Certainly. And you will say to him first that I shall publish the report of Bois-Robert and of the Marquis de Beautru concerning the interview which the Duke had with the Queen at the house of the High Constable's lady, on the evening that the latter gave a masked ball. And you will add, in order to leave him no room for doubt, that he came in the costume of the Great Mogul, which was to have been worn by the Duke of Guise, and which he bought of this latter for the sum of 3,000 pistoles.
Good, my lord.
All the details of his entry into the Louvre, where he introduced himself in the character of an Italian fortune-teller, and of his leaving in the night, are known to me. And you will tell him, in order that he may be again assured of the accuracy of my information, that he had under his cloak a large white robe, thickly covered with tears and death's heads and crossbones, in which, in case of surprise, he was to personate the phantom of the White Lady, who, as is well known, revisits the Louvre whenever any great event is about to be accomplished.
Is that all, my lord?
Tell him that I know all the particulars of the adventure at Amiens, and that I shall make a little spiritually turned romance of it, with a plan of the garden and the portraits of the principal actors in that nocturnal scene.
I will tell him this.
Tell him further that I have got Montague in the Bastille. It is true we found no letter on him, but the torture may make him tell all he knows, and even a little more.
Perfect.
And lastly, add that his Grace, in his hurry to leave the Isle of Ré, forgot to remove from his quarters a certain letter of Madame de Chevreuse, which strangely compromises the Queen, inasmuch as it proves not only that Her Majesty can love the enemies of the King, but also that she can conspire with the enemies of France. You now thoroughly comprehend all that I have told you, do you not?
Your eminence shall judge. The High Constable's lady's ball, the night at the Louvre, the evening at Amiens, the arrest of Montague, and the letter of Madame de Chevreuse.
That is right, my lady. That is right. You have an excellent memory.
But,
resumed she to whom the cardinal had just addressed this compliment,
if, in spite of all these reasons, the Duke should not surrender and should continue to menace France?
The Duke is in love like a madman, or rather like a ninny, replied Richelieu with intense bitterness. Like the paladins of old, he has only undertaken this war to obtain a glance from his mistress's eyes. If he knows that the war will cost the lady of his love her honor, and perhaps her liberty, I warrant you that he will look twice at it before he decides.
But yet, said the lady, with a perseverance which proved that she was determined to understand all that was included in the mission that she was about to undertake, but yet, if he should persist—
If he persists, said the cardinal, but it is not probable.
It is possible, rejoined the lady.
If he persists—
His Eminence paused, and then continued.
If he persists, well, I must put my hope in one of those events which change the fortune of nations.
If your Eminence would cite to me some of those historical events, said her ladyship, I might possibly participate in your confidence concerning the future.
Well, Look, for example, said Richelieu, when, for a cause very similar to that which now actuates the Duke, His Majesty Henry IV, of glorious memory, went in 1610 to invade at the same time both Flanders and Italy, in order that he might assail Austria on both sides, did not an event occur which saved Austria? Why should the King of France not have the same good fortune as the Emperor? Your Eminence alludes to the assassin's knife in the Rue de la Ferronnière? Precisely so, said the Cardinal. Is your Eminence not afraid that the fate of Ravaillac would deter those who might be for an instant tempted to imitate his example? In all times and all countries, especially in those countries which are divided within by religious faith, there are always fanatics who will be well contented to be regarded as martyrs. And here, at this very moment, it occurs to me that the Puritans are furious against the Duke of Buckingham, and that their preachers speak of him as the Antichrist. Well, inquired her ladyship. Well, continued the Cardinal, in a careless tone, it would be only necessary, for instance, to find some young, beautiful, and clever woman who wanted to take revenge upon the Duke. Such a woman may be found. The Duke has been a favoured lover, and if he has sown much affection by his promises of eternal constancy, he has also sown much hatred by his continual infidelities. Unquestionably, remarked her ladyship coldly, such a woman may be found. Well, such a woman would, by putting the knife of Clement or of Ravaillac into the hands of an assassin, save France. Yes, but she would be an accomplice in assassination. Have the accomplices of Ravaillac or of Jacques Clement ever been discovered? No, for they were perhaps too high in station for anyone to dare to seek them where they really were. It is not for everybody, my lord, that the Palace of Justice would be burned down. What? Do you not believe, then, that the burning of the palace was an accident of chance? Asked Richelieu, in the very tone with which he would have asked the most unimportant question. Aye, my lord, replied her ladyship. I have no belief about it. I cite a fact, nothing more. Only I would say that if I were called Mademoiselle de Montpensier, or the Queen Marie de Medici, I should take fewer precautions than I do, now that I am simply named Lady de Winter. That is quite fair, said Richelieu. What is it, then, that you require? I require an order ratifying beforehand whatever I may think it necessary to do for the prosperity of France. But we must first find the woman I alluded to, who craves revenge upon the Duke. She is found, said the lady. Then we must find out the wretched fanatic who will serve as the instrument of God's justice. He shall be found. Well, said the Cardinal, it will then be time enough to solicit the order that you have just demanded. Your Eminence is right, resumed her ladyship, and I was to blame for seeing in the mission with which you honour me anything beyond what it in truth embraces. That is, to announce to his Grace in your Eminence's name that you are aware of the different disguises under which he contrived to approach the Queen at the entertainment given by the constable's lady. That you have proofs of the interview which the Queen granted at the Louvre to a certain Italian astrologer, who was no other than the Duke of Buckingham. That you have given directions for a spiritual little romance concerning the adventure at Amiens, with a plan of the garden in which it occurred, and portraits of the actors who took part in it. That Montague is in the Bastille, and that the torture may make him tell all that he remembers, and even much that he does not remember. And finally, that you possess a certain letter from Madame de Chevreuse, which was found in his Grace's quarters, and which strangely compromises not only her who wrote it, but also her in whose name it has been written. But if he persists in spite of these representations, as this is the limit of my commission, it will only remain for me to pray to God to perform a miracle for the salvation of France. This is my precise mission, is it not, my lord? And I have nothing else to do? Exactly so, said Richelieu coldly. And now, continued her ladyship, without appearing to observe the altered manner of his Eminence towards her, since I have received your Eminence's instructions with regard to your enemies, will your lordship permit me to say a few words concerning mine? You have enemies, then? Said Richelieu. Yes, my lord,
enemies against whom you are bound to support me, since I made them in the service of your eminence." "And who are they?" demanded the cardinal. "There is, first, a little busybody of the name of Bonacieux." "She is in prison at Nantes." "That is to say, she was there," replied the lady. "But the queen has inveigled an order from the king, by the assistance of which she has removed her to a convent." "To a convent?" said the cardinal. "Yes, a convent." "And in what convent?" "I do not know. The secret has been well kept." "I will know it, though." "And your eminence will let me know in what convent this woman is?" "I see no objection to that," replied the cardinal. "Very well. Now I have another enemy, whom I fear far more than this little Madame Bonacieux." "Who is that?" "Her lover." "What is his name?" "Oh, your eminence knows him well," exclaimed the lady, carried away by her anger. "It is the evil genius of both of us. It is he who, in an encounter with your eminence's guards, turned the victory in favor of the king's musketeers. It is he who gave 3 sword wounds to De Ward, your eminence's emissary, and who rendered the affair of the diamond studs abortive. And lastly, it is he who, knowing that it was I who had deprived him of Madame Bonacieux, has sworn my death." "Ah, said the cardinal. "I know who you mean." "Yes, I mean that wretch D'Artagnan."
"He is a bold fellow, that," said the cardinal.
"And it is exactly because he is a bold fellow that he is the more to be feared."
"We ought first," said the cardinal, "to have some proof of his association with the duke."
"A proof!" exclaimed the lady. "I will have a dozen."
"Well, then, let me have the proof, and it is the simplest thing in the world. I will send him to the Bastille."
"Very well, my lord. But then afterwards?"
"When a man is in the Bastille, there is no afterwards," said the cardinal in a hollow voice. "Ah, mordieu," continued he, "if it was as easy for me to get rid of my enemy as it is to rid you of yours, and if it was against such people as these that you asked me for impunity—"
"My lord," said the lady, "boon for boon, life for life, man for man. Give me the one, and I will give you the other."
"I do not understand what you mean," replied the cardinal, "nor do I wish to do so. But I shall be glad to oblige you, and I see no objection to giving you the order you demand, as to such an insignificant creature as this, and the more willingly as you tell me that this little D'Artagnan is a libertine, a duellist, and a traitor."
"A wretch, my lord, a wretch!"
"Then give me a pen, ink, and paper," said the cardinal.
"Here they are, my lord."
"Perfect." There was a moment's silence, which proved that the cardinal was occupied in thinking of the words in which the order should be written, or perhaps in writing it. Athos, who had not lost one word of the conversation, took a hand of each of his companions, and led them to the other end of the room. "Well," said Porthos, "what do you want, and why do you not let us hear the end of the conversation?"
"Hush!" said Athos in a whisper. "We have heard all that was necessary for us to hear. Besides, I do not hinder you from hearing the rest, but I must go."
"You must go," said Porthos. "But if the cardinal should ask for you, what are we to say?"
"You will not wait for him to ask. You will tell him beforehand that I am gone in advance to clear the way, since from certain words of our landlords I have been led to suppose that the road is not quite safe. I will drop a word or two to the cardinal's equerry. The rest concerns myself. Do not be uneasy about it."
"Be prudent, Athos," said Aramis.
"Make yourself easy," replied Athos. "You know that I am cool enough."
Porthos and Aramis returned to their places near the funnel. As for Athos, he went out without any disguise, took his horse, which was fastened along with those of his 2 friends, to the shutter, convinced the equerry in 4 words of the necessity of an advance guard on their return, looked with affected care at the priming of his pistols, put his sword between his teeth, and set off as a forlorn hope on the road that led towards the camp. 45. A conjugal scene. As Athos had foreseen, the cardinal was not long before he descended.
He opened the door of the room in which he had left the 3 musketeers, and found Porthos and Aramis engaged in a most earnest game of dice. With a rapid glance he examined every corner of the room, and saw that one of his men was missing. "What has become of Monsieur Athos?" he asked. "My lord," replied Porthos, "he is gone forward on the lookout, as some remarks of our landlord's led him to suspect that the road was not safe." "And what have you been doing, Monsieur Porthos?" "I have won 5 pistoles from Aramis." "And can you now return with me?" "We are at your Eminence's command." "To horse, then, gentlemen, for it is getting late." The equerry was at the door, holding the cardinal's horse. At a little distance 2 men and 3 horses were visible in the shade. These men were the individuals who were to conduct her ladyship to the Fort de la Pointe and to superintend her embarkation. The equerry confirmed what the 2 musketeers had already told the cardinal concerning Athos. Richelieu gave a sign of approbation and resumed his journey, taking the same precautions in his return as he had done in his advance. Let us leave him on his way to the camp, protected by the equerry and the 2 musketeers, and return to Athos. For 100 yards he had preserved the same pace, but once out of view he had pushed his horse to the right, had made a small circuit, and had returned to within 20 paces, where, concealed in the coppice, he awaited the passage of the little troop. Having recognized the laced hats of his companions and the gold fringe of the cardinal's cloak, he tarried till the party had turned the corner of the road, and having lost sight of them, he galloped up to the tavern, and was admitted without any difficulty. The landlord recognized him again. "My officer," said Athos, "has forgotten a communication of importance, which he should have made to the lady on the first floor, and has sent me to repair his forgetfulness." "Go up," said the landlord. "The lady is still in her chamber." Athos availed himself of this permission, and descended the stairs with his lightest step, and when he had reached the landing-place, he perceived, through the half-open door, the lady who was fastening on her hat. He entered the room, and closed the door behind him. Enveloped in his cloak, and with his hat drawn down over his eyes, Athos stood upright before the door. On seeing this figure, mute and motionless as a statue, the lady was alarmed. "Who are you, and what do you want?" exclaimed she. "Yes, it is indeed she," muttered Athos. Letting his cloak fall, and lifting up his hat, he advanced towards her ladyship. "Do you recognize me, madame?" said he. The lady took one step forward, and then recoiled as though she had seen a serpent. "Come," said Athos, "I can see that you recognize me." "The Count de la Fère," muttered her ladyship, growing deadly pale, and drawing back till the wall prevented her retreat. "Yes, my lady," replied Athos, "the Count de la Fère in person, who returns expressly from the other world to have the pleasure of seeing you. Let us sit down, then, and converse, to quote the cardinal." Impelled by an inexpressible terror, her ladyship sat down without uttering a word. "You are a demon let loose upon the earth," said Athos. "Your power is great, I know. But you know also that with God's assistance men have often overcome the most terrible demons. You have once before crossed my path. I thought that I had crushed you, madame, but either I deceived myself or hell has given you new life." At these words, which recalled most fearful memories, the lady held down her head and groaned. "Yes, hell has given you new life," resumed Athos. "Hell has made you rich. Hell has given you another name. Hell has almost endowed you with another face. But it has not expunged either the brand from your body or the stains from your soul." The lady arose, as if moved by a spring, and her eyes darted lightning. Athos remained seated. "You thought me dead, did you not?" he continued, "as I thought you dead. And the name of Athos has concealed the Count de la Fère, even as the name of Lady de Winter has concealed Anne de Breuil. Was that not what you were called when your honored brother married us? Our position is truly strange," continued Athos, laughing. "We have both of us only lived till now, because each thought the other dead, and remembrance is less burdensome than a reality, although a remembrance even is sometimes a veracious thing." "But after all," said the lady in a hollow voice, "what brings you here to me, and what want you with me? I want to tell you that although I have been invisible to you, I have not lost sight of you. You know what I have done? I can recite your actions day by day, from your entrance into the cardinal's service until tonight." A smile of incredulity passed across the pale lips of her ladyship. "Listen. It is you who cut the 2 diamond studs from Buckingham's shoulder. It is you who stole away Madame Bonancieux. It is you who, enamoured of De Ward, and thinking to receive him, opened your door to Monsieur d'Artagnan. It is you who, believing that De Ward deceived you, wished to have him slain by his rival. It is you who, when this rival had discovered your disgraceful secret, sought to have him assassinated in his turn by 2 murderers whom you sent to dog him. It is you who, when you found bullets fail, sent poisoned wine with a forged letter to make your victim fancy that it was the present of his friends. And lastly, it is you who, here in this very room, seated on the very chair where I now sit, have this moment made an engagement with the Cardinal Richelieu to get the Duke of Buckingham assassinated, in exchange for his undertaking to allow you to assassinate Monsieur d'Artagnan." Her ladyship was livid. "You must indeed be Satan," said she. "Perhaps so," replied Athos. "But at all events, mark this well. Assassinate the Duke of Buckingham, or cause him to be assassinated, it is of no consequence to me. I know him not, and he is, besides, the enemy of France. But touch not one single hair of the head of D'Artagnan, who is my faithful friend, whom I love and will protect, or I swear to you by my father's head that the crime which you have then committed, or attempted to commit, shall be indeed your last." "Monsieur d'Artagnan has cruelly insulted me," said she, "and he must die." "Indeed? And is it possible that you can be insulted, madame?" said Athos, laughing. "He has insulted you, and he must die." "He shall die," repeated her ladyship. "She first, and he afterwards." Athos felt his brain begin to reel. The sight of this creature, who had nothing of the woman in her nature, recalled most fearful recollections. He thought how one day, in a situation less perilous than that in which he now stood, he had already sought to sacrifice her to his honor. His murderous desire came burning back upon him, like an invading fever. He arose in his turn, and put his hand to his belt, from which he drew a pistol, which he cocked. The lady, pale as a corpse, endeavored to cry out, but her frozen tongue could only utter a hoarse sound, which had no resemblance to the human voice, but seemed rather the growl of some savage beast. Glued, as it were, against the sombre tapestry, with her dishevelled hair, she looked like the appalling image of terror. Athos slowly raised the pistol, stretched forth his arm until the weapon almost touched the lady's forehead, and then, in a voice the more terrible as it had all the intense calmness of an inflexible resolution, "Madame," said he, "you must immediately give me the paper which the cardinal wrote just now, or on my soul I will blow out your brains." With any other man the lady might have had some doubt, but she knew Athos. Nevertheless, she remained motionless. "You have 1 second in which to decide," continued he. The lady saw, from the contraction of his brow, that the shot was coming. She hastily put her hand to her bosom, and drew forth a paper, which she handed to Athos. "Take it," said she, "and may you be accursed." Athos took the paper, replaced the pistol in his belt, went to the lamp to assure himself that it was the right paper, unfolded it, and read, "It is by my order, and for the good of the state, that the bearer of this did that which he has now done. Richelieu." "And now," said Athos, resuming his cloak, and replacing his hat upon his head, "and now that I have drawn your teeth, bite if you can." He left the room without even looking once behind him. At the door he found the 2 men with the led horse. "Gentlemen," said he, "his lordship's order is, you know, to conduct this woman, without loss of time, to the Fort de la Pointe, and not to leave her until she is on board." As these words exactly accorded with the order which they had received, they bowed their heads in token of assent. As for Athos, He sprang lightly into his saddle and went off at a gallop. Only instead of keeping to the road, he went across the fields, pushing his horse on very fast, and halting from time to time to listen. In one of these halts he heard the sound of several horses on the road. He did not doubt that it was the cardinal and his escort. Taking immediately another direction forward, and then rubbing his horse with some sweet broom and leaves, he placed himself in the middle of the road, at not more than 200 paces from the camp. "Who goes there?" cried he, when he heard the horsemen. "It is our brave musketeer, I believe," said the cardinal. "Yes, my lord," replied Athos. "It is he in person." "Monsieur Athos," said Richelieu, "accept my best thanks for the care that you have taken. Gentlemen, we have reached our destination. Take the gate to the left hand. The word for the night is Roi et Ré." As he said this, the cardinal bowed to the three friends, and turned to the right, followed by his equerry, for on that night he slept in the camp. "Well," said Porthos and Aramis as soon as the cardinal was out of hearing, "well, he signed the paper that you demanded." "I know it," said Athos quietly, "for here it is." The three friends did not exchange another word before they reached their own quarters, excepting to give the word to the sentinels on guard. But they sent Mousqueton to tell Planchet that his master was requested, on leaving the trenches, to come immediately to the musketeers' rooms. On the other hand, as Athos had foreseen, her ladyship, on finding the two men at the door, followed them without hesitation. She had for an instant an idea of seeking another interview with the cardinal and relating to him what had passed, but a revelation on her part would produce one on that of Athos. She might easily say that Athos had ruined her, but he would state that she was branded. So she thought it better to be silent, to depart discreetly, to accomplish with her accustomed ability the difficult commission which had been entrusted to her, and then, when these things were ended to the cardinal's satisfaction, to return and claim her vengeance. Consequently, having travelled all night, she was at Fort de la Pointe by 7 in the morning. At 8 she had embarked, and at 9 the vessel weighed anchor and made sail for England. 46. The Bastion of Saint-Gervais. On arriving at his friends' quarters, D'Artagnan found them assembled in one room. Athos was thinking, Porthos was twisting his moustache, and Aramis was reading his prayers in a charming little book bound in blue velvet. "By my soul, gentlemen," said D'Artagnan, "I hope that what you have to tell me is worth the trouble. Otherwise I should not forgive your having made me dismantle a bastion entirely by myself. Ah, why were you not there, gentlemen? It was hot work." "We were in another place, where it was by no means cold either," said Porthos, giving his moustache a turn peculiar to himself. "Hush!" said Athos. Oh, said D'Artagnan, understanding the slight frown of the musketeer. "It seems that there is something fresh astir." "Aramis," said Athos, "you breakfasted at the Parpaillot tavern the day before yesterday, I believe?" "Yes." "How are things there?" "Why, I fared but badly myself. It was a fast day, and they had nothing but meat." "What?" said Athos, "in a seaport, and no fish?" "They say that the mound which the cardinal is building drives the fish out into the open sea," said Aramis, resuming his pious reading. "But that is not what I wanted to know, Aramis," continued Athos. "Were you free, and did no one disturb you?" "Why, I think that there were not many idlers," replied Aramis. "Yes, in fact, for what you want, Athos, I think we shall do well enough at the Parpaillot." "Come, then, let us to the Parpaillot," said Athos, "for here the walls are like leaves of paper." D'Artagnan, who was accustomed to his friend's manner, and understood by a word, a gesture, or a look from him that circumstances called for seriousness, took his arm and went out with him without uttering a word.
This is the end of disc number 14. Please insert disc number 15. This is disc number 15.
D'Artagnan, who was accustomed to his friend's manner, and understood by a word, a gesture, or a look from him that circumstances called for seriousness, took his arm and went out with him without uttering a word. Porthos followed them in conversation with Aramis. On their way, they met Grimaud, and Athos beckoned to him to attend them. Grimaud, according to custom, obeyed in silence. The poor fellow had finished by almost forgetting how to speak. When they arrived at the Parpaillot, it was 7 in the morning, and the day was just beginning to dawn. The three friends ordered breakfast, and entered a room where the landlord assured them that they would not be disturbed. The hour was, unfortunately, ill chosen for a conference. The morning drum had just been beaten. Everyone was busy shaking off the sleepiness of night, and to drive away the dampness of the morning air, coming to take a drop at the tavern. Dragoons, Swiss, guards, musketeers, and light cavalry succeeded one another with a rapidity very beneficial to the business of mine host, but very unfavourable to the designs of our four friends, who replied but sullenly to the salutations, toasts, and jests of their companions. "Come," said Athos, "we shall bring some good quarrel on our hands presently, and we do not want that just now. D'Artagnan, tell us about your night's work. We will tell you about ours afterwards." "In fact," said one of the light cavalry, who whilst rocking himself held in his hand a glass of brandy, which he slowly sipped, "in fact, you were in the trenches, you gentlemen of the guards, and it seems to me that you had a squabble with the Rochelois." D'Artagnan looked at Athos to see whether he ought to answer this intruder who intruded on the conversation. "Well," said Athos, "did you not hear Monsieur de Busigny, who did the honour to address you? Tell us what took place in the night, as these gentlemen seem desirous to hear it." "Did you not take a bastion?" asked a Swiss, who was drinking rum mixed with a glass of beer. "Yes, sir," replied D'Artagnan, bowing. "We had that honour. And also, as you may have heard, we introduced a barrel of powder under one of the angles, which, on exploding, made a very pretty breach, without reckoning that, as the bastion is very old, all the rest of the building is much shaken." "And what bastion is it?" asked a dragoon, who held spitted on his sabre a goose which he had brought to be cooked. "The bastion Saint-Gervais," replied D'Artagnan, "from behind which the Rochelois annoyed our sappers." "And was it warm work?" "Yes, we lost 5 men, and the Rochelois some 8 or 10. "Balsample," said the Swiss, who, in spite of the admirable collection of oaths which the German language possesses, had got the habit of swearing in French. "But it is probable," said the light horseman, "that they will send pioneers to repair the bastion this morning." "Yes, it is probable," said D'Artagnan. "Gentlemen," said Athos, "a wager." "Ah, a wager," said the Swiss. "What is it?" asked the light horseman. "Stop," said the dragoon, laying his sabre like a spit on the 2 great iron dogs which supported the fire in the chimney. "I am in it. A dripping pan here, instantly, you noodle of a landlord, that I may not lose 1 drop of the fat of this estimable bird." "He is right," said the Swiss. "The fat of a goose is very good with sweetmeats." "There," said the dragoon. "And now for the wager. We are listening, Monsieur Athos." "Well, Monsieur de Busigny," said Athos, "I bet you that my 3 comrades, Messieurs Porthos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan, and myself, will go and breakfast in the bastion of Saint-Gervais, and that we will stay there for 1 hour by the clock, whatever the enemy may do to dislodge us." Porthos and Aramis looked at one another, for they began to understand.
"Why,"
said D'Artagnan, stooping to Athos's ear,
"you're going to get us all killed without mercy."
"We shall be more certainly killed if we do not go," replied Athos. "Ah, faith, gentlemen," said Porthos, throwing himself back in his chair and twirling his moustache. "That is a fine wager, I hope." "And I accept it," said Monsieur de Busigny. "Now we must fix the stakes." "You are 4, gentlemen," said Athos, "and we are 4. A dinner for 8. Will that suit you?" "Just the thing," replied Monsieur de Busigny. "Exactly," said the dragoon. "That will do," exclaimed the Swiss. The 4th auditor, who had remained silent throughout the conversation, bowed his head as a sign that he acquiesced in the proposition. "The déjeuner of these gentlemen is ready," broke in the landlord. "Well then, bring it here," said Athos. The landlord obeyed. Athos called Grimaud, showed him a large basket which was lying in a corner, and made him a sign to wrap up in the napkins all the eatables which had been brought. Grimaud, comprehending at once that they were going to breakfast on the grass, took the basket, packed up the eatables, put in the bottles, and took the basket up in his arms. "But where are you going to eat this breakfast?" said the landlord. "What does it signify to you?" replied Athos, "provided you are paid for it." And he threw 2 pistoles majestically on the table. "Must I give you the change, sir?" said mine host. "No, but add a couple of bottles of champagne, and the balance will pay for the napkins." The landlord had not made quite such a good thing of it as he at first expected, but he recompensed himself for it by palming off on his 4 guests 2 bottles of Anjou wine instead of the 2 bottles of champagne. "Monsieur de Busigny, will you regulate your watch by mine, or permit me to regulate mine by yours?" inquired Athos. "At your pleasure," said the light dragoon, drawing from his fob a very beautiful watch encircled with diamonds. "7:30, added he. 35 minutes after 7, said Athos. "We shall remember that I am 5 minutes in advance, sir." Then, bowing to the astonished party, the 4 young men took the road towards the bastion of Saint-Gervais, followed by Grimaud, who carried the basket, not knowing where he was going, and from the passive obedience that was habitual to him, not even thinking of inquiring. Whilst they were within the precincts of the camp, the 4 friends did not exchange a word. They were, besides, followed by the curious, who, having heard of the wager, wished to know how they would extricate themselves from the affair. But when once they had got beyond the lines of circumvallation, and found themselves in the open country, D'Artagnan, who was entirely ignorant of what they were about, thought it high time to demand some explanation. "And now, my dear Athos," said he, "do me the favour to tell me where we are going." "You can see well enough," replied Athos. "We are going to the bastion." "But what are we going to do there?" "You know very well. We are going to breakfast there." "But why do we not breakfast at the Parpaillot?" "Because we have most important things to tell you, and it was impossible to converse for 5 minutes in that tavern with all those troublesome fellows who come and go and continually accost us. Here, at least," continued Athos, pointing to the bastion, "no one will come to interrupt us." "It appears to me," said D'Artagnan, with that prudence which was so thoroughly and so naturally united with his extreme courage, "it appears to me that we could have found some retired spot, somewhere among the downs on the seashore, where we should have been seen all 4 in council together, so that in a quarter of an hour the cardinal would have been informed by his spies that we were holding a consultation." "Yes," said Aramis, "Athos is right. Animad virtuntur in desertis." "A desert would not have been a bad place," remarked Porthos, "but the difficulty is to find one." "There is no desert where a bird could not pass over one's head, or a fish jump from the water, or a rabbit run from her burrow. And I believe that bird, fish, and rabbit are all amongst the cardinal's spies. It is much better, therefore, to pursue our enterprise. Besides, we cannot now recede without disgrace. We have made a bet which could not have been foreseen, and of which I defy anyone to guess the true motive. To win it, we must remain an hour in the bastion. Either we shall or shall not be attacked. If we are not, we shall have time to talk, and no one will hear us, for I will answer for it that the walls of that bastion have no ears. If we are attacked, we will talk just the same, and shall, moreover, by defending ourselves, be covered with glory. So you see that everything is favourable to us." "Yes," said D'Artagnan, "but we shall indubitably be shot." "Well," rejoined Athos, "but you know very well that the bullets most to be feared are not those of the enemy." "Yet it seems to me," said Porthos, "that for such an expedition we should at least have brought our muskets." "You are a simpleton, friend Porthos. Why should we encumber ourselves with a useless burden?" "I do not find a good regulation musket with a dozen cartridges and a powder flask useless in front of an enemy." "Well," rejoined Athos, "did you not hear what D'Artagnan said?" "And what did D'Artagnan say?" asked Porthos. "D'Artagnan says that in last night's attack as many as 8 or 10 Frenchmen were killed, and as many of the enemy." "Well?"
There has not been time to strip them, has there, seeing there was something more urgent to which to attend? Well? Well, we shall find their muskets, powder flasks, and cartridges. And instead of 4 muskets and a dozen balls, we shall have about 15 muskets and 100 rounds of ammunition to fire. Oh, Athos, said Aramis, you are really a great man. Porthos bowed his head in token of acquiescence. D'Artagnan alone did not appear completely convinced. Grimaud unquestionably partook of the young man's incredulity. Foreseeing that they continued to march towards the bastion, which he suspected before, he plucked his master by the skirt of his coat. "Where are we going?" he inquired by a sign. Athos pointed to the bastion. "But," said the silent Grimaud, still in the same dialect, "we shall leave our skins there." Athos raised his eyes and his fingers towards heaven. Grimaud set down his basket on the ground and seated himself upon it, shaking his head. Athos took a pistol from his belt, looked at the priming, cocked it, and levelled it at Grimaud's ear. Grimaud found himself raised up upon his legs, as if by the force of a spring. Athos then beckoned to him to take up the basket and to march in front. Grimaud obeyed, so that all the poor fellow had gained by this momentary pantomime was that he had been transformed from the rear guard to the advanced guard. Having reached the bastion, the 4 friends looked behind them. More than 300 soldiers of every arm had assembled at the entrance of the camp, and in a separate group they saw Monsieur de Busigny, the dragoon, the Swiss, and the 4th wagerer. Athos took off his hat, raised it on the end of his sword, and waved it in the air. All the spectators returned his salutation, accompanying this act of politeness with a loud hurrah, which reached the ears of the party. After this occurrence, they all 4 disappeared in the bastion, where Grimaud had already preceded them. 47. The Council of the Musketeers. As Athos had foreseen, the bastion was only occupied by about a dozen dead bodies, French and Rocheleois. "Gentlemen," said Athos, who had taken the command of the expedition, "whilst Grimaud prepares the table, let us begin by gathering together the muskets and ammunition. We can, moreover, converse whilst we are doing it. These gentlemen," added he, pointing to the dead bodies, "do not hear us." "But we may, nevertheless, throw them into the ditches," said Porthos, "having first satisfied ourselves that they have nothing in their pockets." "Yes," replied Athos, "but that is Grimaud's affair." "Well, then," said D'Artagnan, "let Grimaud search them and throw them over the walls." "Not upon any account," said Athos. "They may be of use to us." "These dead be of use to us?" exclaimed Porthos. "Ah, nonsense! You are going crazy, my dear friend." "Do not judge rashly, say both the gospel and the cardinal," replied Athos. "How many muskets are there, gentlemen?"
12.
"How much ammunition?"
100 rounds.
"It is quite as many as we need. Let us load our muskets." The 4 companions set themselves to work, and just as they had loaded the last musket, Grimaud made a sign to them that breakfast was ready. Athos indicated by a gesture that he was contented with what was done, and then pointed out to Grimaud a sort of sheltered box where he was to place himself as sentinel. But to relieve the tedium of his watch, Athos allowed him to take with him a loaf, 2 cutlets, and a bottle of wine. "And now to breakfast," said Athos. The 4 friends squatted upon the ground, like Turks or tailors. "And now," said D'Artagnan, "as you are no longer afraid of being heard, I hope that you are going to let us know your secret." "I hope that I provide you at the same time both with amusement and glory, gentlemen," said Athos. "I have induced you to take a charming little excursion. Here is a most sustaining breakfast, and below there are 500 persons, as you may perceive through the embrasures, who take us for madmen or heroes, 2 classes of fools who very much resemble each other." "But this secret—" "I saw her ladyship last night," said Athos. D'Artagnan was just conveying his glass to his lips, but at the sound of her ladyship's name, his hand trembled so that he placed his glass upon the ground in order that he might not spill its contents. "You have seen your wife—" "Hush, then!" interrupted Athos. You forget, my dear fellow, that these gentlemen are not, like you, initiated in the privacies of my family affairs. I have seen her ladyship." "And where did that happen?" demanded D'Artagnan. "About 2 leagues from hence, at the Red Dovecote." "In that case I am a lost man," said D'Artagnan. "Not just yet," replied Athos, "for by this time she must have quitted the shores of France." D'Artagnan breathed again. "But after all," inquired Porthos, "who is this lady?" "A charming woman," said Athos, sipping a glass of sparkling wine. "Scamp of a landlord!" exclaimed he, "who gives us Anjou for champagne, and thinks we shall be deceived by the subterfuge." "Yes," continued he, "a charming woman to whom our friend D'Artagnan has done something unpardonable, for which she has been endeavoring to avenge herself. A month ago, by trying to get him shot, a week ago, by sending him some poison, and yesterday, by demanding his head of the cardinal." "What? Demanding my head of the cardinal?" cried D'Artagnan, pale with terror. "Yes," said Porthos. "It is true as gospel, for I heard her with my own ears." "And I also," said Aramis. "Then," said D'Artagnan, letting his arm fall in a desponding manner, "it is useless to struggle longer. I may as well blow out my brains at once and have done with it." "That is the last folly to be perpetrated," said Athos, "seeing it is the only one which will admit of no remedy." "But with such enemies I shall never escape," said D'Artagnan. "First, my unknown antagonist of Meung, then De Ward, on whom I inflicted 4 wounds, next this lady whose secret I found out, and lastly the cardinal, whose revenge I defeated." "Well," said Athos, "and all this makes only 4, and we are 4 against 1. Vive Dieu! If we may trust to Grimaud's signs, we are now about to be engaged with a far greater number of foes. What's the matter, Grimaud? Considering the seriousness of the circumstances, I permit you to speak, my friend, but be brief, I beseech you. What do you see?" "A troop." "Of how many persons?" 20 men. "What sort of men?" 16 pioneers and 4 soldiers. "How far off are they?" 500 paces. "Good. We shall still have time to finish this fowl, and to drink a glass of wine. To your health, D'Artagnan." "To your health," repeated Aramis and Porthos. "Well then, to my health, although I do not imagine that your good wishes will be of much benefit to me." "Ah," said Athos, "God is great, as the Mohammedans say, and the future is in his hands." Then, having swallowed his wine and put the glass down, Athos carelessly arose, took the first musket which came to his hand, and went towards an embrasure. The 3 others did the same. As for Grimaud, he had orders to place himself behind them and to reload their muskets. An instant afterwards they saw the troop appearing. It came along a kind of branch trench, which formed a communication between the bastion and the town. "Mordieu," said Athos, "it was scarcely worth while to disturb ourselves for a score of fellows armed with pickaxes, mattocks, and spades. Grimaud ought to have quietly waved to them to go about their business, and I am quite convinced that they would have left us to ourselves." "I much doubt it," said D'Artagnan, "for they come forward with great resolution. Besides, in addition to the workmen, there are 4 soldiers and a brigadier armed with muskets." "That is because they have not seen us," replied Athos. "Faith," said Aramis, "I confess that I am reluctant to fire upon these poor devils of citizens." "He is a bad priest," said Porthos, "who pities heretics." "Upon my word," said Athos, "Aramis is right. I will give them a notice." "What the plague are you doing?" cried D'Artagnan. "You will get yourself shot, my dear fellow." But Athos paid no attention to this warning, and mounting on the breach, his fusee in one hand, and his hat in the other, "Gentlemen," said he, bowing courteously, and addressing himself to the soldiers and pioneers, who, astonished by this apparition, halted at about 50 paces from the bastion. "Gentlemen, we are, some of my friends and myself, engaged in breakfasting in this bastion. Now you know that nothing is more disagreeable than to be disturbed at breakfast. So we entreat of you, if you really have business here, to wait till we have finished our repast, or to come back in a little while. unless indeed you experience the salutary desire of forsaking the ranks of rebellion and coming to drink with us to the health of the King of France." "Take care, Athos," said D'Artagnan. "Don't you see that they are aiming at you?" "Yes, yes," said Athos. "But these are civilians who are shocking bad marksmen, and will take care not to hit me." In fact, at that moment, 4 shots were fired, and the bullets whistled around Athos, but without one touching him. 4 shots were instantaneously fired in return, but with a far better aim than that of the aggressors. 3 soldiers fell dead, and one of the pioneers was wounded. "Grimaud," said Athos, from the breach, "another musket." Grimaud obeyed immediately. The 3 friends had also reloaded their arms. A second discharge soon followed the first, and the brigadier and 2 pioneers fell dead. The rest of the troop took to flight. "Come, gentlemen, a sortie," said Athos. The 4 friends rushed out of the fort, reached the field of battle, picked up the muskets of the soldiers and the half-pike of the brigadier, and satisfied that the fugitives would never stop till they reached the city, they returned to the bastion, bearing with them the trophies of their victory. "Reload the muskets, Grimaud," said Athos, "and let us, gentlemen, continue our breakfast and conversation. Where were we?" "I recollect," said D'Artagnan, "you were saying that, after having demanded my head of the cardinal, her ladyship had left the shores of France. And where is she going?" added D'Artagnan, who was painfully anxious about the itinerary of the lady's journey. "She is going to England," replied Athos. "And why?" "To assassinate the Duke of Buckingham, or to get him assassinated." D'Artagnan uttered an exclamation of surprise and horror. "It is infamous!" exclaimed he. "Oh, as to that," said Athos, "I beg you to believe that I concern myself very little about it. Now that you have finished, Grimaud," continued he, "take the half-pike of our brigadier, fasten a napkin to it, and fix it on the end of our bastion, that those rebellious Rochelois may see that they are opposed to brave and loyal subjects of the king." Grimaud obeyed without reply, and an instant afterwards the white flag floated over the heads of the 4 friends. A cry of joy, a thunder of applause saluted its appearance. Half the camp was at the barriers. "What?" said D'Artagnan. "You concern yourself but little about her assassinating Buckingham or causing him to be assassinated? The Duke is our friend." "The Duke is an Englishman. The Duke fights against us. Let her do, therefore, what she likes with the Duke. I care as little about him as about an empty bottle." As Athos said this, he threw, some 15 yards before him, a bottle which he held in his hand, and from which he had just poured the last drop into his own glass. "Wait an instant," said D'Artagnan. "I do not abandon Buckingham in that manner. He gave us some very fine horses." "And especially some beautiful saddles," added Porthos, who was then wearing the lace of his upon his cloak. "Besides," said Aramis, "God wishes for the conversion, not death, of a sinner." "Amen," said Athos, "and we will return to that by and by, if such is your pleasure. But that which most engaged my attention at the time, and I am sure you will understand why, D'Artagnan, was how to take from this woman a carte blanche which she had extorted from the cardinal, and by means of which she might get rid of you, and perhaps the whole of us, with impunity." "This creature is a very demon," said Porthos, holding his plate to Aramis, who was cutting up a fowl. "And this document," said D'Artagnan, "did it remain in her hands?" "No, it passed into mine. I cannot say that it was without some trouble, for if I said that, I should tell a lie." "My dear Athos," said D'Artagnan, "I must no longer count the times I owe my life to you." "Then it was to visit her that you quitted us?" said Aramis. "Exactly so. And you have got the cardinal's letter?" inquired D'Artagnan. "Here it is," replied Athos. He took the precious paper from the pocket of his coat. D'Artagnan unfolded it with a hand, of which he did not attempt to hide the tremor, and read, "It is by my order, and for the good of the state, that the bearer of this did that which he has now done. Richelieu." "It is, in fact, a regular indulgence," said Aramis. "We must destroy this paper," said D'Artagnan, who seemed to read in it his own sentence of death. "On the contrary," replied Athos, "it must be most scrupulously preserved, and I would not give it up for the gold that would cover it in coin." "And what will she do now?" inquired D'Artagnan.
"Why," said Athos carelessly, "she will probably write to the cardinal that a cursed musketeer named Athos took her safeguard from her by force, and she will, at the same time, advise his Eminence to get rid of him, and also of his two friends, Porthos and Aramis. The cardinal will recollect that these are the very men that are always in his way. Then, some fine morning, he will have D'Artagnan arrested, and, that he may not be annoyed by solitude, will send us to keep him company in the Bastille." "Ah, then," said Porthos, "I think that you are cracking somewhat melancholy jokes." "I am not joking," replied Athos. "Do you know," said Porthos, "that I fancy it would be less of a crime to twist this cursed lady's neck than those of these poor devils of Huguenots, who have never committed any greater crime than singing in French the very psalms which we sing in Latin." "What does the Abbé say to that?" quietly asked Athos. "I say that I am quite of Porthos's opinion." "And I also," said D'Artagnan. "Happily she is far away," added Porthos, "for I confess that she would annoy me much here." "She annoys me in England as well as in France," said Athos. "She annoys me everywhere," said D'Artagnan. "But when you had her in your power," said Porthos, "why did you not drown, strangle, or hang her? It is only the dead who never return." "Do you think so, Porthos?" replied Athos, with a dark smile, which D'Artagnan alone could understand. "I have an idea," said D'Artagnan. "Let us hear it," cried the Musketeers. "To arms!" exclaimed Grimaud. The young men arose hastily and ran to their muskets. This time there was a small band advancing, composed of 20 or of 25 men, no longer pioneers, but soldiers of the garrison. "Suppose we now return to the camp," said Porthos. "It seems to me that the match is not equal." "Impossible for 3 reasons," answered Athos. "The first is because we have not finished our breakfast. The second, because we have still some important affairs to talk about. And the third, it wants yet 10 minutes before the hour is elapsed." "All the same," said Aramis, "we must arrange a plan of battle." "It is vastly simple," replied Athos. "As soon as the enemy is within musket shot, we must fire. If he continues to advance, we must fire again. In fact, we must blaze away as long as we have guns loaded. If the remnant of the band should then wish to mount to the assault, we must let the besiegers descend as far as the ditch, and then we must heave on their heads a large mass of the wall, which only stays up now by a miracle of equilibrium." "Bravo!" exclaimed Porthos. "Athos, you were undoubtedly born to be a general, and the cardinal, who thinks himself a great warrior, is a mere nothing to you." "Gentlemen," said Athos, "do not waste your ammunition, I beseech you. Let each pick out his man." "I have got mine," said D'Artagnan. "And I mine," said Porthos. "And I the same," said Aramis. "Fire!" cried Athos. The 4 guns made but one report, and 4 men fell. The drum then beat, and the little band advanced to the charge. The shots of the 4 friends were then fired without regularity, but invariably with the same deadly effect. Yet as though they had known the numerical weakness of their opponents, the Rochellois continued to advance at a quick pace. At 3 other reports, 2 men fell, yet the march of those who remained unwounded did not slacken. Having reached the foot of the bastion, there were still 12 or 15 of the enemy. A last discharge received, but did not arrest them. They leaped into the ditch and prepared to scale the breach. "Now, my friends," said Athos, "let us finish them at one blow. To the wall! To the wall!" And the 4 friends, assisted by Grimaud, set themselves to topple over with the barrels of their muskets an enormous mass of wall, which bowed as though the wind waved it, and, loosening itself from its foundation, fell with a tremendous crash into the ditch. A fearful cry was then heard. A cloud of dust ascended toward the skies, and that was all. "Can we have crushed them all, from the first to the last?" said Athos. "Faith, it looks very like it," replied D'Artagnan. "No," said Porthos. "There are 2 or 3 of them escaping, quite crippled." In fact, 3 or 4 of these unfortunate beings, covered with mire and blood, fled along the hollow way and regained the town. They were all the survivors of the little band. Athos looked at his watch. "Gentlemen," said he,
We have been here an hour, and now the wager is gained. But we must be good players. Besides, D'Artagnan has not yet told us his idea." And the Musketeer, with his habitual coolness, seated himself before the remains of the breakfast. "Would you like to hear my plan?" said D'Artagnan to his three companions, when, after the alarm which had had so fearful a termination for the little troop of Rochelois, the quartet had resumed their places before the remnants of their meal. "Yes," replied Athos. "You said that you had an idea." "Ah, I have it!" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "I will go to England for the second time, will find his Grace of Buckingham, and warn him of the plot which has been concocted against his life." "You will do no such thing, D'Artagnan," said Athos coldly. "Why not? Did I not go before?" "Yes, but at that time we were not at war. At that time the Duke of Buckingham was an ally and not an enemy. What you now suggest would amount to treason." D'Artagnan understood the force of this reasoning and was silent. "But," said Porthos, "I fancy that I, in my turn, have also got an idea." "Silence for Monsieur Porthos's idea," cried Aramis. "I will ask leave of absence of Monsieur de Tréville on any pretext whatsoever that you can suggest. I'm not very clever at excuses myself. The lady does not know me. I will get near her without exciting her alarm, and when I have found the beauty, I will strangle her." "Ah," said Athos, "I am really somewhat disposed to adopt Porthos's idea." "Fie, then!" exclaimed Aramis. "Kill a woman? No. Listen, I have the right idea." "Let us have your idea, Aramis," said Athos, who felt much deference for the young Musketeer. "We must announce it to the Queen." "Ah, faith, yes!" cried D'Artagnan and Porthos together. "I believe that we have found the true course at last." "Announce it to the Queen?" said Athos. "And how can we do that? Have we any friends at court? Can we send anyone to Paris without its being known in the camp? There are 140 leagues between here and Paris, and our letter will not have reached Angers before we ourselves shall be in a dungeon." "As for getting a letter safely delivered to the Queen," said Aramis, blushing, "I myself will undertake it. I know a very skilful person at Tours." Aramis stopped on seeing Athos smile. "Well, will you not adopt this plan, Athos?" inquired D'Artagnan. "I do not entirely reject it," replied Athos, "but I would merely observe to Aramis that he cannot himself leave the camp, and that with anybody but one of ourselves there will be no security that 2 hours after the messenger has started, all the Capuchins, all the alguazils, all the black bonnets of the cardinal will not know your letter by heart, and that you and your very skilful person will not be immediately arrested. Without calculating," added Porthos, "that the Queen would save the Duke of Buckingham while leaving us to our fate." "Gentlemen," said D'Artagnan, "Porthos's objection is full of sense." Ah, what is going on in the town?" said Athos. "They are beating to arms." The four friends listened, and the sound of the tattoo reached their ears. "You will see," continued Athos, "that they will send an entire regiment against us." "You do not expect to hold your ground against an entire regiment?" said Porthos. "Why not?" replied the Musketeer. "I feel myself in the humour, and would hold it against an army if we had only had the precaution to bring a dozen bottles more." "Upon my word, the drum comes nearer," said D'Artagnan. "Let it come," replied Athos. "There is a quarter of an hour's march between the town and this place. It is more time than we shall require to arrange our plans. If we go away from here, we shall never again find such a convenient spot. And listen, gentlemen, the very idea has come into my mind." "Let us hear it." Athos made a sign for his valet to come to him. "Grimaud," said Athos, pointing to the dead bodies which lay in the bastion, "you will take these gentlemen, fix them upright against the wall, put their hats on their heads, and place their muskets in their hands." "Oh, great man!" cried D'Artagnan. "I understand you." "You understand him?" said Porthos. "And you, Grimaud, do you understand?" inquired Aramis. Grimaud gave a sign in the affirmative. "It is all that is necessary," said Athos. "Now, let us return to my idea."
I should like, however, to understand as well, said Porthos.
It is of no use.
Yes, the idea of Athos, said D'Artagnan and Aramis at the same time.
This lady, this woman, this creature, this demon, has a brother-in-law, I think you told me?
Yes, I even know him, and I believe that he has no great sympathy with his sister-in-law.
There is no harm there, replied Athos, and if he detested her even, it would be so much the better. In that case, we are fitted to a nicety.
Nevertheless, said Porthos, I should like to understand what Grimaud is about.
Silence, Porthos, cried Aramis. What is the name of this brother-in-law?
Lord de Winter.
Where is he at present?
He returned to London on the first report of the war.
Well, there is exactly the man we want, said Athos. It is to him that we must give information. We must let him know that his sister-in-law is going to assassinate someone, and entreat him to keep his eye upon her. There must be in London, I should hope, some establishment like the Madelonette or the Magdalen. He must place his sister-in-law there, and we shall then be at peace.
Yes, said D'Artagnan,
until she gets out again.
Ah, faith, said Athos. You ask too much, D'Artagnan. I have given you all that I have, and I tell you that my budget is now empty.
I think it the best plan we can devise, observed Aramis. We will inform the Queen and Lord de Winter at the same time.
But by whom shall we convey the one letter to London and the other to Tours?
I answer for Bazin, replied Aramis.
And I for Planchet, added D'Artagnan.
In fact, said Porthos, if we cannot leave the camp, our lackeys can. Certainly, added Aramis. So we will write the letters this very day, give them some money, and send them on the journey.
We will give them some money, said Athos. Then you have got money, have you?
The four friends looked at each other, and a cloud passed over the brows, which had been for an instant brightened.
Attention, cried D'Artagnan. I see black and red points in motion below there. What were you saying about a regiment, Athos? It is a regular army.
Faith, yes, replied Athos. There they are.
Do you see the crafty fellows who are advancing without drum or trumpet? Have you finished, Grimaud?
Grimaud gave a sign in the affirmative, and pointed to a dozen dead bodies, which he had placed in the most picturesque attitudes, some carrying arms, others seeming to take aim, others sword in hand.
Bravo! cried Athos. That does credit to your imagination.
That may be, said Porthos, and yet I should like to understand it.
Let us decamp first, said D'Artagnan. You will understand afterwards. One moment, gentlemen. Wait 1 moment. Let us give Grimaud time to take away the breakfast things.
Ah, said Aramis, here are the black and red points becoming visible larger, and I am of D'Artagnan's opinion. I believe that we have no time to lose in regaining the camp.
Faith, said Athos, I have nothing more to say against a retreat. We betted for an hour, and we have remained an hour and a half. There is nothing more to communicate. So let us be off, gentlemen, let us be off.
Grimaud had already commenced his retreat, with the basket and the fragments. The four friends followed behind him, and had taken about a dozen steps when—
What the plague are we about, gentlemen? Exclaimed Athos.
Have you forgotten anything? Inquired Aramis.
The flag! Zounds, we must not leave a flag in the hands of the enemy, even though it be a napkin.
And Athos rushed back into the bastion, mounted the platform, and took down the flag. But as the Rochellois had come within musket shot, they opened a sharp fire upon this man, who thus exposed himself, as if for amusement, to their discharge. It might have been fancied, however, that Athos bore a charmed life. The bullets whistled around him, yet he stood unharmed. Athos waved his standard and bowed towards the camp as he turned his back on the town. Loud shouts resounded on both sides, shouts of anger from the one, and from the other of enthusiasm. A second discharge soon followed the first, and 3 balls, by passing through the napkin, made a regular standard of it. They heard the whole camp exclaiming, "Come down! Come down!" Athos slowly descended. His companions, who waited for him with anxiety, welcomed his reappearance with joy.
"Come along, Athos, come along," said D'Artagnan. "Let us make haste.
Now that we have found everything except money, it would be absurd to get killed." But Athos persisted in his majestic walk, and his companions, finding all remonstrance useless, regulated their pace by his. Grimaud and his basket had formed the advance guard, and were both soon out of range. After a minute or two, the quartet heard the sound of furious firing. "What is that?" asked Porthos. "At what are they firing? I do not hear the bullets whistle, nor do I see anybody." "They are firing at our dead men," replied Athos. "But our dead men will not return their fire." "Exactly so. They will then believe that there is an ambuscade. They will deliberate, and will afterwards reconnoitre. And by the time they discover the trick, we shall be beyond the reach of their fire. Thus, you see, it is unnecessary to give ourselves a fit of the pleurisy by over-haste." "Oh, I understand now," said the astonished Porthos. "That's very fortunate," replied Athos, shrugging his shoulders. At length a fresh volley was heard, and this time the bullets were actually flattened on the stones around the four friends, and whistled mournfully about their ears. The Rochellois had at last taken possession of the bastion. "They are a set of awkward fellows," remarked Athos. "How many of them have we shot? A dozen? Or 15? How many did we crush? 8 or 10? And in exchange for this, we have not got a scratch. Ah, yes, though. What is the matter with your hand there, D'Artagnan? It bleeds, I think." "It is nothing," replied D'Artagnan. "Was it a spent ball?" "No." "What then?" We have said that Athos loved D'Artagnan as his own son, and though of a gloomy and inflexible character, he sometimes manifested towards the young man a solicitude truly paternal. "Merely a scratch," replied D'Artagnan. "I caught my fingers between 2 stones, that of the wall and that of my ring, and the skin is broken." "See what it is to wear diamonds, my master," said Athos contemptuously. "Ah!" exclaimed Porthos. "There is a diamond, in fact. And why the plague, then, as there is a diamond, do we complain of having no money?" "See there now," said Aramis. "Well done, Porthos. This time you really have got an idea." "Certainly," continued Porthos, bridling up at Athos's compliment. "And since there is a diamond, let us sell it." "But," said D'Artagnan, "it is the Queen's diamond." "All the more reason," said Athos. "The Queen saving the Duke of Buckingham, her lover. Nothing can be more just. The Queen saving us, her friends. Nothing can be more moral. Let us sell the diamond. What does the Abbé say? I do not ask Porthos's opinion. That is already given." "Why, I think," said Aramis, blushing, "that as the ring does not come from a mistress, and consequently is not a love token, D'Artagnan may sell it." "My dear fellow, you speak like theology personified. So your advice is—" "To sell the diamond," replied Aramis. "Well," said D'Artagnan gaily, "let us sell the diamond and say no more about it." The fusillade still continued, but the friends were beyond its range, and the Rochellois seemed to be firing only for the satisfaction of their own consciences. "Faith," said Athos, "it was quite time for this idea of Porthos's to present itself, for here we are at the camp. So now, gentlemen, not another word about this business. We are observed. They are coming to meet us, and we shall be borne home in triumph." In fact, as we have already said, the whole camp was in commotion. More than 2,000 persons had witnessed, as at a theatre, the fortunate bravado of the four friends, a bravado of which they had been far from suspecting the true motive. Nothing could be heard but cries of "Long live the Guards! Long live the musketeers!" Monsieur de Busigny was the first who came to press the hand of Athos, and to confess that he had lost his bet. The dragoon and the Swiss had followed him, and all their comrades had followed the dragoon and the Swiss. There was no end to the congratulations, shaking of hands, embraces, and inextinguishable laughter at the Rochellois. And at last the tumult was so great that the cardinal supposed there was a mutiny, and sent La Houdinière, the captain of his guards, to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. The circumstance was related to his messenger with all the warmth of enthusiasm. "Well," demanded the cardinal when he saw La Houdinière,
"Well, my lord," replied the latter, "it is 3 musketeers and a guardsman who laid a wager with Monsieur de Busigny to go and breakfast in the bastion of Saint-Gervais, and who, whilst at breakfast, maintained their ground for 2 hours against the Rochellois, and killed I know not how many of the enemy." "Did you learn the names of these musketeers?" "Yes, my lord." "What are they?" "Messieurs Athos, Porthos, and Aramis." "Always my 3 brave fellows," muttered the cardinal. "And the guardsman?" "Monsieur d'Artagnan." "My young madcap again. Decidedly these 4 men must be mine." On the same evening the cardinal spoke to Monsieur de Tréville of the exploit, which formed the subject of conversation throughout the whole camp. Monsieur de Tréville, who had heard the recital of the adventure from the lips of those who were its heroes, recounted it in all its particulars to his Eminence, without forgetting the episode of the napkin. "Very good, Monsieur de Tréville," said the cardinal. "Give me this napkin, I beg of you. I will get 3 fleurs-de-lis embroidered on it in gold, and will give it to you as a standard for your company." "My lord," said Monsieur de Tréville, "that would be unjust towards the guards. Monsieur d'Artagnan does not belong to me, but to Monsieur de Cessart." "Well, then, take him," said the cardinal. "It is not fair that these 4 brave soldiers, who love each other so much, should not serve in the same company." On the same evening, Monsieur de Tréville announced this good news to the 3 musketeers and to D'Artagnan, inviting them to breakfast with him on the morrow. D'Artagnan could not contain himself for joy. We know that the dream of his whole life had been to be a musketeer. The 3 friends were also much delighted. "Faith," said D'Artagnan to Athos, "yours was a triumphant idea, and as you said, we have gained glory by it, besides being able to hold a conversation of the greatest importance, which we may henceforth renew without suspicion, for, with God's help, we shall henceforth be regarded as cardinalists." On the same evening D'Artagnan went to pay his respects to Monsieur des Essarts, and to inform him of his promotion. Monsieur des Essarts, who had great affection for D'Artagnan, offered him any assistance that he might require, as this change of regiment brought with it new expenses of equipment. D'Artagnan declined this assistance, but thinking the opportunity a good one, requested him to ascertain the value of the diamond, which he placed in his hands, stating that he wished to turn it into money. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Monsieur des Essarts' valet came to D'Artagnan and handed to him a bag containing 7,000 livres in gold. It was the price of the Queen's diamond. 48. A family affair. Athos had found the right expression. It was necessary to call Buckingham's a family affair. A family affair was not subject to the investigation of the cardinal. A family affair concerned no one. They might occupy themselves before all the world with a family affair. Aramis had found the idea, the valets. Porthos had found the means, the diamond. D'Artagnan alone, generally the most inventive of the 4, had found nothing. But we must also confess that the very name of her ladyship paralyzed him. Yet we are mistaken. He had found a purchaser of the diamond. The breakfast at Monsieur de Tréville's was charmingly gay. D'Artagnan had already got his uniform. As he was about the same size as Aramis, and as Aramis, being so handsomely paid, as may be remembered, by the bookseller who had bought his poem, had furnished himself with everything in duplicate, he had accommodated his friend with a complete equipment. D'Artagnan would have been completely happy had he not seen her ladyship like a dark cloud on the horizon. After the breakfast, they agreed to meet again in the evening at Athos's quarters, in order to terminate their arrangements. D'Artagnan passed the day in displaying his musketeer's uniform in every avenue throughout the camp. At the appointed time in the evening, the 4 friends assembled. There were but 3 things left to decide: what they should write to the lady's brother-in-law, what they should write to the clever person at Tours, and which of the valets should be the bearer of the letters. For the latter purpose, each offered his own. Athos vaunted the discretion of Grimaud, who only spoke when his master permitted him to open his mouth. Porthos boasted of the strength of Mousqueton, who was big enough to drub 4 men of ordinary dimensions. Aramis, confident in the cunning of Bazin, made a pompous eulogium on his candidate. And lastly, D'Artagnan had entire dependence in Planchet's bravery, and recalled to their minds how well he had behaved in their most hazardous encounter at Calais. These 4 virtues for a long time contended for the mastery, and gave occasion for some magnificent speeches, which we shall not report, lest they should be deemed tiresome. "Unhappily," said Athos, "it is necessary that he whom we send should possess in himself all the 4 qualities united." "But where can we find such a servant?" "It is impossible, I know," said Athos. "So take Grimaud. Take Mousqueton. Take Bazin. Take Planchet. He is frank and skillful, so there are 2 qualities out of the 4. "Gentlemen," said Aramis, "the chief thing is not to know which of our 4 valets is the most discreet, the strongest, the most cunning, or the bravest, but to find out which of them is the most fond of money." "What Aramis says is full of sense," said Athos. "It is necessary to calculate upon the defects of mankind, and not upon their virtues. Monsieur Abbé, you are a great moralist." "Unquestionably so," said Aramis, "for we need to be well served, not only to succeed, but not to fail, since in case of failure it will endanger the head, not of the valet." "Not so loud, Aramis," said Athos. "You are right. Not of the valet," resumed Aramis, "but of the master, or even of the masters. Are our valets sufficiently devoted to us to hazard their lives for us? No." "Faith," said D'Artagnan, "I would almost answer for Planchet." "Well then, my dear friend, add to that devotion a good round sum, which will secure him some independence, and instead of answering for him once, you may answer twice." "Ah, good God, you will be deceived just as much," said Athos, who was an optimist in reasoning on things, and a pessimist when reasoning on men. "They will promise everything to get money, and when the occasion comes, fear will prevent their acting. Once taken, they will be imprisoned, and once imprisoned, they will confess everything. What the plague? We are not children." "To get to England," Athos lowered his voice, "one must pass through the whole of France, which is thickly sown with the spies and creatures of the cardinal. Then a passport is necessary for embarkation. Then English must be spoken to find the way to London. Ah, I see that it is a very difficult affair." "Not at all," said D'Artagnan, who was very anxious that the thing should be accomplished. "I can see that it is easy enough. We know, without being told, vive Dieu, that if we wrote to Lord de Winter, loudly proclaiming all manner of enormities concerning the cardinal—" "Not so loud," said Athos. "Or communicating state secrets and intrigues," continued D'Artagnan, profiting by his friend's warning. "We know, without being told, that we should all be broken on the wheel. But for God's sake, do not forget what you have said yourself, Athos, that we only write about a family affair, that we write with the sole motive of getting this lady, as soon as she arrives in London, placed in such a situation that she cannot injure us. I would therefore write him a letter in something like these terms." "Now let us hear," said Aramis, putting on a critical face beforehand. "Sir and dear friend." "Ah, yes, dear friend to an Englishman," broke in Athos. "That's a good start. Bravo, D'Artagnan. For that word alone you will be quartered instead of broken on the wheel. Well then, I would say, sir, quite short." "You might even say, my lord," rejoined Athos, who thought a good deal of the proprieties. "My lord, do you remember the little enclosure for goats near the Luxembourg?" "Good, the Luxembourg indeed. That will be taken for an allusion to the Queen Mother. How very ingenious," said Athos. "Well then, we will simply say, my lord, do you remember a certain little enclosure where your life was spared?" "My dear D'Artagnan," said Athos, "you will never be anything but a vastly bad composer. Where your life was spared, for shame. It is not dignified. No one reminds a gallant man of such services. A benefit cast up is always an insult." "Ah, my dear fellow," said D'Artagnan, "you are unbearable, and if one must write under your critical eye, I renounce the task." "And you do wisely.
Handle the sword and the musket, my dear boy. You perform those exercises admirably well. But give up the pen to the Abbé. It is his vocation. Yes, said Porthos. Give up the pen to Aramis, who writes theses in Latin. Very well, so be it, answered D'Artagnan. Compose this note for us, Aramis. But by our holy father the Pope, mind what you are about, for I shall pluck you in turn, I warn you. I ask nothing better, said Aramis, with that natural confidence which every poet has in himself. But first make me acquainted with all the circumstances. I have indeed heard, now and then, that his sister-in-law is a minx. I have, in fact, got proof of it by listening to her conversation with the cardinal. Zounds, not so loud, then, cried Athos. But, continued Aramis, the particulars I do not know. Nor I either, said Porthos. D'Artagnan and Athos looked at one another for some time in silence. At last Athos, having collected himself, and become even paler than usual, gave a sign of assent, and D'Artagnan understood that he might speak. Well, then, here is what you must write, resumed D'Artagnan. My lord, your sister-in-law is a wicked woman who wished to have you killed in order to obtain your inheritance. But she could not marry your brother, being already married in France, and having been— D'Artagnan stopped, as if he was seeking for the right word, and looked at Athos. Driven away by her husband, dictated Athos. Because she had been branded, continued D'Artagnan. Bah! Cried Porthos. Impossible! And did she wish to have her brother-in-law killed? Yes. And she was really married? Demanded Aramis. Yes. And her husband found out that she had a fleur-de-lis on her shoulder? Cried Porthos. Yes. 3 times had Athos uttered this yes, each time in a more gloomy tone. And who saw this fleur-de-lis? Demanded Aramis. D'Artagnan and myself, or rather, to observe the chronological order, I and D'Artagnan, replied Athos. And the husband of this horrible creature is yet alive? Inquired Aramis. Yes. You are quite sure of it? There was a moment of profound silence, during which each felt himself affected according to his disposition. This time, said Athos, first breaking silence, D'Artagnan has given us a good start, and it is that which we must write first. The devil, said Aramis. You are quite right, Athos, and the composition is difficult. The Chancellor himself would be at a loss to compose an epistle of this significancy, and yet the Chancellor draws up a criminal process very agreeably. Never mind. Be quiet. I will write. Aramis took a pen, reflected for a few moments, and then wrote 8 or 10 lines in a charming little feminine hand. Then, in a soft and slow voice, as if every word had been scrupulously weighed, he read what follows. My lord, the person who writes these few lines had the honor of crossing swords with you in a little enclosure in the Rue de l'Enfer. As you have been kind enough since often to declare yourself the friend of that person, he is bound to reciprocate that friendship by an important warning. You have twice escaped being the victim of a near relation, whom you consider your heiress, because you know not that, before contracting her marriage in England, she had been already married in France. But the 3rd time, which is now, you might become her victim. Your relation has left La Rochelle for England. Watch for her arrival, for she has great and terrible designs. If you wish really to know of what she is capable, read her past history on her left shoulder. Well, that is admirable, said Athos, and you have the pen of a Secretary of State, my dear Aramis. De Winter will keep a good lookout now, provided he receives the letter, and should it ever fall into the hands of his Eminence, we could not be compromised. But as the valet whom we send might make us believe that he had been to London whilst he only stopped at Châtellerault, give him only half the sum, promising him the other half on receipt of the answer. Have you the diamond? Continued Athos. I have better than that, replied D'Artagnan. I have got the money. And he threw the bag upon the table.
At the sound of the gold, Aramis lifted up his eyes, Porthos started, and as for Athos, he remained unmoved. "How much is there in this little bag?" said he. 7,000 livres, in 12-franc pieces." 7,000 livres! exclaimed Porthos. "Was that paltry little diamond worth 7,000 livres?" "So it seems," said Athos, "since there they are. I presume that our friend D'Artagnan has not put in any on his own account." "But, gentlemen," continued D'Artagnan, "we forget the Queen. Let us take some little care of the health of her dear Buckingham. It is the least that we owe her." "That is true," said Athos. "But this concerns Aramis." "Well," inquired the latter, colouring, "what must I do?" "Why," replied Athos, "it is very simple. Just compose a second letter to that clever person who lives at Tours." Aramis resumed the pen, began to reflect again, and wrote the following lines, which he submitted immediately to the approbation of his friends. "My dear cousin." "Ah, ha!" said Athos. "This clever person is your relation." "Cousin german," replied Aramis. "Practically cousin." Aramis continued. "My dear cousin, His Eminence the Cardinal, whom may God preserve for the happiness of France, and the confusion of the enemies of the realm, is about to exterminate the rebellious heretics of La Rochelle. It is probable that the aid of the English fleet will not even arrive in time within sight of the place. I might almost venture to say that His Grace of Buckingham will even be prevented from leaving England by some great event. His Eminence is the most illustrious politician of time past, time present, and most probably of time to come. He would extinguish the sun if the sun were in his way. Give this happy intelligence to your sister, my dear cousin. I dreamed that this cursed Englishman was dead. I do not remember whether it was by poison or the sword, only I am sure that he was dead. And you know that my dreams are always fulfilled. Be assured, therefore, that you will shortly see me return." "Wonderfully good," said Athos. "You are the king of poets, my dear Aramis. You are eloquent as the Apocalypse, yet are as true as the Gospel. There only remains now the address to put upon this letter." "That is easy enough," said Aramis. He folded the letter in a coquettish manner and wrote, "Mademoiselle Michon, seamstress at Tours." The three friends looked at each other and laughed. They were caught. "Now, gentlemen," said Aramis, "you understand that Bazin alone can convey this letter to Tours. My cousin only knows Bazin, and will trust no one else. To send any other messenger would only ensure a failure. Besides, Bazin is ambitious and learned. Bazin has read history, gentlemen. He knows that Sixtus V became pope after having herded swine. And, as he intends to enter the church at the same time as myself, he does not despair of becoming himself a pope, or at any rate a cardinal. You will understand that a man who has such views will not allow himself to be caught, or, if he should be caught, will rather suffer martyrdom than speak." "Very well," said D'Artagnan. "I allow you Bazin with all my heart. Only allow me Planchet. Her ladyship once sent him away well caned. Now Planchet has a good memory, and I promise you that if he thought revenge possible, he would allow himself to be broken on the wheel rather than not affect it. If the business at Tours belongs peculiarly to you, that in London is peculiarly mine. So I entreat you to choose Planchet, who has, on his part, already been to London with me, and knows how to say, very correctly, 'London, sir, if you please,' and 'My master, Lord D'Artagnan.' You may be quite sure that with this knowledge he will find his way there and back." "In that case," said Athos, "Planchet must receive 700 livres for each half of his journey, and Bazin 300. That will reduce the sum to 5,000 livres. We will each take 1,000 livres, to spend as we please, and we will leave a fund of 1,000, of which the Abbé shall take care, for extraordinary expenses and our common wants. What do you say to that?" "My dear Athos," said Aramis, "you speak like Nestor, who was, as everybody knows, the wisest of the Greeks. "Then it is settled," continued Athos. "Planchet and Bazin will set out. After all, I am not sorry to keep Grimaud. He is accustomed to my ways, and I could depend upon him. Yesterday's expedition must have rather shaken him already, and this voyage would undo him altogether." Planchet was sent for to receive his instructions. He had already received some intimation of the journey from his master, who had instanced to him first the glory, then the profit, and lastly the danger. "I will carry the letter in the lining of my coat," said Planchet, "and will swallow it if I am taken." "But then you will be unable to perform your commission," said D'Artagnan. "You will give me a copy this evening, which I shall know by heart tomorrow." D'Artagnan looked at his friends as much as to say, "Well, did I not tell you so?" "Now," continued he, addressing Planchet, "you have 8 days to reach Lord de Winter, and 8 days to return here. That is 16 days in all. If on the 16th day from your departure you have not arrived at 8 o'clock in the evening, not a farthing more money shall you have, though you were only later by 5 minutes." "Then, sir," said Planchet, "buy me a watch." "Here, take this," said Athos, with heedless generosity, giving him his own. "And be a brave lad. Consider that if you talk, if you babble, you will sacrifice the head of your master, who has so much confidence in your fidelity that he has answered for you to us. But remember also that if by any fault of yours any such calamity should befall D'Artagnan, I will hunt you out wherever you may be, and completely perforate you." "Oh, sir!" cried Planchet, humiliated at the suspicion, and particularly alarmed by the calmness of the musketeer. "And I," said Porthos, rolling his great eyes, "remember that I will skin you alive." "Ah, sir!" "And I," said Aramis, with his soft and melodious voice, "remember that I will roast you at a slow fire, as if you were an untutored savage." "Ah, sir!" And Planchet began to cry. But we cannot venture to say whether it was from terror on account of the threats he had heard, or from being affected at seeing so close a union of hearts between the 4 friends. D'Artagnan took his hand. "You see, Planchet," said he, "that these gentlemen speak thus from affection towards me. But notwithstanding all this, they esteem you." "Ah, sir," said Planchet, "I shall either succeed or I shall be quartered. And were I even quartered, you may rely upon it that not one piece of me will speak." It was decided that Planchet should start the next day, at 8 in the morning, in order that, as he said, he might during the night have time to learn the letter by heart. He gained just 12 hours by this arrangement, as he was to return at 8 o'clock in the evening of the 16th day. Just as he was about to mount his horse in the morning, D'Artagnan, who felt his heart inclined towards Buckingham, took Planchet aside. "Listen," said he, "when you have delivered your letter to Lord de Winter, and he has read it, say to him, 'Watch over the Duke of Buckingham, for they are seeking to assassinate him.' But this, do you see, Planchet, is a thing of such momentous importance that I would not even confess to my friends that I have confided the secret to you, and even for a captain's commission I would not write it down." "Be easy, sir," said Planchet. "You shall see whether you can trust me." Mounted on an excellent horse, which he was to leave at 20 leagues from La Rochelle, to take the post, Planchet went off at a gallop. His heart was a little shaken by the threats of the musketeers, but on the whole he was in a most favourable state of mind. Bazin left the next morning for Tours, and had 8 days allowed him for his expedition. The 4 friends, during the whole time of their absence, had, as may be well supposed, their eyes more than ever on the watch, their noses in the wind and their ears upon the alert. The days were consumed in trying to catch every report, to watch the movements of the cardinal, and to scent out the couriers who arrived. More than once an unconquerable anxiety seized them on being sent for on some unexpected service. They had also to be watchful of their own safety. Her ladyship was a phantom, who, having once appeared to anyone, would never more allow him to sleep in tranquillity. On the morning of the 8th day, Bazin, fresh as ever, and smiling as usual, entered the room at the Parpaillot, just as the 4 friends were sitting down to breakfast, saying, according to the agreement they had made, "Monsieur Aramis, Here is the answer from your cousin." The four friends exchanged a joyful glance. Half their work was done. It is true that it was the shortest and easiest half. Aramis took the letter, blushing in spite of himself. The writing was vulgar, and the spelling wretched. "Good God!" said he, laughing. "I decidedly despair of her. This poor Michon will never write like Monsieur de Voiture." "Who does that mean, this poor Michon?" asked the Swiss, who was commencing a gossip with the four friends when the letter was brought. "Oh, mon Dieu, less than nothing," replied Aramis. "She is a charming little seamstress, whom I was very much in love with, and from whom I have begged a few lines, in her own handwriting, by way of remembrance." "Egad," said the Swiss, "if she is as ladylike as her own penmanship, you must be a happy fellow, comrade." Aramis read the letter, and handed it to Athos. "Just see what she writes, Athos," said he. Athos threw a glance over the letter, and then, to destroy any suspicions which might have been awakened, read it aloud. "Cousin, my sister and I understand dreams very well, and we are shocking frightened at them. But of yours it may be said, I hope, all dreams are false. Adieu. Take care of yourself, and let us hear of you from time to time. Marie Michon." "What dream is she talking about?" asked the dragoon, who had approached whilst they were reading the letter. "Yes, what dream?" said the Swiss. "Oh, vive Dieu," said Aramis. "It is plain enough. About a dream of mine that I told them." "Ah, yes," said the Swiss. "It is quite natural to tell one's dreams, but for my part, I never dream at all." "You are very fortunate," said Athos, rising, "and I wish I could say the same thing." "Never!" repeated the Swiss, delighted that a man like Athos should envy him in anything. "Never! Never!" D'Artagnan, seeing Athos rise, did the same, and took his arm and left the room. Porthos and Aramis remained behind to face the gossip of the Swiss and the dragoon. As for Bazin, he went to sleep upon a truss of straw, and, as he had more imagination than the Swiss, dreamt that Monsieur Aramis, who had become Pope, was placing on his head a cardinal's hat. But, as we have already said, Bazin had, by his fortunate return,